Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers. We are live with the Miami bracket. It has just been ongoing and we are jumping in to Losers Round 5. Of course, joining me here, the wonderful, the enigmatic, the beautiful Jeremy Studd.
Hey Bryce, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to some gameplay. Obviously, we've had the elites, we've had the cups, and now we go to LAN and Miami. This is where the excuses stop, though, Jay. Realistically, you have to do the business here if you want to keep that kind of top spot.
Oh yeah, this is the even playing field. There's no connection advantages. Everyone's sitting side by side. You got to be ready for the chirping across on the opposite side of the other station for the other team. Everything comes to accountability when you're playing on land. So it's going to be a battle, a gauntlet for us from start to finish.
Yeah, it really is. And now that a few teams have got through this as well, of course, we will be keeping an eye on as many teams as possible and bringing you brackets and everything else as we go through. But obviously, it's just going to get more and more intense as we wheedle off the teams who aren't quite up to the caliber of everybody else. We've seen the elites where these teams had a chance to play each other for a few weeks. We've seen the cups where they've gone into a tournament format. But when you go into this kind of tournament format, there aren't really any more excuses to get for. It's now best of fives from this point onwards, which means a full series for all these teams to show how good they are.
Oh, yeah, and I'm excited to see a couple players who we didn't get to watch throughout the Elite. Obviously, the EU, we saw who won that one, Omid EU. Those guys dominated with a clean 4-0. And the NA side, it was Boston Academy, another clean 4-0. So I know a majority of those players, everyone in the top 48 between all the Elite teams. But now it's time for us to realize who the rest of the players are. Who are these ranked guys that are absolutely slamming us every single day, Bryce? That's who we're going to figure out today.
Yeah, that's very true. Realistically, it's always a bit of an investment to get yourself and your team to one of these events to try and kind of prove just how good you are. Because, hey, maybe you've not had a lot of success in the elites or not had a lot of success in the cups. But if you do the work at a major, that's when people will remember. That's when people will start looking for as well. And we've talked about this before. Teams are scouting. We're hitting the midway point of the season. And it does mean that CDL franchises may come knocking.
Oh, yeah, we've seen a lot of CDL teams struggle. What was it, Miami again? Go 0-6 in both of their matches. They're currently 0-12 in map count. You best believe they're definitely looking at challengers or a couple players nearby where they can try to improve their roster alongside a bunch of other teams like Seattle Surge. So there's a lot of opportunities for these challenger players to put on a good performance there because, like you said, there's no better place to put on a performance than at LAN. That's when it matters the most. So hopefully these young guns are prepared for the pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a recency bias as well. If there is a team that's maybe dropping out of the CDL today, well, maybe they'll take a little look at challenge and say, hey, who's kind of the best now? We can kind of take it away. So lots to play for, not just the prize pool and the kind of kudos from everybody else, but maybe a potential pull into the main league. But of course, we have coverage for our games today. We haven't got quite that far yet, as we will have 5 games to cover today on our schedule, and then we will have some more tomorrow. But this is roughly how it's going to look. Of course, you can see that we have started a little bit of a delay as we had to get Losers Round 5 started first. Then Losers Round 6 will come immediately after, hopefully around 3 p.m, but don't count on it because we're a little bit behind. Then 4:30 will be our winners quarterfinals. 6 p.m. will be our winners semi-final, and then 7:30 our second semi-final for today, Jay.
Yeah, so it's going to be a long day. So you're telling me, Bryce. You're talking about already 30-minute delay. We know how the challenger players get down. You got to get to the setup, plug in your headset, sign into your account, plug in your controller. So many things you got to wait before the match actually starts. But there goes our schedule. But you best believe, Bryce, these guys are playing for something more than just bragging rights. There's a big bag on the line for these players.
There certainly is. This is the prizing for Miami. Of course, nobody has got into this yet. It's still all to be decided. But first, we'll walk away with $40,000. Second, $24,000 as a consolation prize. Then third with $16,000. Fourth with $8,000. Fifth and sixth will get $4,000 apiece. And seventh and eighth will get $2,000 as well. $100,000 up for grabs here, Jay.
Yeah, it's a $100K prize pool. Obviously, everyone wants to go and get their piece of the pie, so you want to make sure you guarantee yourself at least into the top 8, and then every match that you get after that, more chicken for you to spend later. So the prizing is big, man.
It really is. Of course, we will update this as it goes along. You're probably not going to see anything until tomorrow, more or less. There will be a few teams that make it into our top 8 at the end of today. As we start cutting teams down, we are now at the point in this tournament where we start saying goodbye to people quite rapidly, and it kind of diminishes the field quite significantly as we move through. What that means for people is that some of these games will be very, very big. I haven't really seen any giant teams drop into that lower bracket yet, though.
Yeah, I didn't see any upsets so far. All the teams throughout the Elite, at least the NA side, they're walking, cruising right through. FaZe Black just finished getting a 3-0 versus Team Falcons. That was a clean 3-0, and they fought at least in the beginning of the series, but FaZe Black, they've been doing what they do best. That's just been winning. Ever since the addition of Dylan Rex to the roster, he's just been that main AR, the next AR up on the list of CDL players who would potentially be.
Yeah, well, it's kind of an interesting one. We talk about the game that just happened, actually, because Falcons in Europe actually had a pretty good time. There's a few games where we're like, oh, they're not doing well, and they would suddenly surge back into it and become a bit of a force to be reckoned with. And it was always one of those ones where when we were keeping an eye on the bracket and keeping an eye on the other games going on in the Elite, we're like, oh, well, actually, Falcons are doing really well at this point, and kind of, I would say, pushing further than we thought they might do. I think, top 6 was a great achievement for them, and getting to that place, and well-deserved. But you are right. That mismatch came in the fact of FaZe Black, and that is a team that everybody is keeping an eye on. One of the titans for this, and certainly one of the favorites.
Yeah, because they have players who were formerly in the CDL. We're talking about Brack, who's been winning basically every single cup. Him alongside Exceed. That dynamic duo, ever since M3B3 has came upon us, they have just basically been winning everything. So they have a good formula over there at FaZe Black, and they are going to try to continue to do that here because weren't they our Major 1 champions? At least the Boston Major? They walked away with a clean 4-1. Then the whole roster change happened, but still, even with new players coming in, old players going out, they're still finding success. So FaZe Black are definitely one of those teams you got to watch out for.
Yeah, they certainly are. And speaking of roster changes, always a little bit more kind of roller coastery when it comes to challenges. Teams do change very, very fast. So don't worry if you haven't seen this kind of combination of players before. It does kind of go back and forth with a lot of them, including in Europe. We saw Hixie kind of leave Team War, who we thought was a staple of it, when their roster spot opened up on OMA EU as their player got pulled into the Pro League. And obviously, he's managed to kind of keep winning with them. It's kind of an interesting one, that European two powerhouses, Omit and Team War. They've been back and forth all season. And obviously, they went down into the grand final in the Challengers Elite and in both cups that have been since then. Team War taking one and Omit EU taking the other. So they're both now going to be looking to see which one will be the best when it comes to the major.
Oh, so there's only 2 teams, Bryce? You saying that contest in the EU? It's
no.
That
there are a few,
buddy.
There are a few that could certainly do well. I think Clutch Rain, 5 Media Crew, they're also very much up there in going deep into it. But I think that the issue for me is not the fact they're not as good. I think it's just more that OMA EU and Team War continuously butt heads. It's like those two are constantly going for the 1 and 2 slot, and then you got 5 Media and you got Clutch Rain, and they're just a little bit behind, but they're not kind of in that same conversation. Like I said, with Team War and OMA EU, it's constant being in the final against each other.
Yeah, so those guys are probably scrimming against each other every single day because that's probably their best practice. They're going to get over there on the EU side. It's 2 different time zones. You're not going to scrim all the way in the NA when you're playing on 100 ping. It just does not make sense. So I think for the European teams, you just got to stick to what you know, play your best Call of Duty. And obviously for the NA side, there's a lot of teams that have a potential to walk away with the W's. FaZe Black obviously sitting on top, but you still have Houston Spartans. You got Convoy Gaming, who just turned into Omit Notorious. A lot of players who were in the CDL previously competing in challenges, trying to get back up to their top rank.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I'm kind of going through all the cup results and everything through. It's maybe not as quite clear-cut as it could be. Some of them having a really bad stage in the Elite Challenges for North America, and then doing really well in the cups since then, trying to get that best possible team moving forward. But for all of these players, as we look for them to get them kind of set up here, and that's what we are currently waiting for. We're just waiting for our loser round 5 to all get situated and seated. And here we go. While we've got some time to talk about this, Stud, I want to kind of talk about what happens here. For anybody who hasn't competed or hasn't been to one of these events and sat down at it, what do the players need to do to get ready for a game?
Oh, well, I could tell you this from right now, because obviously I have the experience of playing in the Passion Pit. You just got to get yourself mentally checked out. Make sure you and your teammates are on the same page because you're playing against people you probably play all the time online. But people are not the same way that they are online when they are in person. So the chirping might be a little bit less or might be a little bit more. You have to just be ready for everything that is thrown at you because there's no connection advantages. Your teammates, if you make a mistake, it's going to come back to bite you and you will be heard. At least the opposing team will let you know that you made that mistake and they will be chirping over that screen. So you have to be ready for the yelling. You have to be ready for your teamwork's plays. And also, less scams is going to win them the day. That's the biggest thing for challengers compared to the CDL for me, Bryce, is that in challengers, people tend to slide out one shot, challenge when they don't need to, give up their life for free. And that's thing is in the CDL that you're going to get paid back on. So you have to make sure in challengers, the team that makes the less mistakes is going to walk away with the W.
It certainly seems to be an exchanging of keyboards going on, and maybe a new tradition in the passion
I thought we
pit.
were playing controllers.
I know what's going on, but I think it's interesting. We spoke about before this, actually. We were talking about pacing with the CDL, and you're exactly right. One of the things, it's kind of doesn't make sense when you first think about it that challenges would be faster than the CDL, but it's only faster in terms of interactions and the way the gameplay tempo kind of keeps up, because you are right, in the CDL you will be punished for making mistakes, and obviously that means more teamwork is necessary. You have to make sure you get the trades going through, because hero plays are only hero plays if they work. If they don't work, then they're not good plays. That's kind of how it goes down. The other thing I have noticed when it comes from online to going to an event, I think the gameplay slows down a little bit as well. People seem to be much more willing to take risks when they're playing in cups or they're scrimming or going for everything than when it comes to sitting down opposite, especially with the pressure that kind of mounts from this kind of scenario. Not only are they on Station 1, there is a small crowd obviously watching the games going forward, but obviously online, you know that if you have a bad game, people are going to notice.
Yeah, and that's a different thing. That online, you're probably sitting home very, very comfortable in your gaming chair, probably your stinky slippers on. There's nothing that's going to kill your vibe when you're playing at the crib. But now you're at LAN, so you got to put some shoes on. You got to make sure you're wearing your headset, making sure that everything is right in front of you. So for all those teams that like to be really comfortable at the crib, it's just like one map can change that entire thing, because you're probably slamming this one guy online in the cups, and then you get to LAN and he's a completely different player. I think the perfect team that I want to use for that example is the New York Subliners Academy team. Bryce, they went 0-8. That means 0-5 throughout the Elite. They didn't win a single match. They actually won 8 maps, but didn't win a single series. That's actually insane to me, because they were the team that just previously at the Boston Major got second overall. And now they know that we're going into our second major. We have to make up for our terrible performance in the Elite stage, and they prefer themselves some LAN more than online, even though they got some absolute jokes on their team.
Well, hey, like I said before, this is where people come to play. Like, if you have a bad Elite or a bad Cup, all will be forgiven if you do the business on LAN. That's the big one that people remember. And as these two teams sit down, obviously we get the wonderful view of exactly what it takes to set up. Everybody plugging in everything, everywhere, and trying to adjust to a setup that isn't their own. All right, it's all standardized and all competitive and above board, but it is not the same as sitting down with the same seat you've sat in for the last 3 years with the same monitor and the same PC. You've got to adapt to make sure you are comfortable and ready to communicate and get the game undergoing. As well, the vetoes are being done. I believe you can see that as well. So they are not far away from starting this one, Study.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into this one, because there is some familiar faces, people that were in the CDL formerly. I'm pretty sure Hollow's on one of the rosters. You also got Mox on the same exact team. And as we take a look at these cards, we got Mock, we got Nemi, we got Hollow, and I can't see the final name. Oh, it's going to be Frosty. So these guys have obviously been playing together for a long time. They've been playing some Call of Duty for a long time. Nemi alongside Craze last year, they were a dynamic duo. Those are two guys that I was playing with, or like at least trying to train them as they were getting towards their pro career. And last year he was an SMG player. This year he's an AR. So I'm really excited to see what he can show me this series.
Certainly, that's the first of our teams going to be throwing down here onto this one as well in the lower bracket. And I was actually just walking back to see exactly where they've come from. Obviously, this will be their first best of 5. They are going up against Nobility Rising. What a great name, by the way. And I'm going to say got game 3. Abe got game 3. Conwa, Choco, and Kexye are going to be going up against them as well. That first name threw me for a second there. I had to kind of break it down.
Yeah, Abe Got Game is actually just going to be Abe, so that's going to be easier going forward, Bryce. But I've been playing against these guys in rank. These are guys that I was trying to get more familiar with their gameplay to see how they were going to do throughout the Cups, how they were going to do throughout the Elite. Unfortunately, this roster did not make the Elite, so I finally get the opportunity to see what they're able to do at the LAN event. Kex is like rank 30 overall in the world right now in rank play, so all right, that guy can shoot a little bit. Let me see what you got on LAN, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of going back through the bracket we've been looking at here of how they've gone so far. And they played BBC A, and they played Tony Barnes. And Ability Rising 2-0, Chaos Rally 2-0 as well. Like I said, this is their first opportunity to play the best of 5 in this tournament. So a little bit more kind of pushing forward and checking out that map set. Also means that realistically, Veto is much more important at this stage. The difference going to be, of course, when you talk about the main CDL teams, they've all studied each other, they know the statistics, they've got everything going down. In this kind of format, you might not know what is the optimal vetoes for the other teams. You kind of have to play on your own side. It means a deeper map pool really does benefit you.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. At least early into these rounds and challenges, it's all about playing your better maps because you're playing teams or players that you probably haven't played against in cups, haven't played against them in the elite, so you have no idea what they're going to bring at you. But the best thing you can do is play the stuff that you're good at, play to your strengths. So I think for both of these rosters, you're definitely going to try to get some of those favorable maps in, and as the later series goes on, that's when you have a couple maps that you're probably not as comfortable with. But I think early on, like you said, Bryce, it's all about the comfortability of the maps. When you go forward, though, like as you get deeper into the tournament and you start playing teams that you are much more well-known, then you can realize, all right, these guys are good at this. These guys are good at that. We can get rid of this and play this versus them. A whole lot of strategies go deeper into the tournament as we get through the bracket.
Yeah, they will do, and it looks like our players are sort of almost ready. I thought they were almost all sat down, but not quite. Just trying to get this one completely underway, and it does take a little bit of time at these events sometimes. I mean, some of the things I've seen players do, you know, they sit down and they disappear for 10 minutes. That's happened more than once. Used to be a cigarette break people would constantly go for in some of the cups at home, but fortunately I think it's a little bit more tightly controlled here. They should be getting underway anytime soon. Now that you can see the players have their headset on, so what they're probably doing now is warming up and making sure all their settings are correct. Because like I said, one of the crazy things about this is you don't understand how much you have changed or need to change until you sit down. I mean, I remember going all the way back to G3 back in the UK. We had a 35-minute delay between a team coming on. I want to say it was the old Envy team. Simply because the contrast setting on one of the monitors was wrong. And it was a setting that I didn't even know existed, but one of the players had changed it earlier in the day, and I think it was JCap wasn't particularly happy with how it had changed, and it was different to the ones around him. It took us a while because we changed out the I think it was the box back then. It was a console, and we changed out the monitor. It just didn't work. It was a setting that had been changed. And it's just insane to kind of lose that much time for what is essentially a minor thing. But these things happen, and obviously if you're not happy with your setup, it can affect you going forward.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man, because as a player, any little thing could just throw you off your game. So you want to try to get it as similar, or at least as common as you have it at the crib, to where you can have it on LAN. We're talking about the same settings, probably the same monitor. All these players who play throughout challenges, you best believe they're running the same graphics card. They're running the same screen because when you go to LAN, you want to make sure you're keeping your gameplay as similar as you possibly can to the way that you play at home. So all those little settings, even though they might be small things to us as a professional player, or at least a former professional player, those are big things. Because you can go out there and drop either a 1.4 or a 0.7. At the end of the day, you're simply going to blame it on that one excuse. My color was off, Bryce. That's what really threw me off.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about players and some of the things that have thrown them off in the past. I remember one particular tournament where people were unhappy with a 10 millisecond delay on the monitors, and that was it. Everybody, no one would talk about anything else for 3 days. It seems like at the moment the players are kind of getting ready to go into this one. I don't know if the fourth player is there due to the camera angle.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think both players for the squad. I don't know if they're still doing videos or something, but I can see 3 players on both sides. Obviously, the ref's still trying to figure out what they're going to do, so we're still just waiting.
Yeah, we certainly are. I think what we might do is go to a quick break rather than us kind of walk down history's path and talk about tournaments in the past. So while we wait for this one to actually get ready and all the videos and maps to be done, we're going to go to a quick break here at Challenges. Don't go anywhere, though. As soon as we have gameplay, we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Miami. The major is upon us. The games are ready. Chaos X Rally versus Nobility Rising. We had a delay getting this one going, Stud, but I believe it is now here.
Yeah, I think we're here to go. As we look at the maps and modes, already we're getting into the Rio. That's a mixed fest. You got a Karachi SND game number 2. That one's also going to be fast-paced. And a Karachi Control. So early on into the series, which team is going to have SMGs is going to walk away with it. Better SMGs is going to walk away with it, Bryce. Because when you're playing slow maps and small maps the way that they are starting off in this series, those SMGs applying that pressure is going to be the difference maker.
All right, well, we'll have to see if that's how it all plays out. I do love a little bit of Rio. It's always fast-paced and high interactions for these teams. So we'll see who really can get the teamwork going and make sure that they have everything firing on all cylinders for it. Also, a little bit of an update for anybody who is keeping along with the action. We're talking about the winners bracket going on at the moment. We talked about FaZe Black and Team Falcons, but on the other side, Clutch Rain and Team War are playing, and Clutch Rain 3-0'd Team War. It's a little bit of an upset, considering how those teams have been playing recently.
Wow, that one throws you off guard. I know Benjamin Bance is your guy, Bryce. The fact that he's already knocked down into losers bracket definitely is throwing you off guard. So we potentially are going to be able to watch his match today. Just to him being knocked down the losers bracket. Unfortunately, losing 3-0 fashion. That's not the way you want to go down, but you still have an opportunity to make your run through losers.
You certainly do, and we will keep an eye on how this all goes throughout the tournament. Many big-name teams are throwing it down at the moment. I think OMA EU also struggling, so the European side not having the best time at the moment for the 1 and 2 in Europe. Definitely struggling as it comes to the major, but hey, the day is early, and we will see how it goes on. But enough of everything going on everywhere else. We finally have this one ready to kick off. Nobility Rising Chaos X Rally onto Rio.
Here we go. Early into the Rio HP is going to be Nobility into the Hardpoint. Nice and early. Hollow takes down the first. Frosty there for the trade. We know into the P1 it's all about these engagements off the rip. And as long as you're staying as a team on top of those fights, you're going to walk away with some good time at this P1.
And that's what they want. Just make sure you hold this one down. Always a little bit dodgy when you've got that vending machine there. It's definitely one of the power points that people use to stay alive. But you can see right now, Komor is waiting. Does not want to push this. Eventually dives into the point, just trying to get away with it as well. But there are so many angles on that first hard point for players to kind of try and get around here. You see everybody just running around in circles. But right now, Nobility Rising getting the lion's share of time.
Oh, yeah, this is good stuff from Nobility. They're trading effectively in towards top mid. They have been able to dominate at least 35 points to this point. As now it's all about that rotation over towards P2. You're currently going to have Choco in that position. Just Soul Man at least trying to push that out. He takes down a couple of the rest of the reinforcements there, so it's going to be Chaos off the rotation, winning the rotation. I'm pretty sure we have the colors wrong as well, so that was throwing me off a little bit, but it's going to be Chaos set up for P2.
It is go through. Eventually, there we go. Switching it around. Hopefully that should all be good now. But it doesn't matter. There's a team, as you can see on the top right. It's all about the scoreboard and who's sitting where. Right now, Chaos X Rally do have the lead. They are pushing forward hard and trying to make sure they can get into this point. But it is going to be both teams. Neither really secured it yet. And this hard point can come down to a very scrap fest kind of way if you don't get your line secure.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Chaos love to play in this Chaos. Good name for that, especially at this P2, because as long as you're spawning Nobility towards the backside of this P2, it's making it very difficult for them to even try to break their way on in. Now you're forcing them to hit that early rotation over towards P3. A couple players pushing through the bridge side. Frosty does take down one, pushing towards Old. But now it's all about these fights over towards next con, what starts it off. So it's going to be Nobility at least contesting through the bridge side.
And that's where they're trying to push Mock here, just trying to stay alive, but not able to win that gunfight. The pinch is going to come through as well, but Choco is ready for it. Knows exactly where they're going to come through. Great awareness, completely shutting down Chaos.
Oh, man, we're stair glitching? All right, I can see it's going to be egregious so far in Challengers. C finds a freebie of a double towards the back end, but instantly the pressure's already here. Hollow flies right on through with the SMG. He finds a double. The teammates find the final two. An instant break comes in for Chaos. So you see those spawns for Nobility all the way across the map. They might not even have another opportunity to push this because you already see on your minimap, Hollow is at the rotation towards the next hill. They are just a step ahead right now in the HP.
On ability. I think they're going to push through the old hill, probably try and get out boxes here, but not really winning the trades as much as they would like. Kex is going to just jump in. Nobody's going to be here for his trades. It gets nothing in the end either, and now they have to go the long way round. Chaos holding this one down. Hollow will back up. Now reinforcements have arrived for him. But this is looking quite one-sided at the moment. Nobility Rising going to need to rally.
Yeah, they have to find a way into this hill. And this is one of those hills that is a money hill on a map like Rio, where it's very difficult if you don't have any players winning gunfights through the front or potentially a couple players going on a pinch. But you see how aggressive Chaos are getting. They know exactly where all the pressure's coming in from. Nobility have not been able to sniff this hardpoint even closely yet. As it's still Chaos holding on. 40 seconds remaining on this P4. Nobility all stacking up towards one side to try to break again.
They're now going to go for this push, but they just aren't getting the bodies. And when you can't get enough bodies to get the trades going in your direction, it ends up just kind of snowballing away. And that's exactly what we have seen. Now we go to the next hard point. It's just got to be a rally from here. They have to get some good time on a hard point that's not always the easiest.
Yeah, the P5 is not easy to get any time. They're already down by 100 points, but you have to find an answer to stop this bleeding. And it all depends on their setup. That's what it all comes down to. Keck's currently having a slow start, sitting at 3 and 10, trying to be the SMG to hold down the middle of the map. But you can already see how Chaos are looking for the break. You have a player in Frosty going on a deep pinch. Everyone else through the front. Hollow slides right through, finds a first kill, finds a second. Now it's a 2v2 on the point. At least you eliminate the pressure of them contesting that time. And now you just still keep it a mix fest over towards Bridge.
And this is exactly what we were worried about. I mean, Hollow kind of broke that one open. They were ready and set up for it. Nobility Rising still don't have anybody back on the point. Still waiting to secure the lines. And we'll see that Choco's, if he gets mid into you, that's when they might jump on. They will have a little bit of security, but it doesn't matter.
Oh my
Mock
God.
wipes them completely out of it. Now Choco's like, oh, well, I've got to get back to this point as well. 35 points is all that Nobility Rising have found so far on this Rio as they fall further and further behind.
Yeah, they're just not contested. They're not winning gunfights. Mock is walking up with the MCW up close and personal, found another 3 in the feed. So he earns himself a cruise missile. And now off the rotation, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger of a lead for Chaos Rally. But finally going over towards P1, they should be the team initially in towards this HP. Nobility have the numbers. They just have to win these fights. And Nate over the top takes down Nemi. Down Hollow. He's been maneuvering with this 509. They cannot get a read on him as he finds a snap onto Choco. Chaos, another break.
Well, not gone well for them there, and continuing to struggle in this game. 35 still the score as they head into P1. They cannot get the trades flowing in their direction at all. And once that happens on a map like Rio, you are constantly staggered off of the respawn. They will chow this at least one more time because of how far behind they are, but realistically, they also need to get to P2 desperately.
Yeah, they got to do a lot of things now. You got to rotate. You got to win gunfights through the yo, then aim with that 2-piece. Might be a little bit of an answer for them to try to get some much-needed time to get back into this game, but if you are Chaos Rally, you got to continue to do what you've been doing, applying that pressure with your ARs and the SMGs, and just in case it gets a little bit scary at this P2, you still have that cruiser missile, but the guns are working. They find another 3 at the end of the feed, and Nobility now forced to try to break out of that back spawn. I know they're spawning on the preferred side, but it's not easy to get past all these head glitches if Chaos are set up on them.
It certainly isn't. Choco trying to get through here as well, and not able to get Frosty in, and the trade's coming through, and you are right, neither of them really able to lock down this point as well, but Chaos get back onto it, and they flood back in, but there are just guns everywhere you look. Nobility Rising just running into a hail of gunfire, and even with the trades coming through, it never seems like they're on the better side of it.
Yeah, Nobility are thinking right now there has to be like 6 players on Chaos because every time we get a 2-3 dead, someone is still there to contest it, but finally they find a triple in the feed. Conwell with 3 in a row. Final 20 potentially going to be theirs, but this is where Chaos, since they have grown such a substantial need right off the rip, they can still apply the pressure towards O because they're going to have the numbers off the rotation. As Hollow takes down Kex, they are going to put themselves at 190. They can potentially close it out with a full 60 here. Yeah,
unfortunately, I think it's almost impossible to get that full 60 onto this next one. And even with the push coming through, it's already going to be a huge hit. Are they going to 4-man stack this? Like, Frosty's about to say, what the entire team is here.
Yeah, you definitely are not reading that play, Bryce. Not 4 players, 2 side boxes. But now Chaos get a read on it. Can they find a couple kills because they still have the back spawns? As Nobility so far doing a great job of just getting those SMGs. Everyone's starting to turn up in the kill feed. They find a double. They find the break. Now they just need some much-needed time as they also flip the spawns.
The question for Chaos is, can they just continue to put this over the line? Nobility obviously want a comeback to come, but It's going to be difficult because realistically, Chaos X Rally can now bleed this however they want to, but they're still holding. They're doing a very good job here of getting these points through. And Nobility will get that scrap time, or at least they should do. There's going to be a large shout coming from Mock. He will go down, doesn't matter. And they have the rotation study.
Oh, that's the big thing, is that they currently have the rotation over towards next, but you can already see Chaos Rally having a couple players going a couple routes. Hollow does get picked off through the back end, so now it's about sniffing out where Nemi is. He's playing slow in towards boxes, wins an up close to personal gunfight versus Choco. The cruise missile gets invested. Now this is an opportunity for Chaos to try to find a break early on, but Nobility are doing a great job of just holding this one down, withstanding the pressure from the cruise. But as I say that, here comes Rally. They find a double, they find the break.
And they're looking for this now, and even just this 30 points, it won't win them the game, but it'll put them so close. It will choke Nobility Rising because they will have to go for every bit of scrap time, every little bit of rotation. They're looking for it. Even Kex is going to go 6 health, dives in regardless. The Chaos X Rising, Chaos X Rally, sorry, I've mixed the two teams there. They just have to continue to trade. That's all they've got to do. Get a few points here and there, and they can genuinely win this without ever really committing.
Yeah, this final 10 seconds, this is some good time to get closer and closer to their 250-point mark. You're going to be late off the rotation, but one set of kills is all you need to potentially close this game out. So now it's about these players going on these potential pitches. Nemi does get cut down from the back end, but now it's Mock's turn to try to find this trade. He finds that one, and he's potentially going to block those spawns. No, he's going to push right through top mid, try to reinforce with his teammates. Here comes the pressure from Chaos.
Yeah, Hollow looking for this one. Needs that one. It's a huge kill for them. They've got bodies back onto this point. Just 20 seconds to go to get this win here. Mock holding down mid, but that is a horrible gunfight to take. Flies back out. Does manage to get one with a teammate, and they're holding down you for now. But with 10 seconds, they have to commit here. Unfortunately, Nobility Rising have to go into the teeth of it. They do not have a choice. It is sprint now for 5 seconds to get back into the point. There goes a kill and a team kill by a trophy as they hold them off.
They hold them off, but it's still only 5 seconds to Chaos called W in game number 1. So they can still send a couple players at the old hill. Mock finds a freebie for the first kill. The trade is going to be there for Choco. And with this final 4, it might just be GG. Nope, it's going to go over towards P1. Nobility still have an opportunity, but yeah, they only need 1 second.
What? Hello? He had a quick look. To see if anybody else was there, and then eventually he got the kill, but surely Nobility Rising, just one bad gunfight could spell disaster.
Yep. Just got to win at least a couple fights if you are Chaos. A team kill, a team nade, everything just went down, but it's still going to be Nobility with the numbers staying alive in the HP. They're trying to fight their way back into this game, just trying to get some momentum going into map number 2. But Chaos, they're probably thinking, Bryce, we should have closed this one out a long time ago. Let's just hit junk one more time.
They certainly should have done, but Nobility Rising, got to give them credit. They have fought back all the way into this game, and if it happened a little bit earlier, we could be talking about an entirely different scoreline. But still, somehow winning the trades, Chaos X Rally will now cement themselves into this next one. And here it goes. Every trade must go to Nobility. They cannot afford to lose. That point is popping now. The players are not going to be in, and that'll be game.
Yeah, that was just too easy for Chaos. Right off the rip of this game, you start off by at least up 130, 150 points, and then slowly but surely, Nobility started to get themselves back into the game. But at that point, it was just too tall of a task to climb through. And so that's going to be Chaos X Rally taking map number 1 in this series. Great plays out of Mock. He was setting it down with that AR, but Hollow, the pace that he was setting with that Rival 9, oh, you keep playing like that, you're going to have a great time, especially in these next 2 maps.
Yeah, essentially, like I said, I think you can kind of take credit for both teams there, realistically. You know, Chaos X Rally, great start. Just complete dominance for them for so long. But Nobility Rising really did fight back. You know, the slaying was so far one-sided that I thought this game was going to end and they might just get out of the 100-point club. Not to be. 174 is more than respectable, and they finally found their feet. Maybe just a bit of a cold start for them, and I'm looking forward to map number 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to map number 2 because you can just tell as we got deeper into that first HP, the gun started getting a little more warmed up. Conwell was finding a couple 2 pieces, so was Choco. But Abe and Kex, need to see more out of those guys because they were the guys that were running the SMG for this team. And now that you're going into back-to-back Karachis, you need to make sure you get those guys activated early on. And mostly for these guys, when you're working your way up through challenges, you come from that S&D scene. So let's hope that that is the fact for Nobility so they can try to fight back into this one.
Yeah, I've always said S&D seems to be the great equalizer between some of these teams. Sometimes you have really good respawn teams, but it's always the S&D that most teams kind of ace in the kind of the sleeve. I don't think that's the right way to say that at all, but it doesn't matter. Realistically, with these teams when they go forward, they play a lot of S&D over and over again. The breaks are going to matter, the strategies are going to matter, and you probably won't know everything that you're going to come against. You'll know the normal things like people sitting in various places, but it's where teams can really start to shine and make a difference.
This is where you're winning championships. It even happens in the CDL. CDL and in S&D, you win those, you're walking away with W's. In challenges, it's the same thing because this is just that complete unknown factor. The momentum can completely shift to the opposing team depending on how they play the S&D, how aggressive they look, and how great they are performing throughout these rounds. So I think if you are Nobility, you just have to be able to bounce back on this Karachi Search and Destroy. Don't continuously give that momentum to the opposing team because you saw that their guns were hot. They were filling themselves after map number 1. They're going to trade that into the map number 2, but if you can shut that down, then you make it definitely a series.
Yeah, you really do, and that's what they'll be looking for here. Get this one a little bit further along, but no, I think you can take positives from both teams realistically in that first map and going to highlight some of the great players. I still think Nobility Rising, with how bad it was, do you remember me talking about going into the second rotation, still only had 35 points.
Yeah, to
fight back from that point is always difficult. You know, just mentally getting your head back into the game, but to not give up and to fight back to that point, it says that maybe things could have been very, very different. Now, with S&D, the great equalizer, we will see if they're feeling themselves now.
Yeah, S&D Karachi. You got to see if Nobility is able to turn up. Those SMGs have to set pace through the middle of the map, and Chaos have to be ready for these first bloods and the nades coming over the top, which you could already see for Nobility. First play call going to be over towards B. You're slowing out those nades, making sure no one's going to get blooded by a Kobe coming over the top. Now Chaos have a couple players set up over towards B, but the first blood, none other than Hollow to find it.
It's got it. Mock will get the second as well. And there's a lot of map been taken away here from Nobility Rising. Bomb is also in the wind. Con was looking. What they want here is just a pick, realistically, to get themselves some way of evening it up.
And the way that Con was playing, he was just making sure no one's going to be pushed out in towards red, but Chaos have not moved an inch on their setup. They're simply playing for info. Conway does find the freebie onto Frosty, but Nemi's right around the corner. He decides not to break down that door, just keep his team still in the main advantage.
And Con, this is all on him. He's just playing it slow at the moment. They know they don't have the numbers. Out goes the stun. Nemi knows where he's going to be, but even with this information, realistically,
hello?
Chaos haven't done an awful lot about it. Con.
Bomb's all the way across the map.
Hollow eventually takes him down, and there's nothing he can do. Con will find 2 into this round, but not unless he has a teleporter. Is he getting anywhere near it?
Yeah, no, there's no chance for him to even collect this objective, put the bomb down. You did not play that round correctly. Once it turns to a 2v3, you see there's only 30 seconds left. I know you get a sound cue that there's a player outside of red, but if we don't stand a chance, if we're not going to be playing with this objective, because we're not going to find everybody else after that, with the bomb being down all the way across the map. But I'd like to see Nobility wrap back and potentially play for that objective play, but they decided to play for the kills, and it comes back to bite them as Chaos take the first round. Conway does end that round, though, on a 2 streak.
Well, let's see how this kicks off here with Chaos with the attacking team, and someone might need to go back for bomb. There we go. It's been recognized. Mark will have to go back and get it. They're making a move towards B here, and you can already see Hollow is looking to see if there's anybody he can spot at this point.
Yeah, Hollow's just being aggressive with that rival 9 up to the middle of the map. You get no stun hit markers, no nade hit markers, or someone getting aggressive up through B, so you've gotten to read that Nobility can be playing this nice and slow in the back of their spawn, as it's already been 40 seconds wiped off of the game clock. You have Frosty watching the deep pinch, but the rest of Chaos finally making a play over towards B.
It's a slow burner. Trying to get through. He's definitely spotted somebody. They've opened this one up a little bit. Oh, and Hollow. That's huge. Taking it as well. Can he get a second? Not going to be. 3 versus 3, but Nemi will get Conwa. Now have to plant.
Yeah, 25 seconds left. You just got to get that objective done. You have players watching over you, so now Nobility forced to retake into 3v2. Not an easy sight, especially with the map position that Chaos currently have. You have mid-watch, you have players low bridge and top bridge. Someone has to win an insane gunfight.
Oh, they're not going to get it. There's just not going to be enough to get through. And this B-bomb site, it can be such a pain to take. There is just so many good areas of cover to kind of watch it for. Oh my goodness, Kex drills a player. It's going to be too little too late, realistically. No team is going to give you time. Oh, surely he's not going to just gun him. He knows where he is. Unfortunately, just has to go for the defuse. And Nemi will finally put that one to bed.
Yeah, it was just a 1v3. Not that much time for Kex to work with. He finds the first angle for the free first kill, and then the second read onto the second player. But you see Nemi spinning a little bit, dancing through the top bridge. He knew that there was no time for him to stick that defuse. Secures another round for Chaos. On the back of the first blood, out of Hollow again. It's now 2 rounds in a row that he's just setting the pace, setting the tone with that SMG early on.
All right, well, let's see. For an ability rising, this attack, they're going to want to get it done and get that point back onto the board. Can't keep starting slow in these maps. Looks like they're going to go for an A hit, and if they're quick, they'll get it. If not, there's a few players watching the cross already.
Yeah, Frosty's already got a good read on it. You spot that bottom ticket door bust through. Now him and Nemi here to try to hold down this positioning, but you already have Hollow going in the deep pinch. Look at how far behind enemy lines he is. With Choco watching that angle, he's going to be able to give the calm, but the engagements are now about to go down with Nemi, putting down a couple shots.
Conwart does find something. This opens up the sight for them wonderfully. You can already see them moving into a plant position. Frosty gonna try and get over, but no, doesn't get it in Conwart. Oh, wait a second, had the wrong gun out. We'll eventually get it. Hollow will get the trade, though. Down to a 2 versus 3.
It's basically a 2v2, though, because it's still Choco all the way across the map. Mock is able to find a freebie onto Kex. Now with only 30 seconds left, keep in mind that player does not have coverage sneakers on. Hollow's going to go for the challenge, has him one shot. Now it's time to set up Mock for that kill, but with only 25 seconds left, Choco now has to try to clutch up from top AC.
They see him. They know where he's going to be. 1 versus 1. Oh, and he will have seen him leave there as well. The timing is horrible. And nothing they can do. He was late, but it's perfectly on time for the ability rising. Wasn't there for the trades, but was there for the clutch.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Choco. To get himself back into the play. Like you said, there for the clutch. I think if you're mocking that situation, once you gain the information of your teammate just dropping from top AC, you were able to spot him jumping in towards red. You just got to play around that bomb. Play around the bus area. Force him to jump on out, because if he continuously stays towards top red balcony, eventually he's going to have to make a move to check the bomb site. But when he's able to spot you running towards ticket, that's when he knows I can continuously play this clock. The round's going to go in my favor as the ability finally get one on the board.
All right, let's see. I mean, this, again, player having to go back for the bomb. Means Mark will be a few seconds late to this one, but it looks like they're going to be working B one more time. A little bit of a different setup, though, and they've caught them flat-footed, and ability rising will get that first blood.
It's a big kill to shut down Hollow. So far, their most aggressive player on Chaos Rally. So now you have the man advantage. You have full setups towards both sites. Just got to get a read early on where the pressure's coming in from so the reinforcements can come help.
And this is a fortress they have to break through. It's not going to be easy. It might actually be easier to rotate. The player sitting bridge. You have to win 2 very big gunfights for them. Frosty is looking, but they're going to find him eventually. Abe not able to get the bullets down, though, but the information will be good still.
Yeah, that's good information. You would have liked to have that kill. But at least you set up your teammate to find that kill for free. As Abe gets the kill onto Frosty. Instantly a 4v2. The stun, the nade, isolates Nemi out. And now it's a 1v4 left up to Mock with only 20 seconds left. Yeah, Nobility tied the game up at 2.
Yeah, this isn't going to happen, unfortunately. I mean, probably will just check the bomb anyway. The more bodies coming over. They still actually don't know where he is. There we go. Bomb down. 1 versus 4. Player right behind him. And that is going to be it. Kex will get it. And you were right. That is done. 2-2.
Yeah. They start off with the first blood onto Hollow. You already took map control. And then on a map like Karachi, where if you're getting picked off on your early attack, you're now forced to try to make a hero play, try to find an opening. It was Frosty trying to do it through the middle of the map, but Abe takes care of him. And then in a 4v2, there's too many numbers for Nobility. As Kex in the perfect position to probably pad his stats a little bit, you know, find a free kill, get some extra score in front of the defuse, the ability to tie the game a bit too.
All right, finally come alive. Little adjustments through the S&D. It's certainly paying dividends. Now, the ability rising. Can they find another big push? It looks like the bomb is picked up, and that bomb is snaking its way to B, slowly but surely. Going for a little bit of a low here. It's a 3 low push through market. They may go straight for this.
Yeah, the smoke is going to get invested. They're just going to try to take B nice and early, but do they read the positioning out of Mock? He's able to find a free first blood. The bomb is also going to get planted, so the play is going to be on him. Can Mock find any more?
Oh, they've just got enough bodies here to kind of squeeze them back in it. An ability have run out of positioning. 2 versus 4, but with bomb down, there is just a glimmer of hope. But is it enough? No. Mock finds it a 1 versus 4 for Conwa.
Yeah, and he's worked his way all the way on a deep pinch. He's going to be able to take down Mock, but with 20 seconds left, have someone stick on the defuse. He does plan it for a stretch, so if he could win another gunfight, potentially a chance, but Nobility, they just got caught off guard. They didn't think that Mock was going to be in that position towards top bridge. He's able to find 3 on the round, secure it for Chaos.
Chaos to eventually get it, and you got to say, it was a just holding off that bridge kind of play for them. They weren't expecting it, and it took away the positioning they wanted to hold that bomb site. Conwell wasn't a good position, but realistically, when you've got 3 players against you, they're just going to be all ironed in, just locked on anywhere that you can shoot from one diffusers.
And now Chaos able to take the lead right on back. So I think if you are Nobility, you have to do it the way that you've been getting it done the last couple of rounds, and that's finding that first blood. Forcing Chaos to change their objective minds. As everyone is just going to run right by the bomb. I know they're getting sick and tired of it. All right, I'll get it. I'll turn back around and get it. This time it's going to be Nemi to secure the bomb, but you see Nobility on their defenses. They have 3 players over towards A side. They're just trying to play for early info. They think the pressure's not going to be over towards B, but once you spot Frosty through the back of the spawn, they know it's going to be a slow round.
Well, they've got a bit of bridge positioning, but getting this down is just not going to be easy. You have to tuck in really tight to that bomb, otherwise your ankles will get taken off. Already you can see Nobility. They've pushed back a bit. They've given up this space. Opportunity here for Chaos to get the bomb down.
Oh, yeah, this is free. Like, just get a smoke down. You can work this bomb plant at B. You already have bridge control. So just got to try to find this timing. And I think Conwa, even though he does get the info, a couple of team shots coming in on him and Choco, the bomb is now going to get planted as that trophy does get invested. So it's going to be a 4v4 retake. Can Nobility try to clutch up?
This first blood is going to be everything. It'll either shut off an angle or open one up, depending on which side you are on. Oh, we're just desperately looking for it, and Chaos done a really good job of not giving them anything so far, but when you don't give them anything to look for, they can get a bit close here already. The first blood has gone down. Nemi gets one back here. Conwar is just trying to throw everything, but they haven't got onto this bomb yet. Has to go for it. There we go. Conwar makes a dive. Frosty will get Kex. Conwar's still going to go forward. Not going to be enough. It is too many bodies in the way for the defuse.
Yeah, it's just too easy. Even though Choco with some great shots to find a double, does turn into a 1-on-1, but Chaos is saying every single time you guys are not playing aggressive up on B, we're just going to take bridge and plant the bomb on you, force you to try to retake, and that's been their recipe to success. I think if you are Nobility, you have to put players on that side of the map. Just can't contest from back castle or from the low side of Fountain. You have to get aggressive up through bridge side, because every time they have known you are not crossing towards the left, they're just putting that bomb down, and then it's very, very difficult to try to break back in. As Chaos is starting to pull away in the search to destroy, up 4-2, back on the defensive end. Nobility have to have an answer here on the attack.
That's what they're looking for. It's looking like maybe I thought it was going to be an A hit there, but no, they turn left. Stun there. Huge information coming in for Chaos. Rusty just trying to stay alive. That bomb is currently sitting in the middle here, and they've lost the first blood. Habe is in the pit, and they know as well. Look at players dive on him. Eventually going to get it down to a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, now it's left up to Kex and Choco. We're playing on 2 total opposites of the map. Choco gets info onto 1, but Nemi with the rival up close, able to win that gunfight. Now Kex left in the 1v4. You have to work your way back over to recovering that bomb. But you can find a couple kills on the way there that can make it a lot easier. He's going to get a freebie onto Mock, makes it a 1v3 with 40 seconds.
Kex just trying to stay alive, though. Doesn't want to give him an easy one, but Has to get the bomb back. 30 seconds in a dream.
We're not even playing for it, Bryce. Like, I don't even know if he's going for the objective.
He's on a 1 streak. There you go. 2 streak. Yeah, you're not getting this now. You're just not going to get there in time. Maybe just looking for the kills. Oh, got to be careful. Have that 1v1 chow. They almost gave him what was essentially the perfect clutch scenario. You know, 1v1 gunfights constantly. Fortunately, I think if they had lost this one, the other player would have just run and hid in a corner.
Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened. But, all right, guys, too close for comfort. Just going to sit this corner, secure this round for us. I just think Nobility right now not showing any teamwork. It's a lot of individual plays. Remember, one player watching deep flank from a total opposite side of the map, and then someone watching a deep flank for the people on over towards Chicken Coop side. It's just no teamwork right now from Nobility. You have to put that in sync because Chaos right now just simply outclassing them in this series as they're now at game point.
Here's what they're going for. One big push, and that's a huge first blood. That could be the game. You've got a little bit of aggression here from Nobility Rising, though. Positioning better than it has been before. Nemi's going to see it. Knows that's what's come through. And a 2 versus 4, or they lose this S&D.
Yeah. So Abe and Tex have a tall task ahead of him, but Abe at least finds a double. Doesn't allow that bomb plant to go down. Is able to get out with his life for 15 HP. But now he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. They know exactly where he is. That bomb is now going to get planted. And if he can find a time to at least eliminate him off, he stands a better chance. But now he has 40 seconds in a 1v2.
All right, Bullets in the MCW. Needs a kill. Desperately needs to find one. Knows that somebody's probably going to be bridge. Just checking every single angle. Around the top. Doesn't see it. Sees him down low. Means he's been seen as well, and they're looking for it. Almost had Hollow there.
Hello.
Onto his own head. Oh, it's a horrible one, but Abe's going to get it. Frosty will now chow in 7.5 seconds. He checks it as well, and just patience from Frosty. Knows the timing on his side. That bomb will not be defused. Doesn't matter how this last one goes, but that is the map.
Yeah, that is the map. Chaos X Rally. There's a better game plan on the search and destroy. Aggression out of the SMGs, taking map control, and then using their teamwork to walk out on top in this search and destroy. I would like to see Nobility just make a couple more adjustments on their defense, not allowing that B plant to go down as free. They try to do it at the very last round right there, but Hollow was able to get that freebie first blood as he was crossing 2 bottom bridge. But Nobility just way too spread on their attacking routes for me, Bryce. That's what it came down to. When you're a team, especially on the attacking side for Karachi, you know how the default setups are. One player probably over towards A, one towards middle, and then a couple players, the last couple players over towards that B point. It was just like no crossfires, a whole lot of individual gunfights, and Chaos, they were happy as hell that was the way that it was going to play out because their gunnies are hot as they find themselves up 2-0 in this series. Just take a look at the stats. Demi walks away with 8, Hollow with 7. Multiple first lows for both of those young men, but from start to finish, it was just better teamwork out of Chaos X Rally to now put themselves up 2-0.
Yeah, they did. It always kind of seemed a little bit more in control, realistically. The, bit of clutches there. Conwar and A did very well, and I think even Choco when, they come through for it. But, yeah, it was kind of one-sided with the setups, or at least the confidence in the break here. Even with Chaos X Rally, having to kind of get a player to go get the bomb every time, like obviously designated bomb carriers essentially to kind of work that site. But no, you are right. It was mostly kind of in control for the most of the way through, I would say. Yeah,
because if you imagine, right? Imagine we're in right. Me, you, Ton, and Shift, right? And we have 3 players going over towards A. The last player is camping my chicken coop. And the guy camping my chicken coop, he just doesn't move, and we end up getting pinched. Like, this is the kind of plays that Ability we're making. 3 players on one side, or potentially 2 players on one side, with the other 2 guys just playing completely individually. When you're going on land, it probably works with you at home. But now at land, where people are sitting right across from you, your teammates are right next to you, those plays cannot happen, especially in these moments, because then it comes back to bite you. Now you're forced to try to complete a reverse sweep versus a team who's been completely out-shooting you, out-strategizing you, and out-teamworking you. So this is a tall task right here for Nobility to try to come back.
It certainly is. But hey, sometimes dreams do come real, and with control up next, maybe they'll find their stride here. Nobility Rising, there was certainly highlights for them on the last respawn, at least in the second half of it. So maybe they can make their way forward into this one. Of course, Chaos X Rally, they will like to just put this one down as a 3-0 this early on and move forward to the next round of the bracket. But anything could certainly happen with these 2 teams.
And you got to keep in mind, too, Bryce, this is loser's bracket. So you lose this series, you're out. You're going home. Everything that you've practiced for weeks on weeks is now not going to have an opportunity to be displayed in front of the world because you're going to get knocked out nice and early. So I think if you are Nobility, you just got to completely forget about these last 2 maps and give everything that you can into this control to try to keep this series alive.
You certainly do. All right, while the control is getting set up, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here at Challenges Miami. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Miami. You are joining us with Chaos X Rally versus Nobility Rising. Right now, Chaos X Rally have the upper hand. They are 2-0 to the good. The hardpoint was great from them. The S&D even better.
Yeah, nah, they've just been in control of the series from start to finish. They were up, 150 points in the game one before Nobility started to slowly climb their way back into the game. And in the search or destroy, it was just textbook. We're talking about a lot of teamwork on full display, a lot of easy rounds. You're just going up the beat, throwing your smoke, getting it down, having bridge control. It was all clicking for Chaos Rising. So now they're up 2-0. You're going into a Karachi control where the SMGs have not been tested or at least slowed down in the last two games. And if they continue to play like that, this is going to be a quick run for Nobility. You need to have those SMGs being able to perform on a map like Karachi.
Yeah, they do, and maybe they can have a little bit of a better run than the S&D. We spoke about the hardpoint before. Realistically, Chaos X Rally had a huge lead on the Rio Hardpoint to begin with, but Nobility Rising did fight back. Unfortunately, that momentum seemed to stop dead in the S&D, so maybe it's just respawn. They have the firepower to go toe-to-toe. Unfortunately, that's what's up next, the control.
Yeah, well, they better be able to bring it here because this is a loser's bracket game. You will go all the way to Miami to get home on the second day of you competing in the Challengers event. If you cannot find an answer on this control.
Well, let's see. They've been sat down. They've been ready to get this lobby underway. Obviously, the loser of this one is eliminated. That's the problem. It is an elimination game. You've already had your chances, and this is your last one. If you do not do anything here, Nobility Rising will just be committed to basically having a little bit of a watch for the rest of it. But let's see what they can do.
Yeah. You have to try to find an answer here. If you are Nobility, series is far from over. But you need to be able to put it together on this Karachi control. Usually, when we talk about control in this game, Bryce, it's coming down to the team that's a lot better on the defenses. But on a map like Karachi, it's usually the team that finds a lot of success on the attacking because if you don't have someone consistently blocking that red spawn to where they're going to get those close junk spawns and able to reinforce into B really quickly, that's when the game starts to get chaotic. So I think if you're whatever team is going to be on the defensive end, that's the position you always have to conquer. Over towards junk, force the game to be a lot more difficult for the attacking team.
All right, let's see. Ability straight into A to begin with. Going for all of this control, make sure nobody pushes through market. They've got good control here. Sometimes you see teams try to throw an early B in just to see whether or not they can get it. That's not going to be the case. Nobility Rising playing a very standard setup, but only one body in the point. And they've kind of left a lot of this open here. Not really got a lot of top three control.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of map control, but at least the control that they do have, they're making the kills count. As they find a double, the second tick is about to be complete. Mach tries to go on the flank, finds nothing for his position. And now if you are Nobility, this is where you can start to be more aggressive. You already completed A. You've extended time by a minute. You have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work your way up the red with players already in that position. This next wave of kills is so important for Nobility.
You see, they have got a little bit of clearance going through. This is certainly a different kind of team we are seeing. Kex already getting into this point. Chaos coming off the respawn. Oh, hitting Skinny Alley as well, but Mock trying to just lock them one down here with 2 already in. That first tick is done. Yeah,
that first segment is already in, so if you are Chaos, you cannot allow them to walk away with anything more. So the contest is going to be here for Mock. Great team shots out of him and Hollow to take care of Choco. Last player is going to be Kex. He only finds 1 for his play. Does get shut down on a 5, so no cruise missile is going to be earned. But finally, if you are Chaos, you have taken some map control right on back. They do sniff out Hollow, so another opportunity with Nobility to just sprint right at the speed point.
That's what we're looking for. Here we go. Nemi not going to be able to hold it. And Mock has to jump down, look for this player. Unfortunately, bodies are flooding through, and he's going to go down as well. Nobility Rising, upping the tempo here to get back into it. And with that second tick not far away, they have locked them back into this spawn. The worst chow point in the game, by the way, this one. Having to put your head above it while you know people are pre-aiming. Nobility, it's going to be done.
Oh, that was beautiful. Okay, that's exactly how you got to get it done if you are Nobility. Just non-stop aggression, clutching up in those couple of gunfights, and when you get the kills in sync, in control, that's the best possible scenario. As they found the right kills at the right time, you're forcing all of Chaos Rally to jump over that back alley. And like you said, that's just not the easiest way to break your way on into the point. Nobility Rising, okay. Backs against the wall. They're starting to play some good COD. First round goes to them.
Wow. Nobility Rising. I don't know what happened in the break, but maybe the greatest team talk of all time. certainly fired into that offensive round, basically with no steps wrong at all. And now on the other side of it, you can see Chaos. They are committing a few more bodies to this one. They've gone straight into 8. That first tick of progress is already going to be done. Monk looking for anybody challenging his teammates, and I don't think Nobility are going to.
Yeah, they're probably just going to set up around that B push because they know they weren't going to contest over towards B, but you have to make that setup count. You had one player go on the pinch, but at least Choco makes up for it with a double A with the third. So now for the rest of Chaos Rally, they're going to get the close spawns over towards red. It's exactly what you want in this scenario, but it's all about these next wave of fights.
Oh, wonderful BAME switch there, but unfortunately, Chaos X Rally will still get the better trade from it, and come what's been seen, and the timing there is the worst it could be. Fortunately, close spawn. Can they get over that wall before it gets locked down? They already have. Choco also going to be here trying to cut off reinforcements for them. They need to get some bodies into this one now. Unfortunately, Mock is just making a mockery of them as well. Choco for the flank, for the contest, for the time they need is going to fall. More bodies to reinforce, but this is looking like another fast round again.
Oh, yeah, the second segment is already about to be complete, but at least you win that first gunfight onto Frosty. Abe finds a double to take him out of that objective. Now Nobility find all the kills in the feed. It's all about trying to contest this close red spawn because you pay attention to your minimap. All of Chaos, they were here for the next go-around of gunfights. They found another 3 in the feed. Now Nobility, everyone forced to jump over the dumpster. Choco does earn himself a cruise missile, but this is not an opportunity where you want to invest it. As they are on the point, the rest of the Nobility have to try to get it over the dumpster side.
Still contested. There's still bodies everywhere. Conway is throwing bullets through the doorway. Gets one. Unfortunately, they lose the trade. And this one's almost done. I don't even know if they can get there. When they hop the wall, they will need a miracle to stop this one. But another offensive win round for these two teams.
Yeah, I told you, Bryce. This is the only control map that we have in the game that offenses are probably a little bit better than the defensive side. Because every other map, if you're just able to hold strong on your setup, defenses are usually the key to success, but on a map like Karachi, if you're not blocking that close red spawn, you're just allowing them to instantly be in your face at that B point. As both team walks away with the attack, all tied up in 6 when you talk about the segment column. But at least if you are Nobility and Choco, you have that cruise missile to work with.
All right. Well, this certainly is a game. Both teams really getting it done very, very fast. Doesn't come down to lives or time at all. All ticks gone straight through, and this time it's going to be a B hit. They went A last time. This time they're going for B, but the Hollow stands strong on a 4 streak as well, just diving away. Got to be careful. Saw a player there. Did he see him? He did. Back in with a new magazine. Goes for the stun Chow, and eventually he's going to fall. They've got to be careful not to lose too many here.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You don't want to lose too many here because then you're going to allow Nobility to just push up on towards that B point. But with Mock putting down a couple shots, they know that the play has to come in towards A. Abe there for the trade. It's the first second. It's about to be worked on. You also have Kex working on the defense as well, so they might be trying to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. With him already applying pressure over towards B, you're not going to force Chaos to focus both points.
And they are just trying to make sure they don't lose it here, but B being captured, they do have to commit some bodies to get back towards it. You've got to remember here that we do talk about ticks as a bit of currency. If you can get more and get them locked in, even if you don't win the round, it may give you the advantage later on. But Kex just trying to stay alive. Now going to be a 1 versus 2 as more bodies come to reinforce, and it's just unbelievable. Everybody fighting in tight confines, but eventually they will fall. That tick wasn't got either.
Yeah, that tick was not completed over towards B, so now you have to get A out of the way. You've eliminated the player who was pushed up towards the middle of the map, and now that progression is slowly working their way up towards A. 2 people on it. Time is now going to get extended. So now how do Chaos respond on the exit kills? Hollow finds a double, pulls out the Renetti. Not good enough to find that triple. But you're keeping yourself in the control of the map. You're forcing all the Nobility to overstand up through that B street.
Wow. They're trying to get through to this one, but not finding it yet. They've got some bodies in good positions. You can see Abe. He'll try and stop this clock. That's the best they can hope for here. Somebody will commit to try and getting him out, but it does open up those alleyways. Kex, you can see, is already threading his way through as well. Knows where Hollow's going to be. Hollow is not aware of it. Trying to stay alive. Pressure on, but really, Nobility not able to get as many people as they want towards this point.
Yeah, they just don't have the spawns. You're forced to overextend every single time. Now with Conway finding that freebie onto Mock, you open up the close spawns for your teammates. Now you're giving yourself another opportunity to try to get into the point, but you have to get past the setup out of Chaos. One towards bottom ticket, one at single window. Everyone else around the cafeteria area. Trades are going to be there, but it's still Chaos coming out on top of the engagements.
Just trying to be careful, and you can see they are looking to make a way forward, but you are right. With that overextend, you basically have to run the gauntlet, and every time you get staggered on the push, it's more time burnt. They really only have maybe one or two good pushes left in them. They're now trying to get here. You can see Conwell going through Skinny Alley. He will probably dive this point if he can get onto it just to stop the clock, but he has to be careful. That gunfight is going to be huge. Isn't going to win it either. And this is the issue. It's too little at a time. There is no big push.
Yeah, this is their last push. Nobility are forced to overextend. You have Conwell at least trying to wrap back through junk side, but as long as you are Chaos Rally, you're not going 2 to 3 yet. This should be your round. And he finds the first. No more response for Nobility. Frosty with the second. Team shots on to the third. Last play, you know, has to be over towards junk. Cannot find the triple, but you're going to find success in the round. Only allowing 4 segments to the opposing team. Chaos have now put themselves in the advantage. Up 2-1. You got 4 segments to make up for, but if you walk away with an attack, that's a clean 3-0.
Well, let's see. Can they get an attack, or will we be going to a round 5 here in the control? Could genuinely go either way. Both teams have had great attacking rounds. The Chaos, do they go for the standard A? They did it last time and were basically uncontested. They try and throw in a sneaky B.
I think if I'm them, I'm currently down by 4 segments. You still got to keep in mind that Choco does have a cruise missile to work with, so let's just try to get it out of the way. They didn't contest us at all in round number 1. There's always 2 players stacked up to the point. This time, everybody from Nobility don't stack over towards B. They stack over towards A, and they're at least able to release some of that pressure at the B point, but still great positioning from Octaf on that trade.
Oh my goodness! The beatdown, Mark continuing on going. Staying alive will avenge. No, hasn't fallen. Now has Marky control. And I think Nobility have said, all right, that's enough. No more bleeding. I was actually going to call this one in. I don't know if that was 100% necessary.
No.
It's terrible. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, it's really, really bad.
That's not the best way to use a cruise missile. You don't want to take down one of your teammates, because now you open up a lane for Chaos to be aggressive up through B. As that A capture is about to be complete, comes up to this one-on-one. Abe was able to win it, but should be a couple more players here from Chaos ready to contest him to secure this A point. As Chaos find himself up by 3 lives, they're going to be able to extend this time, and a big one-on-one gunfight right in front of us. Choco not going to walk away with it, so Frosty has junk, and now Chaos have an opportunity to sprint right through the front.
Just around the back. He knows where one's going to be. Oh, gets it eventually. Slides out as well, but has been found. This all comes down to the trades. Mock will find a second. Eventually will fall. Frosty will get his back here, but his teammates are not there. And this will go back to the spawn, but a little bit of chaos, and no pun intended.
Yeah, at least if you are Chaos, you're continuously just keeping that chaos at bay. As they find another 3 in the feed, this might be the game right here. If you find this last kill onto A, he's doing his best to try to dance around with depth. He's able to find a double, gives his team another opportunity to contest this point.
Oh, that's just too many bullets into it. Frosty will go down, though. They've got players in good positions. Conwa holding them at bay. Nobility Rising refusing to duck out of this one. Just finding enough kills to keep it ticking over. The problem is now going to be the trades. They have given up map control. What is going on? Nobility Rising, if they stack this, it's done.
Yeah, and if this pitch doesn't work out, it's definitely done. As Nemi's able to at least read one. First segment, second segment about to be complete. Everyone from Chaos in towards the point. They are trading efficiently, even though Choco does find one. The close spawn still here for Chaos to reinforce.
Choco has to jump down, and unfortunately he's going to go away. That third tick is almost upon us. Nemi with a gun, but there are bodies here. Nobility Rising have the players to try and get this one done. Nemi's going to look for the players coming over the wall. There they are, and he isn't going to be able to do anything about it. It doesn't matter. That'll be it. A 3-0. Chaos X Rally will take it.
Yeah, they were just a better team, Bryce. We're talking about the opening HP. You start off up by like 150 points. You're already feeling yourself at the end of that map number 1, even though it got a little bit closer than they probably wanted it to. But then when you walk away with the Karachi and the 6-2, you're up 2-0 in the series. You already know. You're looking left and right like these guys are not messing with us. They're not shooting with us. They're not out-strategizing us. We just got to go in here and do what we do best. And that's be aggressive with our SMGs. Non-stop pressure from Chaos in that map number 3. Securing 2 attacking rounds, 1 defense to walk away with a clean 3-0 in the series.
Well, that has been clean and done for them. Chaos X Rally. Definitely a great run from them. Nobility Rising, they are out of this tournament now, but certainly some great signs of life. They came back on the hard point. They made a good accounting of themselves in the end on that control. A little bit of the wrap round. They went for the pinch, and I think it just kind of threw a little bit of chaos, and eventually they just couldn't win the trades.
Yeah, it's because they left one player alive at Cafe. They did not want to contest him because if you lose a couple of gunfights on that side, everyone's spawning over to the dumpster. So they try to set up for a deep pinch, hoping that it would catch Chaos off guard, but they read it to perfection. Basically, for like a minute, they had that jump over. All they have to do is watch them bust, watch the low ticket, and they had a perfect read on where Nobility were trying to break in from. But at that point, it was just too late. Chaos Rally walk away with the clean 3-0. Like I said, great plays out of Nemi, Mach, and Hollow. Even Frosty at some points. Not really the best performance in this map number 3, but you walk away with the W. Keep your tournament dreams alive. And now for Nobility Rising, like you said, it was cool that they kept a couple maps close, but you're still overall eliminated from the tournament. Now you have to go back home and play ranked, where Kex is a demon. He's sitting ranked over 30 overall, but pretty sure that's 2 respawns now that he went negative. So you best believe the next time I play with him, Bryce, I'm chirping a little bit.
Well, if it's not bad enough that your tournament is over, you're also going to feel the wrath of study. Oh, that's a horrible thing to have to deal with. Trust me, I've been on the receiving end of it playing a ranked game with you as well, so I know exactly what that is like. But hey, that's the first game of our coverage here today, and losers round 5. Many games left to go as well, though, Stud, and it should be a very good day for COD.
Yeah, it should be, man. Hopefully going forward, we see teams with better teamwork and less individual plays, because we're talking about a lot of these guys who would just try to put an image on themselves. But in order to put an image on yourself, you need to be winning. And the only way you're winning in this Call of Duty is by using your teamwork. Not all this individual skill stuff, because you can look cool in a couple moments, but the W at the very end is going to go to the team that has better teamwork at the very end. So you have to make sure going forward, for all the teams remaining, you're using your teamwork. And I keep saying teamwork because teamwork makes the dream work.
It really does. That's one of the biggest differences when you go forward. It's easy to kind of know roughly where you should go and where you should rotate to and to win a gunfight, but doing that while coordinating it at the right time. It's always better to fight 2 versus 1 than 1 versus 1, because, you know, some gunfights just happens to go 50-50. But yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway for it. It's kind of that next level, right? You talk about, you know, you have your communications on point. You've got to make sure you can actually win a gunfight. You've got to know what you're doing in terms of spawns and where to play the power positions. But teamwork can make a much bigger difference. It's the next step up and probably one of the hardest things to get going forward. But while we're talking about teamwork, it's been a wonderful teamwork between us and you, and you've enjoyed the games and we've enjoyed the games. But we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the next round here at Challenge Miami will be upon us. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Miami. It is time to get into our next game. The players are sitting down, just getting ready, and this time I'm joined here by Shift. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. I mean, we couldn't be in Miami, so I tried to bring Miami to the broadcast in a certain way. Had to go a little floral for you. And yeah, I mean, hey, this is an interesting one because on the schedule, another matchup where you look at Timor and say, what's going wrong with these guys on land? Another early lower bracket entry for these guys. Have to fight it through the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be disappointing for them. I think their coach kind of commented on it earlier. Opportunities to win all 3 maps, but they were still 3-0'd, and it does put them into this position. A potential early exit for them would be disastrous. We keep talking about, Europe didn't do that great in Boston, and Miami could be shaping up the same way.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it is a bit of a surprise, like you mentioned, the 3-0 versus Clutch Rain. I mean, we kind of had this weird situation in Europe where the top 3 teams keep, like, trading off one another between Timor and EU, taking a couple of roster changes from one another, and then Clutch Rain's just sitting around saying, we're good. We're not going to make any changes, and so far it seems like it's worked out pretty nicely for them. So, yeah, it's definitely one of those things that kind of has you scratching your head a little bit, I think, especially with the recent favor that Timor has had since adding Hixie into the roster. They come off of their first week of a change. They win Cup 4. They followed up with the second place last week in Cup 5. So it's just kind of trying to figure out what's going wrong and why these guys can't quite find wins, stay in the upper bracket a little bit longer here on land.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. Realistically, Team War, they've been looking to kind of make a name for themselves, especially considering there's been so many eyes on them. I think that's the most difficult thing. The pressure is always going to be on this squad, for the simple reason being these are names that people have been used to seeing in the CDL.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think for a lot of them, it's one of those things of, especially looking at some of the teams these players were on and where they find that, the teams find themselves now, it's like, maybe we shouldn't have dropped these guys. It's one of those things that they've played so well over the course of their careers, no matter how long they've been. And I think even in particular, look at last year, I would say that every single one of the players had really good showings when they were in the CDL. It just comes down to not being able to hold their ground in North America, just like as just staying there just in general. So yeah, it's one of those situations that you look at and you say, you kind of have to reprove yourself again. And I would have to figure that with a good placement here this weekend, all 4 of them have very good opportunities to be looked at in much greater length to kind of fill out possible CDL rosters to go.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And I was just kind of clarifying something here. I'm not sure, didn't Hixie move to Omid?
Yeah, this should be Nenza in the Team War spot for their 4th. Yeah, absolutely.
I should double check myself. I was like, has there been a roster move I've missed? They've gone back for some reason, but no. Obviously, a little bit of a change here. Denza has obviously come in and joined this roster to try and get it further forward. But you are right. I think the worst thing now for Team War, in my opinion, and even continuing on through losers, which they'll hopefully be doing if you're a Team War fan.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the stigma of falling that early. Realistically, they've all come here to win, and not doing so is kind of showing them up against the competition.
Yeah, it's one of those things, too, of, the bit of, I would say, maybe benefit, if you want to call it, like looking for silver linings and dropping out, or not out, but down this early, is you get a chance to kind of regain after what, like you said, on Twitter was apparently a very close series. And now you're going up against a Rhino esports crew that is mostly filled with players in North America that have really had a hard time cracking through the top 32, generally speaking. None of them have seen the elite, really, maybe outside of Groovy, but that wasn't necessarily a great showing. So you look at Prospect, Detain, Groovy, and Maestro is this group of 4. And it is one of those situations that, yeah, you would assume that Team War holds some significant favor just on paper based on who they got on the other side of the screens.
Yeah, but hey, this is where legends are made, right? We're talking about this being a bit of a David versus Goliath here, but they are still in the same round of the lower bracket. That's the key thing here. You're still in this position. It's still an elimination game. It could go either way. You have had to have taken losses to get to this point. You will have also had to have had wins in this tournament to do the same thing. So both these teams will be looking to move further forward. Obviously, I think myself and Shift probably think this is going to Team War, but we don't know how they are playing today. We haven't had a true opportunity to watch them. All we really know is they got 3-0'd by Clutch Rain.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's kind of hard as well to kind of take a look and say, where do you kind of pinpoint your vulnerabilities? If you are Team War, seeing as you obviously lost all 3 maps, so like, are you more worried about your respawn here, or do you have some gaping holes in what's going on in your search and destroy? So, well, we're about to find out, what the map pool they provide, because we've got nothing but Invasion and Karachi to fill out this best of 5 here. And I will say, just kind of keep a note on it, Team War vetoing out both Rios may give us at least some sort of an idea in terms of them not wanting to get up close and personal and play in a more mixy style of close quarters combat, especially when you look at how that map plays both in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it could do as well. You got to say, some of the players on there, especially like Beams, probably doesn't want to play into that kind of area either. But the other interesting point is, I was going to say this, Team War obviously are going to be one of the more known teams rather than Rhino. So Rhino might have gone for may have done some research. Obviously, probably not a lot of time because they've only just kind of known they were playing them in the last hour or so. But there is an opportunity for them to have a slightly better method of vetoing, because I don't think Team War will know what Rhino are good at.
Well, Team Rhino may not know what they're good at. This is a pickup team. So, there's a level of that as well. Again, like the only player that's really seen some significant, success so far this year was Groovy, finished top 12 in North American Elite. But really outside of that, really haven't seen too much. Like, I will say maybe a little bit lucky in qualifying because, again, that team, that Bowser squad, just did not do all that well at all when they got to the Elite. And outside of that one performance getting into the North American Elite, like I mentioned, it's barely been beyond top 32 finishes for just about anyone on this roster. So it's definitely one of those David and Goliath stories. But, hey, we saw stories like this occur all throughout last year. You take down one good squad, all of a sudden you kind of like steal their seeding in a way, like as you move through the rest of the bracket. So there are opportunities, and again, you are dealing with a Team War team that very well may be a little bit mentally checked after the 0-3 loss. So, take advantage where you can, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to have to take advantage of, because the pressure, it's not so much on Rhino. I mean, the difference is going to be that, Rhino will be sitting there and, oh, God, that's Team War across from us, because it is a very storied team. Like, we know these players. You've probably watched them on the main stage recently. For Team War, though, on the other side of it, a little bit of a bad start or a bad few trades, and they're like, we could be eliminated so early here from what people are hoping for our run. And, realistically, the mental gymnastics, you do say, hey, maybe we just had a bit of a fluke or we weren't playing correctly come Boston. But if it happens again, I don't know what that plays on the chemistry of the team.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's one of those things that we often look at Europe and say it's usually very top heavy. And, at the moment, I think we're both kind of looking at this European region as a Omit versus Team War kind of rivalry story. But Clutch Rate and 5 are not to be taken lightly in any regard. And in fact, I mean, they both outplaced Omit EU and Team War at Boston. So there could be arguments here in terms of playing in person that those squads actually have a bit of an edge. So that does start to kind of maybe just, ruin out some of the things you found online. And you just don't want to go into a map, second guessing yourself. I think that's the biggest thing here if you're Team War. Use this as a chance to regain. This should be a quick 3-0, but it's time to prove it.
It certainly is. Well, let's find out then. I love kind of guessing of how these two teams are going to go to a war. No pun intended, but the proof is in the pudding. Both these two teams going to jump straight into this one and try to get many little bits of soak off of P1 as possible.
And I don't know about you. You and Tun had a lot of time to kind of watch over EU. I'm really curious to see what kind of form we're going to get out of Denza. I mean, he's always been one of those guys in Europe that you look at and say, boy, what else does he have to do to get a chance in the league? And I think it's one of those situations that he's always provided kind of like the spark plug for a lot of squads he's been on in terms of tempo, aggression, and just general pace. So I think that's what Team War are looking for out of the change-up. I mean, Hixie moving to Omid EU, definitely you look at that and say, okay, Denza's got to fill those shoes as being that up-close and personal kind of, IGL SMG. Get in the mix, give us the calls, and then find a way to get this objective going for you.
Yeah, and I don't think Team War were obviously very happy with that move at all, but it's something that certainly happened. Hixie was certainly a force to be reckoned with when he wasn't the Team War roster, and seemed to have carried that over to Omid EU. But I think Denza, for me, is one of the ones that it's the best possible fit for them in terms of who they could grab. It's one where, they weren't going to really find a replacement for Hixie because it's not easy to replace what Hixie was doing. Yeah,
that's such a fair shout. And I think it's one of those things that when Denza's really popping, he looks like a player that's just irreplaceable, right? It's kind of the same way where his ability to slay while also controlling the map is unbelievable. And for Team War, you've gotten a lot of that already. Maybe not necessarily straight from Denza, as Bance is off to a 5-1 start on 3 in a row, but first 2 hard points have been very successful for you. Now you've all of a sudden got Rhino Esports kind of trapped over towards Palace.
Yeah, and also one of the things that I kind of noticed for Team War, at least in European challenges, is it's kind of a horsepower team. It sounds crazy to say, but sometimes not always the perfect plays, but they really will just smash teams aside in the slaying department if they can.
That's a good shout. I mean, it is one of those things that you look at. That's one of the things, significantly speaking, when you have the individuals that can pop off at any given moment in time. I know that CDL teams look at that and say, he could be our guy, to fix some of our problems. So it's not surprising to hear that. But at the same rate, that also not showing up could lead to some of these losses that kind of take us by surprise, especially on land. Really no sign of that yet, though. And important to note, just to kind of speak to the other side, we talked a little bit about Groovy. Prospect is the other North American player here, but Maestro and Detain are actually both from Europe. He's joining under this kind of pickup squad. So this is kind of a cool little hybrid roster that comes by way of playing on LAN.
I was going to say, I thought the tank was from Europe. Yeah. I just had a double check. But yeah, I've certainly seen him a few times around the European scene. But right now, there's definitely a big hold coming through. And there is going to be an almost quite Prospect gets away with it and somehow gets into the point. But it is cleaned up eventually. At the moment, things are going Team War's way as we head towards P4. As I like to call it, that hard point that just feels awful when you're in it.
Yeah, absolutely the case, but it's really interesting because we've seen a handful of teams, like Thieves comes to mind, of squads that know how to soak up some time and kind of use that as a comeback catalyst. Well, maybe easier said than done. Stenza finds 2 on the outside, and Team War will actually be the first team to get into the hard point. And this is just all gas, no brakes. I was about to say, you know, if you're Rhino Esports, maybe you have a chance to kind of exist over the top of a scrappy hill and find some time, but Team War's not even allowing that to happen.
No, it isn't. They are basically just using this as a bit of a make sure they do everything correct at the moment. Beans locking this one in, and for Beans, you know, when he was in the CDL, we were talking about, you know, just locking down the lanes when he could, and when he's now kind of get to be able to just stretch his wings here and challenge it, it's actually looked really easy for him.
No, it really does. I think we both were looking at him at the beginning of the Modern Warfare 2 years like, whoa, this guy might be the future, just based on what he was able to do with really every weapon, including a sniper rifle. Thinking back to those hotel clips that he had early on during the Cups and some of the opening showcase tournaments that were being played. But it really is one of those things of, you know, all 4 of these guys have the opportunity to get into the league maybe for the first time or really get back to it. Just comes down to, you know, again, putting the number on the name here when it comes to finishing in this LAN and trying to find your way at least to a top 4.
And that's the thing. I mean, these are kind of known quantities as they look for this and just keep the slaying up. But you are right. If a CDL team wants to make a change, and there are some, you know, who've gone out top 12 in successive tournaments, well, these players not only are a known quantity, but if they are playing this game well as well, could be the opportunity to add to the roster. But right now, Rhino Esports are feeling the fury of Team War. Only 24 points so far in this.
They're having a hard time getting both feet on the ground right now if you're Rhino Esports. They're spawning all over the map. They're getting manipulated. They're not really able to concentrate any sort of a setup for break attempts, nor, on top of that, able to get themselves quickly into a hard point to open up a hill. So you're stuck on 24 seconds. You have been for what feels like the entirety of this map. I mean, Team War have strung together hill after hill after hill, and that doesn't look like it's going to be stopping anytime soon as Beans finds the final 2 to make sure the scrap time continues to go to Team War.
Yeah, every time I think, oh, they've got a little bit of a break here, the last player will just get the last few kills, and I was like, oh, they're nowhere near the time again. So we've got a second set of rotations. A 150-point gap is got between these 2 teams, and Rhino Esports right now is about just trying to make sure you're playing correctly. It's got to be a huge comeback if they want to make it, but they're going to have to find a completely different gear.
Yeah, and you can even see Beans is just finessing his life and really not even being tracked down. Oh, no, dude. Oh, just mercy. At a certain point, you just got to tap out of this map. It's going to be 200 to 24. Beans not losing any gunfight, any melee battle, any verbal debate. At this point, he's just doing it all.
Well, we spoke about this sometimes, but sometimes there are sharks that drop into the lower bracket a little bit early. We said Team War did drop in early themselves, and they are making the case for Rhino Esports, who are hoping to go further in this tournament. It is the nightmare scenario. A team has dropped in that is just sharpening their knives in preparation for the rest of the competition.
This is abusive, I think is the only word that comes to mind right now. And it's just the same thing, you know, you guys were talking about a little bit in the green room after your first matchup. It's just like, it's wild to watch, even the, like, respectively so, the mid-level of challengers compared to the CDL. And you're seeing the difference here between the high level of challengers versus the mid-level of challengers. The gap is just so wide, and it's one of those things you kind of have to feel a little bit bad because, like we mentioned, Rhino is a pickup team of 2 NA, 2 EU players, but Team War is not showing any mercy here. They're not allowing a single point to get tallied and can close the game out here.
Yeah, and as I spoke before the game, realistically, Rhino Esports have won games at this tournament. This is losers round 6. Yeah. Right? You say the competition always gets better as it goes on, but that is a blowout. 250 to 24. And there isn't an awful lot more to say about it. That's the problem. And I don't know what you want to break down about it, but it was just a different level.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what do you say? It's Yeah, the proof is in the pudding, as you used earlier. I think it's an appropriate frame back to come into the mix. I think the thing about this is, again, this is an opportunity for Team War to kind of regain lower third. But it's one of those things that, you know, hey, if you're Team War, these matches can almost be a little bit of a trap series in a way, because you're using it as a bounce back, but you also have to be like super critical. Like, the thing that I enjoy about watching Team War in that map is that they weren't just like, oh, we're better than these guys, we're not going to play a good COD. Like, they were still rotating perfectly, they were still setting themselves up into being good positions. Like, they're really going through the motions of playing good fundamentals, because obviously some things in that department must have gone wrong when they played up against Clutch Rain.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones where this is a difficult one to judge. Team War, the biggest shock was them dropping down that early, right? But Clutch Rain, number 3 in Europe for most people. I think 5 Media are also there with them as well. But yeah, they've done it, and it's kind of just come down to this. You said, you know, Rhino Esports. I've always said, when we talk about teams in this regard, I try not to go negative on like Rhino, because I said they've won games in this tournament. For me, it's more about how good Team War are looking. I look at the positives and say, hey, this is where their heads are at right now. The only thing Team War should not do, and must absolutely not do at this point, is take their foot off the gas. They need to now churn through the lower bracket to get as far as they can before they get against big competition. And S&D is a tricky one, because Rhino might find something.
Yeah, and, you know, to be fair, you know, you kind of look overall at the players and the names on paper, and, you know, you kind of think back to, you know, I remember Prospect and Groovy. I think they've spent a good number of time playing on different teams together, so they're going to have some cohesion, like we talked about. Detain and Maestro, both from EU. They've also been on some squads together, so there's going to be some ideas to be able to put up here. And again, I think that's always one of those things. You look at mismatches on paper, and you always say the underdog has the best opportunity in Search and Destroy. So, you know, yeah, could be an opportunity here for Rhino Esports to start getting something going, but it will be Team War on the offense first, and they are no strangers to setting tone and pace, as Bans is already making his way up towards Broken with the bomb support nearby, just to make sure he can keep this B streak clean.
Yeah, just checking, and the benefit here in this first round is that smoke's even more valuable. Can use it to get out. The nades will be checking. Gonna find Detain there as well. Gonna no, and there he goes. There's the first blood. There goes the smoke as well. There'll be no trophies because it's first round, and that's a B bomb site basically secured.
Should be. Harry's got a little bit of issue here on the flank. One player inside a DVD, but he's also very aware that someone can try to help through mid. This is great awareness from Harry. Gets a little bit of assistance to clean out the player in towards DVD. Bomb not securely planted yet, though, and the longer this takes, the more Rhino are going to have a look to possibly contest this.
I think it was just baiting out the nades. Like I said, no trophies down. Both sides going to have free reign to throw them. So they didn't commit to begin with. Eventually have done. 2 versus 3. Never mind, 3 versus 1, and it's done.
Yeah, that's tough. You put yourself in a position there where you're Rhino Esports, and you kind of saw it from Harry's perspective. He's dealing with a player DVD, player through mid P1. It's looking like the retake is trying to come in multiple forms, right? 2 from the front, 2 from the back. But again, the read is absolutely perfect from Team War before they get their post plant set up, and from there it's just isolating the individuals that existed. So clean from what you want to see. Like you said, a good little measure of patience from Team War, getting on the site, making sure they're safe to plant, and then from there it's a perfect post plant setup.
All right, well, let's see if any adjustments now come through, because first round is a little bit of an anomaly just with the way the nades work, and this looks like it might be an aggressive push. Bodies to beat. Rhino already getting for it, but Beans will find Groovy, but Bance has been caught. The information now here for Rhino.
Yeah, and it just comes down to, can you isolate here, because that pick is on your bomb carrier, so you're going to have to measure a little bit of patience just to kind of recollect it and still decide if we want to still continue forward in this 4v3 towards B Street. Denzel also holding over towards mid-tank, just making sure there's no rotations, and he's not fully by himself, but if he does get overwhelmed, he would have to take on essentially a 1v2 if Rhino decide they want to play this thing through mid.
It is stalled. That is the issue. They are desperate for a pick. They are desperate for some information that they can exploit. And they are now moving. The turn back to Scotland. He has. He's found one. No! Prospect, that's a huge kill. Opens up B. Beans will now backpedal into a defensive position. 30 seconds left to go, but Rhino have found some hope.
Absolutely they have. And the kill-up noise here is going to create a little bit of doubt for Team War. And you see Denza's kind of clearing out A, and he's very good and proactively able to clear this. This should confirm for Team War that at worst this is wrapping through middle, but Denza's going to be behind this play, and he's going to find the information for free.
Patience. Just absolute patience. This will be called out to his teammates. He will come through. There's the first. There's going to be the second. It's a little bit snappy. Detain will get it. Back onto the bomb plant. Harry has already come over with that call, though, and will get it as kills fly both sides. And, well, it could have gone for Rhino there.
And again, that's one of those plays you look at, and you really have to give a lot of credit for the proactivity. Because like you said, I mean, the kill from Prospect is perfect. It's kind of really puts a lot of stress on the Team War defense. There's this little bit of a moment where they kill Noise. They don't fully confirm through that kill to committing towards B, so someone's got to watch to make sure A is safe. And Denza just says, don't worry, boys. I'm just going to push through Water Street with a Rival 9, and then gets right behind the play. I mean, that little split-second decision-making could have gone, obviously, very differently, because like we were talking about, he was by himself at mid-tank, and it was very possible that he could have gotten overwhelmed if he stayed there. So the proactive decision works out nicely, and Team War go up 2-0.
Now for Rhino. Just holding it down at the moment. Hold the angles, get that first trade. Pretty aggressive on the A site. But nobody in that mid-tank position. It's normally, you see, people try to hold that as a power position for kind of dictating the pace of play, but first blood goes to them.
Yeah, it's a nice little double stack over towards the cafe. It's actually going to follow up on another. So here we go. A little bit of aggression, not backing down as Rhino. Like to see it, just making sure, hey, we're still here to fight. We can gun. Don't worry. We're not just going to be able to run over us. So a little moment of respect has to be given here by Team War. Not necessarily that they were trying to run through him by any means, but I like the little show of force from Rhino just saying, hey, don't count us out here, boys.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? Realistically, you're not going to know the plays that are going to come out of these teams. For Team War, they'll be trying to change something up a little bit between rounds now, especially with that aggressive defense. What it will do in future rounds is mean that Team War will have to clear it before moving forward. It slows them down. It makes them check more corners.
It absolutely does. It's just another thing that you have to keep your mind on, especially when we reset things back over to their offense. But at the same rate, I was going to say this may be an opportunity for Team War to show a little bit of aggression of their own, and absolutely they do. Bance once again, not just in towards Broken. He's pushed all the way through Treehouse, and with Denza still holding through mid-map, Team War have the ability to completely bomb out this B side of the map.
Rhino playing patient. They're hoping to see somebody go aggressive, and I don't know if Denzel was saw there. Rhino still waiting for it. Prospect also looking for a pick. This does smell like an A play.
Yeah.
But they will have to commit. And there's two players at mid-tank.
And you still have Harry watching down street side. So, I mean, there's just not a lot of info here for Rhino to even commit to this call off of. I mean, unless they can kind of back Harry down and push through street side. And no, they're kind of getting second, winded here. A little bit of cold feet over towards the middle of the map. They're going to try to re-wrap this back towards B, and they have no idea that Bance is playing this far forward. Whoa!
Tank's going to go for it, though. Gets it, and that's been a little bit of a gone down. Bance has been taken out. And those kills have opened this map up completely for Rhino. They now have to sprint, though. Get towards B. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and you still have Denza just being a nuisance on a pinch. Oh, another kill that kind of just keeps Rhino on their heels just a touch. Harry's also watching the cross. He does get smoked. Prospect, hell of a set of shots out of him on 4 in a row. Bomb could get planted.
And just going for it. He's not going to see him. Now there are bodies onto it. A 1 versus 2. Would love to have an MCW here, but the Rival 9 will have to be his gun at the moment. No tack, no nade. There it is. And they're looking for the trade here. He's going to have to fight 2 of them.
Seen Groovy on the cross, but information's now mutually gained. And Denza's going to have to world star somebody flat out. Groovy's still stuck over towards cage side. Just don't give yourself up if you're Kyle Groovy. And nope, doesn't do it. Just bounces up and down on a little pogo stick. And another good round here from Rhino. It all comes down to the fact that that was a very disastrous moment, having to rotate back over towards B. Bance in their way. No information gated them at all, but they still get the kill. Huge.
Yeah, truthfully, if Bance had got a trade there, it may have been very different. But yeah, kind of crazy for them. We thought with how kind of advanced Bance was, he would find at least 1. But check the corners, check it correctly. And that's what happens. Rhino, though, 2-2, tying this up.
And Prospect on 4. See if you can get more out of the young man. I mean, he's done well from both sides of the bomb. And kind of going back to the conversation we were having. Now, Team War kind of has to be a little bit more second-guessing on some of these decisions. Because of Rhino's aggression earlier on in their second defense, you're going to have to recheck a lot of stuff. And all of a sudden, Detain has gotten up and over. Shots down below him. He's on the hunt. Doesn't quite see him, but kills still start to come through. And we'll go 3v3.
Visage just throwing bodies here as well. Denza goes for the re-chow and gets punished for it. Harry left alone. to find something, but already been called out. Going to be super weak. They're going to be just tightening the trap onto him, and Rhino go ahead in the S&D.
Yeah, it's I love it. This is a moment of reconfidence for Rhino, without question. Prospect also, I believe he gets himself the cruise missile. He gets 2 in the round, so now you've got an extra tool to work with. And this may be maybe a little bit of a look into what kind of caused Team War some issues when they were playing up against Clutch Rain, who is a very good search and destroy team. But after what looked to be kind of a runaway in the first map, followed up by 2 clean rounds from Team War, now all of a sudden Rhino have a cruise to work with and a lot of momentum on both sides of the bomb.
Here we go. Rhino have an opportunity to take this map. Can they continue to be a problem for Team War? Prospect with the cruise. 8 and 2 spots the feet of Bance. That's a call out. That's information they need, and here it comes. They're going to make this B push.
Yeah, I like this call. This should be at least guaranteed information, if not possibly the kill. Bance has to only so many areas he could push out to. The thing is, he's been allowed to stay here for a lot longer than you would think, and that's not what you want to see. That's not what you want to see. Oh, goodness! 3 for Bance. Should have been dead to rights with the cruise missile being called in, but not the case, and now it's all down to detain.
Wow. I'll be honest with you. I thought Bance was dead.
Me too.
I was convinced they knew where he was. Somehow gets 3 and detain. I mean, they spotted him as well. Just holding the angles now against him. Got a rival 9 against players that are going to be set up and watching. And already taking some bullets. This game is going to be a Bance looking for the ace. Are they toying with him for Bance to get the ace? Detain is actually just running away.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations you just, you're playing off of your 3 in a row, but you also don't want to give Bance not just the ace, but 4 in a row on his own right. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I thought the cruise missile call was actually a good one for Prospect. Like, you've got a player stuck at dark. There's only one place he can exit to. It's in Broken. So you essentially isolate him there, but just not the coordination that you'd come to expect with a team that's gotten good practice, right? I mean, one person in, he falls, second person in, they fall. It's just one by one, and that's just too easy for Bance.
I wonder if they kind of missed the call. They saw Bance far side of Dark Alley, right? He was street side of Dark Alley. It's difficult to bend the cruise in to that, so they didn't go for Bance. And when he took his eye off it for the other player, I thought they may have thought that Bance was still in dark or towards mid-tank. And I'm guessing that's the communication that happened. Because Bance went the other way and it was just off-screen for the cruise missile, that's where the error came.
Yeah. And now Team War, who dealt with some issues at Front Cafe, have loaded this middle of the map, looking to see if they've got this as an opportunity to kind of use little toe tags. Groovy just bobbing and weaving a little bit. A couple of the shots from Tank is allowing him to get out. So good little kind of, I won't say bait and switch, but duality play through mid just to make sure Rhino can keep all 4 defenders up.
And they move forward. Denza taking the bomb here. Beans is in a forward position, but decides just to back off for a second. Groovy's going to be watching this one. There's not a double chow. Normally you'll see a double chow come out of this here. Denza's will go straight for it by himself. No trade, and that's the problem. Bance will find Prospect, but they are not getting the trades here, and a beat down. Rhino Esports now have the numbers to continue to put this lead on their back.
Yeah, Bance has got nowhere to go. You called that 1,000,000% correctly. I was in the same boat. Smoke comes through. You've got 3 players nearby, but no one opts to even bother helping Denza on that push through. I mean, like you said, it's not even just the fact that there's not a double swing or a bait and switch. There's no one anywhere nearby to confirm a trade. So it's really a lot of trust that Denza's going to be able to slide in and win his 1, which is a tough figure just due to the fact that there's 5 different corners that a defender could be sitting in. So yeah, maybe a bit of a miscue there from Team War, and Rhino, not only do they get their 4th round, they keep Detain alive now on 5.
Wow. Rhino just holding the fort down. They can find this attacking round. Oh, the pressure will be on Team War. And this is what we were talking about before in the last round. You see how they're stacking up this site here with 8?
Yeah.
It means they can double swing it.
The difference maker here, though, Bryce, is that Bance, again, has played a very new and very aggressive angle. He is in DVD. So there's really no reason for Team War to have to stay super persistently around A because they've got a natural flank if they have to use it through the middle of the map. But once again, Rhino Esports not going to commit. They do get a read on towards Bance. It just comes down to, do they commit to actually isolating him out? Not going to have a chance to. Bance is already gone. Oh my goodness.
A lot of time burnt now, though. 38 seconds. They're going to have to commit. You can see they've got through into the mid-tank, but that stun is going to be a problem. But Bance comes through at the wrong time. Denz will get Maestro down to a 3 versus 3 as chaos is just erupting here. Beans is diving around himself. Nobody has any real control that they would like to have.
Oh, and Beans has slipped through. There's really no option at all towards A, and Harry will read that Groovy has made his move over towards the B site. You just stay patient here. If you're Beans, you should have a freebie. Now, Groovy tagged up down to a single bullet, and Harry will finish it off, no worries. So, wow. I mean, you want to talk about a messy middle of the map right there for both sides. That's exactly what you would assume to see. And Team War kind of survived through it. And I think a lot of that, again, is on Bance. The fact that he gets all the way to DVD, gets called out, and then all of a sudden, the next time you see him, he's like already back towards Broken. Just so quick to get out of dodge.
Yeah, it's a tricky play. It is a risky scenario because you can get caught there with no prospect of a trade. But if you get one, or if you get out and you cause problems, all of a sudden, like you saw, it descended into chaos. Nobody really was kind of confident in where they should be. But 4-4 now between these two teams. It will be Team War on the attack.
Not really anything crazy here from Rhino. Pretty default setup. And Groovy is playing a bit further forward in towards Cafe, and Detain, who has been naded, really only had an exit to get towards Broken, so he's going to need a little bit of help here from Prospect, or will he? Nice first blood on the Bance. That's your bomb carrier down. Good support from Prospect. Just can't quite finish the kill and then gets caught holding the nade. Team War come out in favor of the trades, 3v2.
Slightly better teamwork there from Team War. Now comes the push. Denz are going to get across. That's what they wanted. Get onto the bomb site and set up. Harry has gone deep, looking for anybody flanking.
Oh, he's been seen, though. Stunned, just trying to play out his life. That will work. Knows he's got Groovy on the window. And the support on the backside for Maestro's just not here in time. No way Harry gets both of these. Surely not. What? I mean, I don't know what the comms were there, if they were even existent at all. Maestro should have had a freebie on the Harry, though, and this is just not what you want to see.
Got to give Harry credit, though. Diving for blue after he knew there must be pressure coming towards him.
Oh, yeah.
Cut down the angles massively. And Team War, they put themselves onto the map point. Something that we didn't know was going to happen. 1 point. Rhino were up 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, and 2 very winnable rounds that they just aren't able to convert. I mean, the cruise missile being the one, and then, you know, we kind of have a situation where they're kind of caught, not sure what bomb they want to go to one another, that maybe an earlier decision could have worked out for them, but this very well could be a 5-4 at least the other way. But Beans will start things off with a deep nade over towards B Street. And everything for Rhino Esports has come to a pause. They have no information on what's mid, negative information on what's towards A. This is going to be a very tough regain for Rhino.
What do they call here? You are right. It is not an easy way, any way that they go. Obviously, we get the benefits in. They're still looking for B Street. They'll have to get through Bance and Beans if they want to continue to push this. Denz is there to reinforce. You can see how close they are on mid-tank. They are just compressed at the moment. Nowhere really to go.
No, their only option is to put a bang out mid here. I think with the shots that they're hearing over towards B Street, the nades that they've already spent trying to clear out dark, not finding much success, you just have to bang out this mid tank, I think, and just see if you can get a good isolation on whoever's here.
They're looking for it. They've got one. 25 seconds left to go. They are fully committing. Nobody here from Team War. Harry has to be backed off. Bomb down, and all of a sudden, it feels much better for Rhino.
The problem is, you have to say, Bance kind of sneaks over, finds one on the exit, and then the immediate rotate from Beans catches another. Bomb being diffused. Bance already halfway done, and yet there's a support. Harry just goes high. No worries to finish things off, but I don't know about you overall here, Bryce, but wasn't as clean as maybe we would have expected from Team War. Good heroics, couple good individual plays, but I would say the words bailout come to mind more than just good, clean search and destroy for Team War there.
No, certainly. I'll give full credit to Rhino. Certainly has some strategies. Had some good plays as well. You've got to credit, pick up team coming through. Some of the teamwork was fantastic. They managed to hold them at bay a few times, get those bait and switches going. and almost could have walked away with that map. But unfortunately, we're on to a respawn next, and in the first respawn, Rhino didn't have a good time. Maybe, just maybe, they'll find something different here next time.
Yeah, and you know, it's always tough because, yes, they were getting absolutely outslayed start to finish, but at least the benefit of control is it kind of forces you to have to play off setups, whether it's trying to set up a break attempt onto one of the two attacking parts of the zones, or defensively just saying, hey, chalk this setup for this next setup. Like, it gives you an opportunity to kind of at least get your feet underneath you. Whereas in the hard point on Evasion, I mean, 24 points, and I think almost all of them were found in the first 3 hills. So not great news in terms of how they're rotating around the map and such like that, but there may be opportunities here to at least take a round or two, considering it will be a Karachi control for map number 3.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's a difficult one because Team War have always been the favourites. You know, we talked about this during the hard point, right? It's kind of a mismatch for them, but there's always an opportunity on the day for teams to do better. And I would say that the hard point probably wasn't even reflective of how good Rhino are. They just got caught a little bit cold against a Team War team that realistically are just a very big shark dropped into the pond this early on. The S&D was much closer. Rhino have the composure and the teamwork to certainly do good work on Call of Duty.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, I don't know about you, Brycey, but you know, you look back to like the career of Detain, like Modern Warfare 2019, he was on that Singularity team, and they were like whales in the EU space. It's just, you know, kind of a weird spiraling down career for him over the course, really since that maybe Cold War year afterwards, and it's kind of surprising to say, but hey, the thing about it is, and where I'm going with this is, the kid's got potential. I mean, he's a super good player. Definitely has the ability to slay with the best of them, including a number of players on this Team War squad that also happen to be in challengers during that time period. So there's opportunities, I think, to at least be able to gun back. And I will say there had to have been a little bit of confidence regained in some of those rounds for the Search and Destroy. Sure, there's going to be a lot of conversations right now in this break where they're going to have a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas. But hey, I think the overarching point is we can hang with these guys. Let's just commit to these gunfights and commit to playing together.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think Team War as well have shown some weaknesses, especially in things like control and stuff. They've not had the best of time against some of these teams. So if they do start making a few mistakes, this game could turn on its head. It is not done by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. And it's one of those things that you don't want to take their opponent lightly. There's a long day ahead of you here if you're Team War. So, you know, get through it. Find a way to keep this kind of build towards progressing what will hopefully be for them and their organization a better placement than what they had at Boston. But as the players stepped away from the setup, we'll do the same thing here for just a moment. Come back to the Karachi control right after this. Don't go far.
Bring your gameplay to the modern era. Boost your connection with Exit Lag. Enjoy right now all the birthdays promo. Subscribe and happy hunting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Miami. The major is upon us and the teams are ready. If you haven't been watching, where have you been? Unfortunately, we can't catch you up. Team War are up 2-0 against Rhino Esports. Ignore that above our head. It's the wrong way around for now. But fortunately, we are here to give you all the information you need. Shift, Rhino, signs of life on the S&D. What can I do in the control?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is just, boys, we have to play together, all right? Like, we're dealing with 2 players from Europe, 2 players from North America. Call it what it is, to pick up squad. But, hey, you're standing next to each other. You're sitting next to each other at worst. You got to be able to look at each other and say, okay, let's hold this, you know, play your life here, wait for me here. It just felt like in the hard point, everyone was trying to make an individual play. And, well, believe it or not, it's not going to work out versus a team like Team War. So now that you have a more kind of concentrated, focused, objective play with control in the mix, just have to see these guys squatting up and, at least at worst, playing in duos, if not playing as a collective group of 4, especially when they're on the offensive side.
Now, well, let's see how this one goes down. See the big push coming over towards B. Rhino committing to this in numbers, in bodies, in kill feed. He's all they're going to get. Only the tank going to be left alive will find the pushing Denza, but nothing else for this squad yet. And now they've got the market spawn.
Yeah, that's tough. And that's kind of the byproduct, again, of the pickup squad, where you're just sitting there in calm just saying, all right, all 4 of us go B. But who's picking up that little mini pinch? Who's waiting behind, making sure we're getting top fire? Like the little things that you would work out throughout scrims, or at least more reversal reps than what they have, that's what boils them. Go figure. And now all of a sudden, like you mentioned, the market squad's not what you want to be in. You got to work your way through essentially defensive line after defensive line, and this is expensive.
Well, they've got the big spawns again, and they are stacking bodies. Team War have identified this as well here. You can see them all looking in for it. Well, Harry won't get one. Detain's going to get this. There is a small opportunity here now for Rhino. If they can find the trades they need, they can get him to this point.
Yeah, clean shots from Maestro. Does kind of go up that top single window, turns it into 2, but nothing else to follow up. So the offensive play will default back over towards A. 20 seconds on the clock. Prospect's the only one in. And here he's just a hawk over the top of the zone. Oh, clean shots for a second. And now it's down to 15 seconds for Rhino.
They're looking for it. They know they have to get him out of here, but also dive onto the point, and Maestro will eventually get him. That's huge. The 2-piece at least allowing them to stay in this game for a few more seconds. And while Beans will find one on the point here, surely another player from Rhino will jump in as well.
Thing is, they don't really, I was saying necessarily read Denza initially, but one other clean kill comes out. Prospect just playing over the top of the double points. More than that, and I'm telling you, we're seeing some good moments here. I mean, Maestro on 3, Prospect on 3, a couple of impressive gunfights. Give an extra 60 seconds. Maybe they can make some magic happen on B as Ruby's already stepped over. Well, never mind.
Almost a complete clean out, but Detain just holding up top here. They know they're going to push this. This is a big gunfight for them. If Rhino can find this kill, it will secure the closest spawns, which is what they are working for. And now you can see the put. Oh, they've still got a bad. Not a great spawn. They were hoping for a closer spawn than that, but it doesn't matter.
And the thing about this is, Beans, it's just going to be so hard to move away from this position. Just tagging up shots is going to control all of top red. You either need to
chow on 8 health.
you got to chow him out or something, but he's off the regen now on 5. And I think the hopes for Rhino trying to break through this setup towards B have pretty much gone out the window with Beans.
He's looking for his crews now. Just holding the angle. You can see them actually going through lower. Gotta be careful. Player there to see him. Time, turn, burn. Gonna get it. 6th streak gets the cruise missile. Only one player has slipped through the net, but there is a hunting party from Team War looking for them. As they get into it, it's going to be the Renetti that bangs and ends the round.
Well, I mean, not the, smoothest ending. The life deficit, obviously pretty significant, but hey, at least you get the 3 ticks of progress. That's not away from par. We'll say that much in terms of how you set up an early offense. It's hard to assume you're going to get, the whole capture going, especially with not having trophies early. I think the thing is, again, like we were kind of highlighting for a moment there, is the small little things that you would work on if you were playing with the team for a long period of time just are not there for Rhino. So you're going to need to have players like Prospect and Maestro we saw continue just to lock in some good individual gunfights, especially with Team War coming out on offense, looking like they're going to keep their focus largely towards maybe this B hit, but they're keeping their options open with Bance just kind of distracting towards A for now.
They've got a player in A, they've got a player down low, they've got a player up top 3. A little bit of a split here. Team War obviously looking to kind of just fight them piecemeal all over the place, but it hasn't worked out so far. Only half a tick on the way. They have got a player onto B, though.
And this is the decision time for Rhino, right? You got to come off spawn and make a decision on, do we want to try to clean up this B point, or do we want to try to keep the clock ticking with some more defensive setup over towards A? They will choose the former of the two. Seems to be the right call. They will give up a second takeover on the A zone, but they have got at least some sort of a setup here over towards B, where War are trying to transition quickly, and the only one to survive will be Bance.
They're just slow rolling it. There is so much opportunity for Team War with that clock stopped and a slow pick on it. But Detain flying forward, wasn't able to get the first kill. Trey still going down. Groovy will fall as well. With Bance into the point, Denzer. That's a huge kill on a prospect. It now could lock this one down. Skinny Alley, they have a player. Maestro wants to get through here and cause a bit of an issue for them.
And he may have actually slipped the net here. I mean, this is a good gunfight for him. Able to take down Bance, but too many Team War members nearby, so it has to be Prospect to the middle of the map. Able to take one off from the double stack that's starting to come through, but there is still progress being made. Harry will jump to continue the stack up as he's already earned the cruise missile. No need to find more kills in front of the zone. So they will capture B, and just a sliver needed over on the A zone. All you need to do is just put a pinky toe on it. That's it. Just breathe on it a little bit.
That is about as close to complete as it could possibly be without being done. Somebody could just bounce off the top.
What are we doing, boys? Just jump on it. Just put a foot on it.
Open dive off AC. Just dive in.
Good grief. That was borderline BM right there.
That was crazy. Like I said, I thought it was done. It turns out it wasn't. It was just about as close to complete as I've ever seen.
Yeah. I'm wondering... Look, I know that there's people from Team War that are watching. I need Kev. He's probably sitting and watching the stream right behind Bance's setup. Did they call that cruise because they didn't want to, like, have it as a bailout? Like, is this, hey, we don't want to have extra advantages? Like, we were trying to really, you know, lock in what we're going to do defensively here without having that get-out-of-jail-free card? Like... Or are we just playing with a little bit of BM saying we just want to really, you know, pack out a punch? I think there's only one or two options here.
We'll see. More standard break, though, for Rhino. They've gone straight into A with numbers. That first kill is going to go through. Here it goes. There's the cruise missile and another kill from Dender as well. Prospect going to get one. Detain going to get one as well. Has to just stay alive, though. It'll be tricky for them, and they will leave him alive in church.
Should be fine. A lot of this war setup is trying to get the spawn trap in play. Bance does get pushed off and eventually dealt with. So, again, after the cruise gets called in early, this is pretty expensive here from Team War. 27.27, make it 26s. His second tick of progress is on. Third is being worked through. And Team War really don't have the ability to chow this. So they're going to have to give up the extra 60. There's a lot of time on the clock here for Rhino to work with.
And now, this is where the game really starts. A can be easy. B never is. Looking for this one as Beans kind of failing to get the reinforcements coming through. Aim will find two, and they are making a move onto this site now. They're looking for the reinforcements coming through. Groovy, that is huge. Beans will now have to try and take this gunfight. The Renetti is throwing bullets through. The MCW as well. The door is broken, but eventually they get the bodies in.
That was a wild gunfight, but I mean, to be fair, Team War have kind of taken their foot off the gas a little bit here, and Rhino are still cooking a little bit. I mean, 20 playing 17, there's still a minute 30 on the clock. Sure, they get shrugged off the B zone, which could have led to maybe a tick of progress or so, but you know, they're not done here. Maestro committing forward, didn't really have anyone else supporting on this play, and wouldn't you go figure the two NA players are the ones that are, you know, kind of a part of it. So again, I think there's a little bit of coordination and communication that's just kind of missing from this pickup squad.
Oh, at the moment, could be going very well for them. If they get the right trades here, this could be done. 3 of them are ready by B. They are now committing into the site. Already looking for the first. Groovy will get one as well. This could be huge for them. Bance will find the first. Throws everything for it. Rechows just stays alive. Does not want them to get a tick onto this point while his reinforcements are on their way.
He's in a good spot to kind of keep finessing his life. I mean, he has been so slippery over the course of this series. Now it's down to, does he want to challenge? If so, how? Beans helps out through the middle of the map. Groovy trying to flush him out of the secret corner. That would be good for an even exchange of kills. Groovy now all of a sudden on 4, and here comes the progress. One player on for now, but more could definitely stack as they come off respawn.
Oh, it's going. The first one is very, very close. Groovy almost dies, though. Not able to get by Harry. And Harry will be caught as well. Does he win the gunfight? He does not. Detain takes him down. Team War all of a sudden find themselves outnumbered, outgunned, and not by the B point. They are holding this against them.
Second tick is in. Just about. Just need to take the ends off the point. And and Rhino are still kind of waiting, just biding their lives. Has been maybe a bit too passive here, yeah, because Bant's off the pinch. We'll get back through. Second tick not fully confirmed, but we're still at 10v6, still very winnable here for Rhino.
All they have to do is look for the trades. It becomes team deathmatch more than anything else, but there's a fight down bottom and Tane gets it. No respawns for War. 40 seconds to go. Rhino should be able to convert this one, surely.
You just have to play your trades here. Just don't get too over-aggressive. You've got the Tane working on a long pinch. Should be a freebie from him, pending he doesn't get fully ready. He does. Whoa, hold on a second. Bance has slipped through. He's going to have Groovy right in front of him. Shots are clean. Also reads Prospect to the corner. The help from Beans is good. It's a 6v2, but really, it's a 1v27 seconds here. Bance just has to finesse. Can he find a way to actually lock this in?
Finds Maestro, but can he get the kill in time? No! Oh my goodness, gets it! But doesn't manage to be the hero in that scenario. And Rhino, they get it by winning just in kills.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that it just felt like in the middle of that last round, Team War were just kind of playing the game for themselves, right? Like a couple of individuals trying to fly through. It didn't really look like they were trying to coordinate, and that's moments you just can't take your opponent lightly. I mean, this Rhino team is shooting back. Sure, I think they have some natural disadvantages because, again, like we continue to harp on, and maybe it's just me, but this is a new squad playing up against a very veteran team, and the fact that you're seeing Rhino stay competitive in these rounds is, I would say, really encouraging for him.
It is. It looks like a big commit, though. Back into 8. Again, they're going to split the difference. Look at the control Team War are going for. Use that A time to go through. A point-blank gunfight will go the way of Rhino Sports, though.
And really, Team War can't voluntarily give up this top positioning over the top of the A zone, so this is going to take some time. And Prospect's in a good spot towards Junkyard. Just going to keep Team War spawning just a bit further than they'd like. First tick does get locked in. Detain on the hunt, clears out Beans, and Rhino are considering the collapse here. They've got nades, they've got good positions. Just comes down to finding the kills.
They're pushing forward, and they've cleared it. They are fighting back Team War. Just the life difference as well. Beans under pressure. Those players are around him. I'll tell you something right now. This could turn into a nightmare for War. Rhino have map control. They are looking to lock in the spawn trap. They haven't quite got it yet because nobody's out towards Trash or B.
Yeah.
They've done well so far.
The thing is, a bit of an overheat there for Rhino. I mean, Maestro just doesn't need a chow from that top third position. Just hold that. And now all of a sudden, Team War have gotten all the way around the back. They've got hotel control with Denza in position. He may be able to clean up a double. Tough gunfight versus Prospect. Maestro's actually there to assist, but the extra 60 seconds does still get tallied. And Team War, in the same breath, have been able to take this back to a 2-life deficit.
Prospect has been found. That trophy goes down just in a second to save him from the nade, but not from the gunfight. Team War are looking to end this here. You can see them just waiting for this next wave of kills to get in position.
Oh, and Groovy just gets caught trying to get a little bit further forward. That Semtech's not connecting. I think he thought he had a lot of vacancy, but now all of a sudden Team War is so quick to move across the map. 3 straight kills and 3 players immediately on for the stack.
They're getting to Groovy's waiting for the player to chow. He knows somebody might do it as well, but he gets over, but isn't going to get any further as players pour through. Detain does a great amount of work there with 2 kills, but it is unfortunate. There are now bodies under this one, and barring a miracle, Team War will have won this control. There is no miracle. There's no light at the end of the rainbow. Team War have done it. Rhino Esports, their journey finishes here.
Decent fight, really. I mean, you have to give him some credit. And I'll be honest, pretty impressed with what I saw, especially from Maestro and Prospect at certain given moments in time. You know, especially looking at the ARs. Really clean shots, kind of over some really tough spots. And, you know, again, you're playing up against a squad that I think everyone in the building expected to have no problem cleaning you up with. So, hey, I mean, all things told, it's not the exit that they want, but for a pickup team that's hybrid between North America and EU, they finish top like 24, top 32. I mean, you know, not terrible at all. It definitely does well to kind of earn them up some very needed challengers points, especially as those guys head back to their home regions and look to qualify for Elite Season 2.
Yeah, certainly, but it was one of those ones where I think realistically I am glad it got better after the hard point. It was a difficult hard point for Rhino Esports.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit cold coming out, and for the side of Team War, obviously hot coming off their loss in that winner's bracket, and they really did put on a show for them, but Yeah, I think, you can definitely take some positives away there for Rhino. There is definitely some fuel in the tank, and I'd like to see them in a full team and practiced.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. And I think the bigger thing here is, again, when you're dealing at the level of, playing top 32s in cups, not quite being able to break through like that double elimination style of the bracket, maybe a couple of top 16s here and there for the individuals. This is all about earning points, trying to put yourself in the best position possible to get yourself set up for Elite Season 2. Toronto's not super far away either, so put yourself in a good spot, try to qualify or, make your way in towards Elite 2, build some chemistry with a good squad, and I think we saw some great individual moments from all 4 players. I think Detain really provided a lot of good explosive moments, especially in map number 3, but like I said, Maestro and Prospect had a great search and destroy. Groovy's been pretty consistent. I would say maybe not outside of this map, but hey, it's one of those situations that you kind of look at overall and you say that there are opportunities for these individuals to be on squads that could finish top 8 in the future.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the best way to kind of put it as well. It's always a difficult one when you come into games like this because there's a clear favorite. We know that the storied team war, I think, is the best way to refer to them, are one of the teams that the favorites from Europe, and then you go against Rhino Esports, who were a pickup team coming into this without the caliber that we've seen from Team War in things like the Elite. So it's always going to be a difficult conversation when you expect a bit more of a mismatch. But I will say, like I said, Rhino, after the first Hardpoint, I was worried, but they did fight back on that S&D. They had some rounds that could have certainly gone their way as well. We could still be talking about a map number 4, and the control there was life.
Yeah, it's and the flip side of that, still some moments where it's just like, T-Boy, like, what is happening? Like, this should be a walkthrough for you. So definitely some things for them to still talk through, and they're not going to have a lot of time to do that, right? I mean, you get off this matchup, and you're in the lower bracket still, so you're going to get called your next match pretty immediately, you'd think. And just kind of taking a look to see who they'd play, oh wow, they've got no softball here. They've got Team Falcons who are coming off of 3-0 as well. So, I mean, there's opportunities here for both these two squads to be looking at this matchup and say, yeah, this is one that we can kind of move through very quickly and continue this lower bracket run. I think it's just one that we expected to be more conviction out of the Team War results in map 2 and map 3 than what we got. So some moments of maybe worry there for them to kind of clean up on.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, if one thing that I've learned from Team War is that they haven't been as clean as they would like to be in some of their games. Mistakes have been made, and it has cost them. So never take any game too lightly, and Team Falcons is certainly one they won't want to do that against either. Team Falcons had a pretty good run in Europe, so with it all on the lines in the elimination game, both teams will have to bring their A game.
Yeah, without question. It's just another one of those matches you can't sleep on them. Even though it's a team that you've routinely been able to beat in Europe, whether as a brand or as the roster, you can't just take that lightly. There is no forgiveness inside the lower bracket. Team War is no stranger to it after what they did at Boston, but I think this Team Falcons team is also kind of in the same position of it's time for us to establish that we can belong in the conversation for being a major team in Europe.
Yeah, they certainly can as well, and all that and more to come up here on the Challengers stream. We've got winners bracket, we've got more loser bracket, and of course all the action from everybody competing in the Passion Pit. Don't go anywhere, more games coming up right after this break. We'll see you very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to go, and we're jumping back up into the upper bracket with a banger. At least we assume it should be a banger. Boston Academy taking on the Houston Spartans. Matchup between two squads that looked really good during Challengers Elite. But hey, Houston Spartans have essentially built a little bit of a newer roster, and Boston Academy have played the last two cups not with their full roster. So trying to see which team is looking good when it comes to land here today, Jay.
Yeah, obviously, if you're Boston Academy, you're feeling good, though. You bring Cammy back into the lineup. You just walked away with a clean 4-0 in the Elite. And the head-to-head matchup versus the Houston Spartans, you actually did 3-0 them in the winner's bracket in the Elite tournament. Obviously, for the opposing team, it's a different roster because Dylan Rex now goes to phase back. But as we take a look at Boston Academy, Cammy, he's been a man on a mission ever since he entered Challengers. Pentagram and Yeeves, those guys are setting non-stop pace with those rival nines. And Mr. Fundamentals in Shawnee is always setting up his team for the proper side of the map or off the rotations correctly. So this team is fully informed. I'm excited to see what they can do on lane.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Just for reference point, Cup 4, they were without Cammy, like you mentioned. Sensor filled in for them, but then in Cup 5, they were missing Pentagram, and Exotic was the one who filled in. So that would have made a very different style of team. It was top 8 finishes in both of those appearances, but of course, that's kind of like barely even throw an asterisk on it, because when we've seen this team in full force, they have been disgusting. Your Season 1 Challengers Elite champs at the moment. But on the other side, the Houston Spartans, hey, here's the thing about them. They are not to be taken lightly. We did not have a lot of time to watch them when they were getting through their round robin stage, but like you mentioned, we did get a pretty good look at these boys when they were going through the actual bracket itself. But like we had mentioned, it's Capsule who finds himself on this team, and after a 16th place in Cup 4, they rounded it out with a runner-up finish last week in Cup 5.
Oh, that's pretty good. You go from top 16 to getting all the way to the grand finals. Unfortunately, you fall short. And for all these guys, they are just on like a prove-it season. We're talking about Pro Loot last year for Optic. He was on that roster. Spark for LAG. Fire 40 back when he was in the CDL. He was a part of that Paris Legion roster. Yep. And then Capsule recently just got his spot taken over there on Boston Academy. So all these guys are on the prove-it season. And there's no way to prove it, no better way to prove it than beating the team that just recently won the Elite. So hopefully with this roster change, this is enough to try to contest against Boston Academy, because they were basically flawless all throughout the Elite besides one hiccup versus Space Fish Tacos.
Yeah, and that was a series that, let's be honest, Space Fish Taco were on a heater.
Oh, yeah.
They looked real good. But we have seen Boston Academy play a good number of these maps, actually, at pretty great length. The Sub-8's Hardpoint comes to mind in particular, whereas for the Houston Spartans, again, it's just trying to figure out how exactly they want to try to utilize Caps to the most, I would say, efficient potential that he brings to the mix. So could be an interesting conversation here in the Sub-8's Hardpoint for that in particular. But then the Evasion Search Destroy High-Rise Control. We've seen Capsule on the High-Rise Control. That boy is filthy. He is disgusting. You don't want to get in his way because he can just take over quickly.
The only thing that really does scare me, though, Alan, is because of their roster change that they had to make the player change for. We're talking about Dylan Rex, the top AR in Challengers, moves on to FaZe Black. So now someone has to fill his role. It's going to be now Spart and ProLoot running that dynamic AR duo, with the addition of Capsule now running that second submachine gun. So I feel like it's going to fall into the hands of ProLoot and Smart. Can they contest with the arrows on the opposing side in Cammy and Shawnee? Because we know on a map like Subbase, Boston Academy, they're always thinking a step ahead. They're always putting themselves in a preferred positioning when it comes to the rotations and when it comes to creating those layers easy for their teammates to get some much-needed time at certain these hills. So I think that's the biggest thing that you have to pay attention to, how aggressive Capsule is going to be, but how good of a performance are we going to see ProLoot and Smart versus the AR duo on the other side?
Absolutely agree. I think in particular it's very appropriate to point out Spart because, this huge Spartans team is kind of like his baby, so to speak. I mean, he's kind of always been the staple for what this team has been created for. But like you mentioned, I mean, Shawnee may be one of the straightest shooters overall right now in Challengers Elite, especially North America. And you know what you got out of Cammy. He's got the chance to take over just as much as anyone else that's out there. So there is a lot of, I think, pressure, like you appropriately mentioned, that Spart's going to have to be one of those guys that really steps up and takes control here. Because I don't know about you, but like just kind of looking at this Houston roster on paper, you kind of look at them and say, this is a lot of SMG potential and not really like a lockdown AR on the roster anywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing that really scares me, because on a map like Subbase, you're going to need those ARs to hold down those positions. So with a big roster change coming in for the Spartans, you're picking up Capsule, who's a really aggressive SMG. You have to figure out between the rest of the players who's going to be that second AR to shut it down and also that third AR potentially. As we're going to hop into the Subbase between both of these two teams. Been having some great performances throughout the year, but obviously Boston Academy, they're going to try to repeat from the Elite performance and try to walk away with this W as map number 1. Here we go.
Yeah, getting right on the mix of things. Houston Spartans will be here in the white and the red. Boston in their very appropriate green. Onto the hard point first they'll go. And not a gunfight to be seen anywhere at the moment. I mean, Shawnee Yee's finally getting involved. Houston just kind of stuck right now trying to find a breakthrough, and Fire will be the last one really left to be able to do too much over the top of the first hard point. He does provide a trade, but the numbers are still decent for Boston to keep this contested.
Yeah, it's still good stuff from Boston Academy. You're holding down the preferred side. You're finding all the initial kills to get that time in your favor. And now with only 23 seconds remaining on P1, it's all about that rotation over towards next. You have a couple players from Houston Spartans trying to maneuver their way out. Sparty and Capsule already find himself in a crucial position, but you got to at least find a couple kills to allow your teammates to get into the play. Capsule takes down one. Pentagram not able to respond, so it's going to be Houston Spartans with the numbers winning the rotation over towards next.
Yeah, good start for Fire as well. I mean, again, like we were talking about, Spart is the only real true AR in the course of his history that you could say is a player that you assume is going to be running MCW, so someone's going to have to flex, and, well, as we do jump over to POV, nice little triple for him. 3 and start up the 0-2 initial. So good stuff here from Houston. First 10 seconds are in, and the first 40 very well could be in as well, as more kills come through here for Houston, cleaning things up around the hard point.
Yeah, they were able to stabilize the spawns in their favor, and now put all their focus on the front side of this HP. Shawnee tries to fly in. He has one player absolutely one-shot, but they still came in here trying to contest a one-on-one now versus Capsule. See, with only 25 seconds left, those close ones are still going to be here for the Spartans, and Boston Academy have a read on it. So if you can stay contesting in towards B2, because you're already going to be spawning over towards the next, this is perfect place from Boston Academy.
Great late trophy as well. Couple of stuns hit, but just as soon as all the nades were following up, the trophy gets placed. Keeps largely most of the Boston setup safe, but eventually a break through the scrap time does come through for Houston. Chance on the rotation. Spart is already set up deep docks, and Boston have no idea, but he alerts them. A couple of shots come through. And you can see the minimap, Boston are on the hunt. Spart able to win his first, and now it's just Pentagram who's left alive, but there's enough space in front of the hard point to allow at least one more member for the Boston Breach Academy to spawn in.
And you would take this if you are Boston Academy, because you have one player spawning towards the back, one already spawning over towards new. So you could potentially put the Spartans in a nice little trap as they find another 3 in the feed, but that player in Yeez does drop at that P2 positioning, so all of Boston Academy are going to consistently spawn behind P3. And with only 30 seconds left, Houston Spartans now forced to make a decision. Do we try to contest this all the way to the very end, or do we just allow them to take this time and set up over towards the new? That might be the play call for them, because you can already see Boston Academy starting to push on now. All those layers that they just created instantly fall, and now Boston Academy can sprint out of this hill and make it a little bit easier to try to find a break towards next.
Yeah, the definition of that last, 70 seconds was Boston Breach essentially making orange juice out of oranges. A little bit of an off-spawn, sweet, thanks for the free pinch. It's just little things that end up benefiting the overall setup. And now all of a sudden, you're already getting contested. He just pops up on the water line. Never even needed any help. He just tries to catch the timing and it works out perfectly, at least to keep the first 10 seconds neutral. Snap from Shawnee, good, but overall, you look over towards the status of the hard point, and Houston will spawn in and have good control around the hill. Yeah,
at least they withstand that first push, the first route right there to Yeez, because you can't allow a player to just swim up on you, take that player off hill, and then it's going to take at least another 5-10 seconds before someone is able to continuously collect that time. But still going to be a contest. Another water wow from Yeez. He does get red, as Spart is now on 5 in a row. Can he find the 6? No, he cannot. Shawnee's able to shut him down. But this is a good response from the Houston Spartans to keep the spawns in their favor, to get closer and closer into this game. As if they walk away with this final 15, they'll only be down 30.
Yeah, outside of the couple of distraction plays and a little bit of a mess that's created by Yeez, I mean, you look at it largely and say Houston Spartans, that was a pretty much perfect hard point. So great stuff from them. Now just down roughly underneath the 30-point threshold. Over towards P5 we go. A couple of kills coming through for Boston, but Prolit battles back. Spart trying to get to the hill. Just not a full read. That Boston is playing so quickly through the middle of the map, and that's enough for the Boston Breach Academy to get out the early time.
And this is where it gets scary now, because you can see those spawns for Houston Spartans all towards the backside of Warehouse. All you have to do is focus on Prolit. You take care of him, and now Boston Academy have full control of the map. They are running up that scoreline. They are holding down these positions, and Shawnee simply might just be a Lanimal. He is turning on people. He is not missing with that AR. Finally, he runs out of bullets. The Stoneway Fire is able to take him down. But Boston Academy, just a step ahead in their game, currently up by 60, can run it up more with this final 20.
It's always encouraging when you see the things that were going well online turn up in person as well. And for Pentagram and Shawnee, it has absolutely been that way. 13-9 for Shawnee in particular. Pentagram off of a double. has been an issue as well in a number of ways, as he will be jumping over towards the new time, chasing down a couple of kills outside towards water, and that will be well to, again, just kind of limit Houston from being able to really try to hit this P1 hard point with really any significant force at all.
They need to get in quick, though, because Boston, they're starting to pull away with this game. They're controlling a majority of the map. Houston Spartans finally have been able to find an opening. Prolud and Capsule combined for a double over towards the Water Street side. You're at least able to take Boston Academy off for the time, and Prolud up close and personal, able to take down Yeez. So Houston doing a great job of just stabilizing through the middle of the map, gaining a lot of map control. They're finding a couple kills, and now Boston Academy spawning out.
Yeez able to work at least one more elimination. Again, just trying to keep things mixy here. Keep it uncomfortable for Houston. Prolud has to watch 18 things at once. And he just decides, never mind, we got a lot of this time here. Let's just focus on rotating over towards P2 cleanly, and Spart will help assist with that, dropping camming over towards P2 window. So, you know, again, it's expensive here for Houston, but at a certain point, you kind of have to cut your losses and hope you can get a full 60 here.
Yeah, this is one that you have to make count. With Spart finding an initial 2 off the rip, should make your job a lot easier, as it's still an 80-point deficit, but a full 60 here can get you right back into this game. See the way that Boston Academy are thinking. They're going to try to execute this break. A couple players working their way through maze, trying to hit up these deep pitches, but Houston Spartans have gotten a read on it. They find 3 in the feed, and they hold on to the first push.
Absolute shutdown on the play to flip spawns. So now Boston will have to hit through mid. Prolud, they are helping just to make sure that, again, no one for Boston can touch this P2 window without being contested. Trophy down for Spart off the reject. Has a look at Shawnee, but it's not a good one. Boston still setting up for this late break. Couple of kills from the front, looking decent. Spart just has to play his life, and Yeez actually cuts him from the side door. Shawnee up top now, trying to work through, but Fire picks up the position, and Houston will hold strong.
Yeah, this is good. This is good, but now if you're Houston, you have to start maneuvering your way out. Boston Academy, they have a lot of mid-map control. They're still trying to contest this, or at least keep it scrappy through the middle side of the map. But finally, they're able to take care of Yeez, force all of Boston Academy to hit that early rotation. What was just an 80-point deficit is now 30. So if you are Houston Spartans, you got to find a break, and you got to find it quick, because this is one of those money hills for Boston Academy last time around.
Cammy, I thought for a second this could get caught. Bottom warehouse. Capsule eventually confirms the kill, then takes his attention outside. That's good for a double. Sure, Boston will still spawn in, but a chance for Caps to at least make life a little more difficult as they try to get themselves reset up again. Now they hit through tunnel, started to find some production. Okay, 3 for 1 the trade, but still not enough forward progress. Boston will spawn in. One more attempt to possibly hold, but it all rests with Yeez. First kill good. Caps on the hunt. Can't quite track him down. Yeez is just finessing his life, and then eventually Shawnee from behind gets there, and what looked to be a clean break for the Spartans all of a sudden turns up scrap time for Boston.
Yep, and now Boston have grown this lead wide open again. Final 12 is going to be there, so they're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark. And Houston Spartans looking for another look at that P4 HP. Make sure we're watching the water. We don't want to die to Michael Phelps again in Yeez. But now they're fully set up over towards the next hill. Another money hill where they need to have a response. You can already see Shawnee working his way around the back end. Fire 40 gets the read on him, but Shawnee wins the gunny. So this is an opportunity for Boston to get in.
Good pickup from Spart. Confirms the trade. Trying to get over towards the hard point to assist, but maybe gets there just a touch too late. Yeez over the top of the ladder. Not sure if he meant to stay on the ladder right there, but it was an awkward gunfight that still turns up in favor of Boston Academy. Caps playing inside maze. Help from Prolud nearby as Yeez just continues to just tread water outside ladder. Right back up again he goes. I mean, this guy doesn't have anything to do besides essentially be amphibious. Fire eventually back in. Houston good with the spawns. They can find a way to try to scrap up this last 18 seconds.
Yeah, they need this last 18 because Yeez did a great job of just contesting from the water, not allowing them to get a full 60. So even though they were down 60 points, they only cut it to about 50 now. Off the rotation towards P5. Spart with a big one-on-one gunfight on Sopranogram. He's going to try to be the initial player in towards the point, but Cammy here to contest. Once you get that info that the hill is going to be contested, you know it's an ISO. It's a one-on-one in the hill.
And Cammy takes it. Oh, boy. This is where things get really dicey for Houston. Have to find a way to get a secured break, and they are split on the map. Yeez from behind, just hidden routes because that's just all he's apparently trusted to do for this squad. 22 and 21. He has been all over the map as an SFG player here at Subbase. Shawnee mid-map, good shots. It's not enough to finalize any kills. And okay, Prolud follows up with now 4 in a row, and Houston will hold on with still 28 seconds to fight for.
Now this is the perfect scenario to be in. You got a clean 4 dead. You know all of where Boston Academy are going to be spawning at. But it's all about these next wave of fights as Shawnee wins that first onto Capsule. So you have some calm control. Prolude's currently on a 4, make it a 5 before he does get shut down. If you're Boston Academy, you're taking a step ahead. Already working your way up through Water Street. You have one player to slip behind enemy lines in Yeez. Should be able to at least give the calm to his teammate in Spark, but he can't find the kill. Now positioning known, he gets taken care of. And Houston Spartans, if they can get at least 30 seconds, they can tie this game right back up because Boston are not on the preferred side.
Yeah, Boston are getting caught trying to move across the map here. A couple of forward players for Houston have gotten a couple of freebies.
Ooh.
Wow, what a gunfight from Shawnee. That opens the door, but Prolude right behind him, trying to keep it secure. Spart follows up, now on 5 in a row, trying to get number 6, but Pentagram catches it by surprise, and now Boston get back with the hill.
And if you are Houston Spartans, you know you can't give this one up. You're going to lose this game 1 hard point, and you currently have one player in Capsule who's trying to cut off Ghostin towards Warehouse, but it looks like he was just trying to maneuver to take top snow positioning. As Fire is here trying to contest it, Capsule finally jumps into the play, he's able to take down one. They find the break, but for how long? Because it's still Kami here contesting through mid-map.
Kami back onto the hard point, can just win it right here. Houston have to fight the war on 2 fronts, and Pentagram's making that extremely difficult. Yeez follows up, that'll be a nail in the coffin. Decent heroics from Houston, but it's kind of like we often saw this Boston team on sub base. They just make life so difficult when it comes to rotating and stringing together hard points. I mean, Yeez in particular, just staying in the water forever, never let Houston feel comfortable on P4 in particular.
Yeah, and I think that was the deciding factor of the game because every time it was always a response. P1 was scrappy between both teams. P2 went one way to Boston Academy. The second time it went to Houston Spartans. But that P3 was all Boston Academy from start to finish of this game. The P4 was all Houston Spartans, but for the P4, you just simply can't allow someone to swim up on you, break the hill, and then even though you're getting those close back spawns, he was just finessing so long, allowing his teammates to get into the play to make it very much more scrappy than Houston's probably wanted it to. So that was a turning point of the game. Yeez great plays over towards the water straight at that P4. You beat the team 250 to 204. So it was a very close game from start to finish, but you can already see the ARs, at least from the Houston Spartans, they came out to play. Sparty dropped 30 kills. That's exactly what you want to do. It was him and Prolude on a couple 5 streaks. Could never find that 6 to earn the cruise missile. But Boston Academy just using their teamwork. There wasn't really any flashy plays. No one having an outstanding game. It was just teamwork from start to finish to secure map 1.
And a couple of small critical moments, right? Like the Yeez early play on P4 is one of them. Pentagram kind of following up. Actually, he flies in right there to kind of secure some of the time at P2 the first time we were there. It really is one of those things that we kind of saw that periodically throughout the Elite, both in the group stage and in particular when they started finding themselves in playoffs is, again, they just trust each other and play off each other so darn well that, you know, the micro moments that stand out don't feel massive, but it's just in the system. It ends up leading to the critical time they need, especially in Hardpoint, to close out some of these maps, and I think that's kind of the case we saw early. I mean, again, the gap was 80, 90 points throughout the first 3 hills. Not what you want, you know, especially when you're starting off against a very hot Boston team. Yeah,
because they've been hot ever since the Elite stage. Obviously, they had a couple cups that didn't play with their full roster, but they know what this roster is capable of, and that's being the team all the way on top. Like you said, they were keeping that lead about 60 to 70 points the majority of the game. Houston Spartans started to come alive in the middle of it, but at that point, it's just too late. 1 or 2 breaks, 1 set of kills for Boston Academy, and the game was going to be done. And I even think, like, with Boston Academy playing the way that they were, the good thing is they were always shutting down that player on a 5 streak. Because imagine if Houston Spartans were able to earn a cruise missiles for the P1s, for the P3s, that could lead to a break. But every single time they were really, really close to it, they were getting shut down. So Boston Academy, they secure map number 1. Now you're going into an invasion, search, and destroy where we have watched these guys play a lot. Yeez always pushes over towards Broken, and that's something that you have to pay attention to if you are the Spartans.
I think the thing here is, though, Houston should not be surprised by that. I think just, you know, if you've obviously done your homework throughout the Elite season, I'm sure you've got at least some basic notes on the teams that you expect to run into. So, yeah, we saw that a lot, and that was in particular something that Spacefish Taco did really, really well throughout the winners finals to make sure that Yeez was not able to get away with whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So that will definitely be a key success story as well here when you look at it from the Houston Spartans point of view. We're on the other side, again, just because we really only got a lot of time to watch Houston in the playoffs, it's a little bit harder for us to, like, put a finger on one particular player or another, especially with the change. But I do think their ability to add Caps into the mix and possibly run a double Rival 9 setup, whether it's on offense or defense, could provide some really interesting looks as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great for them when you talk about the aggressive rounds, but the slow and steady rounds is where it's going to scare me a little bit because Capsule, he has this opportunity or this type of play style where he's going to go out there and always full send it, regardless of the situation that he's in. And sometimes it might come back to bite him. If you have a couple AR players just playing really back, or if Capsule thinks he has a free first kill and then the team shots and the crossfires are set up, it can come back to bite him. So I feel like Capsule, he's definitely going to be able to improve their search and destroy, but when it comes down to those nitty-gritty moments where you cannot scam in these certain situations, Capsule has to stay ahead of that.
I like the call. So those are the things to kind of keep an eye out for, as it looks like we're pretty close to loading on in. And I will say, again, we're going to find some players here, whether it's today or I think in particular tomorrow, that will get picked up to the CDL.
Oh, yeah.
I think if you're the Boston Breach Academy, your chances are probably pretty high right now.
Oh, yeah.
Considering the circumstances around your actual CDL team. So do you think that adds more pressure onto the team? Like, hey, like our CDL team just got absolutely rinsed. Like, if we come out and win, maybe multiple of us are getting picked up. Like, does that add onto the weight of the event already, or do you not even worry about that?
Nah, I think it's something that you don't even think about. You're more focused on the situation at hand. You know, you come out here, you win the Challengers event. That's exactly what you came here to do. And then anything that happens after that, even better. So for Boston Academy being the team on the defensive side, they're already showing a different look. I know it was the last time when we saw Yeez getting picked apart over towards Broken. They started to make some adjustments later into their games. You can already see this is a double stack towards the mid-tank.
Yeah, you've got Caps on Arrival 9, so keep that in the back of your mind. He's not playing with Arrival. If he gets aggressive, he usually has it. Crossfire setup, good team shots coming through. Pentagram finds first blood. Doesn't stop the Houston Spartans, though. They just push through this smoke, and I was about to say, that's surprising. I mean, considering that the defense had not been really moved around nor tested. Now, all of a sudden, you got the bomb down in a very precarious position. Follow-up kills are good, and it's all left with Spart, who has been figured out backside DVD.
And that play comes down to Yeez just pushing through mid-dark when the smoke gets invested because he wanted to assist his teammate in Cammy. He almost got the jump on Cammy to eliminate him at that B side, but Yeez through dark takes down that kill. Cammy eventually finds the third. Now it turns into a 1v3, make it a 1v2. Spart is able to locate Cammy, but that bomb is still down right in front of the line of sights for Boston Academy. They open up with the first blood. They stay strong in their crossfires, and they secure the first round.
Yeah, Pentagram just doesn't give him a chance to really even shoot back. Tough angle, to be sure. Literally can see barely nothing besides maybe the left and right ear. So, yeah, it's an interesting commitment call for Houston, right? Like, you kind of get red really quickly. You drop first blood, but you still push through it, just trying to create something, I won't say out of nothing, but obviously from our perspective, it definitely felt that way.
Yeah, it's just a commitment to that dark fight. Like, if you're Prelude in that situation, you got to know if Camy's playing so far back, then they have to be at least assisting him through dark. But he commits towards the gunfight, loses that first one. But now into the next round we go. Fire this time shuts down the most aggressive player on the Boston Academy side. First blood onto Yeez with that bomb being down.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Boston have gotten a decent look over towards the outside at A Street. There's no one defending this at the moment. So it really just comes down to, especially with these shots coming out of Pro, does Shawnee start to inch forward on this? Yeah, he's going to clear out all of A. So it's a 4v3 situation. Sure, numbers are good for the side of Houston, but this is a lot of ground gained, and Shawnee can absolutely rinse any rotators that come out to try to deal with A.
Oh, and Shawnee's able to win the one-on-one versus Prolu as well. So now you get all the info. Water Street is now going to be open if you guys decide to right back. But Cammy, being that bomb carrier, is trying to isolate Capsule in towards Broken, and it works out to perfection. He finds a second. Cammy through the middle of the map finds fire. It was just a 4v3. It's now 1v3 left up to Smart.
And Smart just missed complete timing.
Yes.
He thinks this is a wrap back through dark over towards A, and not aware of the fact that all three members for Boston were still in position around this B zone. Yeah, wow. What a play from Shawnee. That is just like a micromanaged moment of brilliant game awareness. No one's watching you, Water Street. You hear a guy taking shots backside courtyard, and you say, all right, thanks for the free A site look. Like, that's unreal.
Yeah, like that can't happen if you are the Spartans, because we're talking about finding that first blood right up through the middle of the map. But once they get that first blood, Fire gives the call out like, everyone just simply back on up. You give up all map control. You allow Shawnee to find the opening, and he makes it count. So he finds 3 on the round. Boston Academy now up 2-0. Houston Spartans on their side now have a couple trophy systems to work with. But those are rounds that you're definitely looking back at and like, we got to get those.
That's a demoralizing round without question. And here we go again. Houston tested over towards B, but this time they do find the first blood, and they get in very rapidly. Spart is holding over the middle of the map. Did he see Yee slide through? Sure seems that way, but hasn't been able to fully track him yet. Just one small shoulder is all that Yeez knows to say, yep, the flank's being watched. So he's going to try to reinforce the front hit, pinch this through dark, but the bomb gets planted and Yeez gets picked up. Tough post plant now to break through.
Yeah, Shawnee's also going to get taken down, so now it's Pentagram left in the 1v4. Positioning known. Capsule tries to send it, does get taken care of, but the trade is instantly going to be there. Houston Spartans a lot quicker on their attack. Yeah, isolate Cammy over towards B. You know that he was the sole man playing over towards the site in the previous defense. They just slowly work your way towards the bomb plant. Catch a couple players from Boston trying to make their way on in, but no one gets even close towards the site as Houston finally put one on the board.
Yeah, good stuff there. And another moment where, just for what it's worth, Boston tried to create something out of nothing there. This time it's Yeez who nearly gets the timing, but much better discipline across the map for Houston. Shots over the middle, coming out from Boston's offense. A little bit of response from Fire inside mid-cafe. That will turn the attention of the Boston Academy boys. Just a touch, and Fire is seen back over. Oh, he takes a bit of a hop, and Pentagram punishes after the initial shots land.
Yeah, that's definitely not on my bingo card, Alan. Just a re-peek when we're one shot, but Fire 40 gives up the first blood. Now, Boston Academy in the man advantage. You can already see the play code that they're trying to develop. He's just waiting for his opportunity to slide out through the mid-tank, but he's also waiting for some information to be gained. Finally, Spart puts down a couple shots. He's not able to win the gunfight, and Spart finds a double. What a play out of Spart.
Oh, Shawnee, though, once again, back through Water 3, keeps this play relatively even. But, I mean, how many times are we going to solo chow Spart at mid? Try to talk about taking him for granted. Spart turns that into a 3-piece, and now Shawnee all of a sudden is like, boys, what? He's got a 1v2 with no bomb, not a lot of time.
Yeah, with only 25 seconds left, Shawnee was not expecting this round to unfold the way that it has been. But now he's left to clutch on up. Goes for the first shot onto Capsule, and Capsule has the right gun for the engagement. Rival 9 up close and personal, but that round simply comes down to Spart getting it done through the middle of the tank. Finds the initial double and then the triple as the late challenger comes in.
Yeah.
That's Boston Academy finding the first blood, but nothing to show after that because it was all Spart. Good play.
Really surprising for Boston as well, because it's Pentagram who gets tagged initially, and then Yeez who solo chows. More often than not, those boys are always on the same page. Like, yo, wait for me. Let's bang this out together. Just teamwork them, especially in a 4v3. So, small mistake, major outcome as Houston find a lifeline to tie this thing back up at 2. And hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Right back over towards B. Problem is, this time you got the aggression out of Yeez. Over on the corner through Broken. He does get stunned, but responds with one of his own. And yeah, Houston, I think I've read this and said this is not an option for us at the moment. We need to hit this out together.
Yeah. They might not decide to push over towards B because they know that Yeez is in his position, but it's currently 3 players on the top of the treehouse. I don't know if they're having a picnic or something, but finally the pressure's going to come in towards Broken. Yeez is dancing with death. He's only able to take down 1, but he sets up Cammy for the trade. Cammy's able to find 2, and now it's Sparty left in a 1v3. His positioning is going to be known. Shots coming down, and now Boston Academy just got to set up the trap. They do that to perfection as Boston Academy secure the round.
Another head-scratching moment, though, right, Jay? I mean, we've got 3 players top treehouse, and then we don't hit out this position together? Like another solo player pushing through? Just not what you'd expect. Again, a lot of pressure on this match. You get through this one, and you're looking very longingly at a potential winners finals and maybe even a grand finals entry through the upper bracket. So maybe a little bit of nerves and anticipation around that, but a couple of sloppy plays in the last 2 rounds have seen this thing continue to go back and forth with Cammy now on 3, like you mentioned.
Now, if you are Boston Academy, you get gifted another first blood. Let's just make sure we use our teamwork
yeah.
to secure this round. This one's going to be nice and slow. Steady wins the race. Yeez over towards that treehouse side, making sure no one's going to be aggressive up through the push through. Caps will be an aggressive up in towards Broken. So Boston Academy, they already got the info. We probably can't go over towards B. Let's slowly start working through Cafe.
And at a certain point, you have to think Shawnee's saying, boys, A Street's wide open. He hasn't been challenged here yet. But I say that, throw it actually does slide over kind of right under the nose of Shawnee. So they're kind of in an elongated game of tag. Nate over the top actually, I believe, does have Shawnee running for cover. But this A Street seems to be an option for Boston. Houston just have not really put a lot of attention over towards Waterside.
Yeah, they just have a double stack in towards the mid tank. So if you decide to break right out through Cafe, invest a smoke grenade, it's going to force a couple players from the Houston Spartans trying to contest that bomb site. But only 30 seconds left. Shawnee now working his way up A Street. He has fired one shot, only 28 HP. He's sending Yeez to try to find that kill, but Spart there to keep him alive.
It's unreal. Bomb does get planted, but Spart at mid tank is just an absolute force. Prolute rotates back over, catches Shawnee, no worries. And wow. I mean, look, we have the benefit of a mini-map and X-rays and all those things, but I can imagine Coach Magic is pulling his hair out right now if he's watching the broadcast. Like, guys, Prolute keeps giving up Water Street. Why are we not just banging this out and taking these long-range fights across the middle of the map towards tank instead of trying to just flood through Spart one by one?
Yeah, they're just trying to continuously take mid-tank control. And I think even in that situation right there, you want to switch up the setup that you currently have. Put Cammy on that treehouse side and put Yeez around Cafe because right now it's just Pentagram slowly working his way through Cafe by himself. And then by the time Yeez gets into the play, they know that he's eventually going to turn this corner from DVD. So that small little adjustment might go a long way for Boston.
Yeah, I agree. Here we go. Once again, Houston off the rip. Making their move over towards B. This time, no success. And Boston have made the appropriate defensive adjustments. Or have they? A little bit over-aggressive. Again, the 2 kills should have been free. But instead, Boston continued to try to push through it. And this time, it's Prolute who punishes now on 4 in a row. And they may have Yeez caught off guard here. He's got a 1-for-1 corner inside cage.
Yeah, Yeez is getting isolated. You do have a team probably trying to come in a bound for Shawnee. But Yeez just makes the play go to him. He said, screw this. No 2v1 chow. It's going to be a 1v1 because I'm going to send it. But that's Boston Academy. Teamwork again on full display. Shawnee said, nah, I can't sit back and wait for you to have all the fun. I'm going to assist you for this final kill as Boston Academy take the lead again. But I think that comes out to a situation where Houston Spartans are just putting a lot of focus towards Broken. Like, when you're initially challenging in towards Broken, trying to isolate Yeez, every single time Boston Academy have the crossfire set up. Cammy through the backside of the bomb, Pentagram through mid-dark. That play has gotten shut down every single time beside one. So I think if you are Houston Spartan, we got to show a little bit different of attacking round.
Lots of manipulation that can still come through. Now Capsule very quickly up towards top Broken. Spart nearby, just making sure no one's on his cross immediately. But Yeez has played a very safe angle here. Just not trying to get read by any nades, not any shoulders, nothing. And Boston continued to put a lot of focus here over towards mid-map. Spart is not here, though, so could create maybe opportunities, and as a nade explodes, Fire has to back down, and Boston seem to be primed and ready to try to hit towards A, but Prolute catches Cammy peeking through mid again.
Fire's able to find a double as well through the side of the door. Yeez eventually does make it a 1v3, but Houston Spartans just way too strong on their setup. Like I said, Boston Academy, they're just sending one player in towards Cafe. Cammy cannot drop if you're trying to isolate Fire in towards mid-courtyard, but once that first player drops, then you have to slow it down because you know they have had the same exact defensive setup every single time so far, and they just haven't gotten a read on it. Yeez played with Pentagram.
Wow. Not at all what you'd come to expect from a Boston team that we've watched a lot of. On this map in particular, just very puzzling to say the least. And it's a new defender up almost every single round for Houston that continues to create new problems for Boston. So, tied up we go. Who can crack this offensive slog at the moment? He's trying to stay alive at an off angle towards Arches. Not going to work out. Pentagram also playing pretty aggressively here at mid-tank, but he's got help nearby. That's the difference in this setup now for Boston this round.
Oh, and that's Yeez finding the first blood onto Fire. Great shots to walk away with that engagement. Pentagram is also at 5 HP, but Spark trying to play for the trade. Yeez throws some great shoulders dancing around that mid-tank. It's not commit now, because we don't want to make it a 3v3, but 40 seconds left. It's looking like the play for Houston is going to go over towards A.
Yeah, has to. And the thing about it, this really isn't an option at the moment. You have to win this mid-tank position back if you want to get even a look at A. And so it may come down to Caps through that back freezer closet area. Prolute trying to see if anyone's going to watch, and normally what is his angle from backside courtyard. Trophy system does expire. Clock starts to tick away. Here comes the chow from Prolute. Caps able to clean things up. Good 2-for-1 exchange here. Shawnee's a little bit further outside the play, so this should be enough opportunity to get the plan off.
Yeah, that's just what you have to do if you are Houston. Try to find the time and to work this bomb plan. As with only 15 seconds left, Boston Academy are going to give this one up for free. The Airs on one side versus Spart and Captain, the new addition for the Spartans. Now time is starting to tick. Cammy gets the read that both players are going to be in towards Cafe.
Yeah, should have seen both. Shawnee's moving quick, but the information is good. Spart just kind of playing his life. The prediction from Cammy was decent, but the reaction just a touch late. Shawnee thought about the hop. And oh boy, he may have actually gotten it. Caps with the check. Spart up close and personal. Blown away. Oh my goodness. So now the 1v1. Caps resets to playing up top of the tank. Shawnee gets the read. Not a lot of ammo. Goes to the pistol. Tough shots over the top of the tank, and that will not be enough to land. Houston take the edge late in this map too.
Oh, that's good stuff from Houston, more specifically out of Capsule. He was able to be the bomb carrier, find 3 on the round. Little dance through the mid-tank. You have that MCW in hand. Shawnee has a Renetti. So you put yourself in the advantage in that engagement. And now that sets up the Spartans to be at game point. A much-needed search and shore to respond in this series to tie it up at 1. Just one defensive round away where they have not fallen short on that side of the map. Let's try to close this one out.
Yeah. And if you're Boston, you've had way more than enough offensive rounds to get a read on what this Houston team wants to do.
Yeah.
Should be able to break this down based on how they've played this map in the past, but Houston continues to vary it up just a touch here. Caps playing again over towards Broken. Spart on the cross, not playing tank. So for the first time, the Spartans really aren't playing on the mid-tank. And that could create some question marks for Boston as Cammy gets tagged up deep.
Yeah, this could be an opening for Boston Academy because Capsule, at least he was playing around that mid-tank area. No one was eventually pushed up in towards Broken. So now you have a lot of info. Fire's currently at 20 HP. Do you decide to send it for this kill? No, the crossfire is keeping his teammate alive. As the first blood comes in from Shawnee, Proloot instantly there for the response.
Oh, I love this route though from Spart. Gets red. Can't even go 1-for-1 though. But that was a critical moment in this round 10. Caps on 4, still playing up top. He's going to have to move and move quickly as Proloot really doesn't have the ability to recheck over through courtyard, so he has to play this through water street side. He needs help.
Oh, and it's Shawnee with the crossfire team shot. Right there to take down Proloot. Now it's Castle left in the 1v3. He gets sniffed out, and Boston Academy take their time on the attacking rounds. You find the first blood, even though it's instantly responded. You're able to isolate Sparty as he gets aggressive up through the cafe. But now into a round 11 we go. Yup, sip your water, grab your hand warmers, because this is one that definitely the Houston Spartans need. But if you're Boston Academy, you walk away with this one. You're feeling great.
Yeah, absolutely. Sides will be Houston on the offense. Shawnee 11-5 has been unstoppable, especially from the defensive side. He continues to play this A Street by himself, and this time with aggression. Oh my goodness. They've got Pentagram already clearing out the front side at Laundry, plus Shawnee not even seen. This is Boston saying, boys, this has got to go B, but with not a lot of attention on either side from Houston yet, they kind of have to reset, and the opening aggression from Boston comes up with nothing.
Yeah, at least if you're Boston Academy, you try to catch them off guard with some round 11 aggression, but you get nothing to show for it. Now you're forced to go back to that default setup, and unfortunately the trophy system is going to eliminate Pentagram in that scenario. So now in the 4v3, you just got to get the bomb down and play your trades.
They know he's one of the last ones left alive. He's going to likely be playing off the flank. So much damage from Shawnee. No one even look in his direction. Now Yee's trying to re-clear out the middle of the map. He may have to dive in towards lobby here, though. Cammy thinking about it as well. He's just going to close the door. Yee's, the timing on this flank could be everything. Cammy and Shawnee have done enough. It's just fire. Last one left. Yee's on the hunt's going to find the kill. And, I mean, do you give credit to Shawnee for finding information and a kill from 3 players, or his teammates for following up on it? You could pick either.
Yeah, I think that was just a great play from Boston Academy out of every single player, because it came down to a whole bunch of one-on-one gunfights. Shawnee finds one, Cammy finds one, and then Yeez finds the final. Even though Pentagram does get naded out by that car, once that bomb gets planted, Shawnee already takes up to the Water Street side. So now you know there's no players from Houston Spartans on that A bomb. We have trapped them in towards Cafe. And the good thing for them is that when they close that door, you're forcing the Spartans to now check the bomb from either mid-tank or through that Water Street side. Because when you peek that door, it's either you're going to get a kill or you're going to lose that gunfight. But Boston Academy, no sweat off the brow. Never shying away from the moment. Round 11, they ice up. And now walk away with 2-0 in this series.
And this is another one of those things, just to kind of look at it from the macro level. Houston, I mean, you're trusting Prolute with an AR to go up against Shawnee on that water street side time and time again. There may be something in kind of looking and evaluating this roster saying you have to have more than Spart, right? Like,
oh yeah,
it's just the main AR battle is going to be, I think, kind of where a lot of this series will be looked at and possibly decided. And as good as Spart was in map number 1, and to be fair, he wasn't bad at all by any means here. He was great in the middle of the map. It's just when you're giving up that water street so often to a player like Shawnee, he's going to say, thank you very much, 13-6. Like, that's absolutely flawless isolation from Shawnee and really using that street side to his advantage.
And that was Houston Spartans in a couple rounds as well, not just in that final. When they're open up at the first flood, they just decide to give up all map control. That's not what you need to do. You can't back up out of Cafe, back up out of the mid-tank, because then you have no line of sights over towards the bomb.
Exactly.
You have people starting to panic now, and you're forced to make some plays that you probably wouldn't make on a normal basis. But that's just a situation where they have to play that situational a lot better. You have the man advantage. You're getting the bomb down. You get early information of a player pushing up towards Water Street. It just has to be better teamwork and a better setup post-plan. And unfortunately, Boston Academy were able to pick them apart one by one in that final round.
Yeah, I agree. And it's great stuff right here from Shawnee. Information on 2, plus Prolute gets blown away.
Like, I don't even understand what Prolute is doing there. Like, you just saw your teammates get shot by Shawnee over towards Water Street. I know you're thinking that someone's going to come through dark and all that good stuff, but you completely just give up that free first kill to Shawnee with no contesting on it. Like, that just can't happen. It was a great round to start. Prolute was in a great position, but you just don't simply turn left to at least contest Shawnee a little bit. You give them a free first blood. Now they know that they have all been map control and they have you trapped towards Cafe. It's just not a recipe for success in that game number 2.
Yep, Shawnee on one side, he's able to say, okay, thanks to the intel, I'll just run up and find the double. Okay, works for him. And the problem now becomes Highrise controls next, which this is the map. We haven't really said Cammy's name too often, but we watched him dismantle teams single-handedly on both sides of the zone. So, you know, news doesn't get better for Houston here, although I do remember them being a pretty significant control team. But again, that was a different roster, and I continue to think to what are the potentials or mishap potentials. It's one more situation where Spart's like your only true AR in this setup, and even though Prolute has been good flexing in the past, you have to have somebody be able to square up against Shawnee and Cammy.
That's why it gets a little bit more scary as we go into this map number 3 with you being down 0-2, because now you really are relying on those ARs. And without Dylan Rex, who's the top AR and challengers currently on this roster now, you have to be able to figure out how we're going to try to put them in the trap if we don't have those ARs to contest them.
Yeah, I like the call. Well, we'll jump to our normal break between map 2 and map 3. High-rise control coming up next. Don't go far. More challenges after this. Welcome back there, friends. We are locked into what has been a pretty competitive series to this point. Boston Academy 2-0 up over the Houston Spartans, and really the entire series at this point can be categorized as small little mistakes, maybe from both sides, but more importantly from Houston kind of letting go of a couple of key moments, really limiting them from having a map tallied in their favor towards this series to this point, Jay.
And now they are forced to try to complete a reverse sweep versus the top team that we probably have on the NA side in challengers. And Boston Academy, like you said, the last couple of cups they didn't have their full roster, but now with Cammy back in the lineup, they're looking like they haven't missed a beat. Very icy in the map. Number one, round 11 they ice up even with the man disadvantage all the way in round 11. That's completely mind-blowing to me. But Houston Spartans now still have an opportunity to try to come out and make this a series, or make it a lot closer of a series to try to force a game 5. But it all starts with this control, and it all is going to be, for me, the AR presence. We have to have AR presence on a map like Highrise, where we're talking about you go 2 to 3 dead right off the rip, you're instantly put in a trap, and if the only way you're going to get out of the trap is if your ARs are winning some insane gunfights. So I'm really looking at Spart, who's going to set the tone, but someone alongside of him has to step up with that AR.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Spart has been playing well, like we continue to mention, but he needs help, right? I mean, you're just not going to be able to run through this Boston team, especially considering that on the other side, you want to talk about the SMGs. I mean, Pentagram and Yeez have been one of the best SMG duos, at least in North America, if not in challengers, throughout the stage, kind of after the Boston Major and up until this point. So the problem is multifaceted, to say the least. And if you know anything about Boston, on their offense, they do love to get top heli control. Cammy already working on it. Prolo trying to do the same thing over towards Propane. Timing is going to be weird between these two. Fire gets a little bit caught, but keeps his life. Problem is, Yeez has created openings over towards B already, and it's got Houston in a bit of a scramble.
Yeah, Houston trying to at least contest over towards this B Street side, but it's a 2v2 trade. Making it 3v3, but now it's Pentagram's turn. Can he find the timing up through the flank? Able to find the first snap for the second. And now all of Houston Spartans forced to hit the respawn. First segment about to be complete at B as his double stack is in.
Not good news. Not good news. As nades even off the spawn are looking decent. Caps down low, does well, almost turns that into a second, but Spart's nade will confirm what is essentially an effectively the trade. So a moment of some tense, I would say, defensive pressure, but ends up being largely clear. But off spawn, Boston quick to kind of hit over towards the other zone, and now progress is happening at A.
Yeah, because all of Houston Spartans are over towards the B Street side, so that first segment is all going to really be done and dusted. But Fire off the spawn is able to find one with the frag, second with the gunny, and Capsule finds a third. So all of Boston Academy now forced to hit the reset. Everyone coming off spawn. Have to try to maneuver your way out. Can be finding that first kill. A couple players hitting an underground route. Might be the opening that they were looking for. Great shots.
Absolutely perfect. Fire from mid. Try to chase down Cammy. Okay. Creates a little bit of defensive pressure forward. 26 seconds on the clock. Boston would have to clean things up, but the pistol works out nicely for Fire. Now on 4 in a row. 6 and 2 start for him. And outside of the 2 ticks that have been locked in for Boston, not a lot of room to work with. Not off spawn, not towards either zone. Cammy will stop the clock at 15 over on B, but he needs help, and it will be tested as off spawn. Houston just have to pick up these gunfights over towards Elevator Alley.
Yeah, and this is one of those rounds where Houston, they do not want to give up all these segments. Got to try to get him off B. Prolu with the double, trying to go for the triple with the pistol. Does not find success there, but all you need is a trade onto Pentagram, and the round is going to be yours. As all of Boston Academy coming off of the reset. Yeez does win a one-on-one, so he still has an opportunity to at least pause the game clock on B. But it's the Houston Spartans. Everyone around this point, all you have to do is trade effectively. Shawnee going to be the sole man here. Whoa. Here comes Prolu, and that should be the round?
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
But hey, they do get the second tick of progress in that late surge. And there's a moment in there where if Yeez can find that kill when he goes on top ladder towards Propane, Boston would be cooking with some numbers with 2 seconds on the clock. But Fire a very strong opening defensive round, finishes 10-4. And at least the decent news overall for Houston is that they're able to at least keep it just down to 3 ticks of progress earned.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Houston to only allow 3 segments and better plays out of Fire. We're asking for an answer out of one of the AR players, and Fire 40 usually runs a sub for this team. Knows that he has to try to get it done on Highrise with that different gun in his hand. 10-4 start. Prolu opens up with the first blood. They're trying to put pressure early on over towards B. Just got to be thinking about the segments that you have to make up.
Oh, Capsule now continuing to move very rapidly down underneath towards pits. has an opportunity to kind of pick and choose where he wants to go from here. Decides to just make sure there's no spawn trap for Boston. That decision is well merited with a double kill and now his name. Boston still taking their focus and keeping it towards this top heli position. He's also up the offensive ladder. Gets his Spark down to low HP, enough to allow Cammy to confirm the trade. Up top, Pentagram, AR in hand, does well to keep his life, and another power position for Boston to work with defensively.
And Boston Academy are finding all the kills, though, around the map. So right now, the Spartans are forced to try to make their way out of spawn and do a good job of eliminating Shawnee and Yeast. Now an avenue has been open. We can push over towards A, put this game clock at a pause. But they're just trying to rotate over towards B. They want to get this one out of the way. Everyone for Boston Academy are here, though, so this is a head bash towards the B point.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. Caps is just hoping for some time to the ladder. Spart, same thing through mid. Neither of it working out. So now Prolute trying to execute off some trigger discipline to create something out of literally nothing. And Boston's defense continue to just run rampant through the middle of the map. Pentagram caught, though. Hold on. 2 players on the B zone. Could lead to at least a first tick of progress. These can't quite catch the mantle on the pipes, so the first tick does get lost. Over the top, it's being watched. Good team shots start to come through. Now the second tick becomes pretty much imminent. Cammy able to contest right before the zone gets captured on the second tick, but Spart follows up, finds the kill, and with that, he'll get at least a second tick. Needs help if he wants the extra 60, though, as Pentagram flies on in. Caps little Prolute, couple of kills, but 12 seconds on the clock, and there's really no one else nearby.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds left. You have to try to get out and at least complete one more segment. If you're Boston Academy, just play your corners, make them a lot more difficult for them to walk on by, as that is going to be the round. Only 0.6 last player, and the point he gets cut down. And even when it got a little bit frantic over towards the B point, Boston Academy, no sweat off the brow, always held top helipad positioning. And that's what made it very difficult for the Spartans to find any progression over towards B. Now, if you are Boston, you're currently up by 1 segment, but you need a little bit more if you want to guarantee yourself that defense if you go to round 5.
Yeah, the small advantages definitely already tallied. So some pressure here for Houston to have to perform defensively. Not that they didn't the first time around, but see if you can kind of at least create opportunities for you to get back into the tick progression. Just a touch. Again, marginal advantages here and there. Boston, this time, trophy system down towards blue. Looks like they want to actually commit maybe to getting out of the Z zone early. A couple of nades will come out, but largely speaking, most of the action still kind of persists over the top of B zone. And with the 2-for-1 exchange, Boston seem to think that they're primed and ready to get into the zone, and that will be the case as Spark gets traded out.
Yeah, he's able to put that game at a pause. So he slides into B, and he's able to win the second gunfight as well onto fire. So now if you are Houston Spartans, everyone is off the reset. Trying to hit a couple routes through underground. Capsule is able to maneuver his way out. But Cammy is now behind enemy lines, just trying to be a nuisance. Man. He's able to find a double. Capsule also drops the Yeez, and second segment is already going to be complete. Boston Academy looking like they're going to be able to extend this time.
Yeah, this feels familiar, doesn't it, Jay? We watched Cammy do this time and time again. During the group stage, during the playoffs, didn't seem to make much of a difference. He's gone bananas. Cruise missile earned. 60 seconds tallied. 5 life advantage. Everything's starting to turn up roses here for Boston as they continue to work their way out of spawn, and they're finding kills around the A zone.
If you are Houston Spartans, this is where you have to try to ice on up. You got to get a clean 3 to 4 dead. Put them in the trap so you can fight out of your spawn.
Yeah.
But every single time, Boston Academy are just thinking someone has made their way out. They are getting a read on it. But finally, a triple in the feed for the Spartans allows them to get pushed out of their spawn, take mid-map control, and now try to keep Boston in their spawn for a little bit.
They're trying to get a little bit of an aggressive angle here, and it works out nicely. A couple of tags as well down low, but trades are decent. Prolute over towards the offensive stairs. That'll work out for more eliminations for the side of Houston, who've now reduced this life gap only to 2. Spartan able to find one more before dropping. And with a lot of time taken off the clock, the lives are also going to be a bit of a problem here for Boston working on a spawn.
You just got to keep in mind, though, if Boston Academy are able to find a double or a triple, it might be an opportunity where you want to invest that cruise missile. As we're all tied up in lives until Prolute finds that kill onto Pentagram. All of Boston Academy forced to fight out of that left window. Houston Spartans have all B street control, but you can see the route out of Pentagram working his way through underground. I don't know if they're going to get a read on it, and the rest of his teammates are pushing out the left side.
A good push out from Spartan.
Well,
turned around is Shawnee, but okay. Regen not fully there. Shawnee just could not find him underneath. And here we go. That's 3 dead. This could be that opportunity. Pause the clock. Maybe get a bit forward. Possibilities of maybe even adding the cruise missile into the mix. Caps through the B side of the map. Able to find one. creates some things that Boston will have to look at, especially off the potential flank. But Caps just dives right on in, and now with the pistol out, Caps almost cleans everything up himself. But Boston will get the first tick of progress. 5v5. Instant TDM with 37 seconds left, and Pentagram just playing a bit of a pesky spot towards barrels. Will get traded out. Last lives here.
4v4, basically an S&D round. Just gonna take your time if you are Boston, because all you need is one kill to make this play start to play out. But here comes the cruise. This is where it's gonna get invested. Boston Academy are using everything they can to secure this round.
Not a lot of time on the clock here, though. As long as the Houston Spartans can stay alive, maybe they could use the clock, but as Yeez finds the opener, Cammy's cruise missile does land. Fire and Pro, last two left, and wait a second, they have lost track of fire here. Long-range shots are decent, but Shawnee gets the snap-on, finds the kill, and Boston will take the round by way of eliminations.
Once you turn it into a 4v4, you got a nice little cruise missile to get you all the info. You set your teammates up, and Yeast at least find the first kill before the missile even falls down. Then once you find that second kill on the capsule, 4v2, all you have to do is watch your back, watch your flank, because the information now gained on the final two players for Houston Spartans. But such a big attacking round for Boston Academy to put them in the advantage. I don't know if they got it done in the segments to close out that round. It might have came down the kills, but they did walk away with a couple. They should be up by 5, and you are on the best side of the map on the defense to try to close out this series in 3.
Yeah, sure could. There have been some good looks, though.
Wow.
Houston on the offense. I can't even get the sentence out before I immediately get countered. Yeez is just throwing out laser beams. Pentagram now just very quick and rapid, trying to clear out every single cubby. Capsule wanted to go for the little drop shot peek. Didn't work out. Prolot's been seen top propane. And Boston off the defensive spawn have a pretty solid read on what Houston's trying to do here.
Eventually, the game comes to a pause again as Fire contests in towards the B point, wins the one-on-one versus Pentagram. Now you're just relying on your teammates to get a couple more kills around the map, and Fire's able to find a double, so that first segment is already going to be complete. Houston Spartans have gotten a great read as they're finding all the kills in the feed. Boston Academy, you would really like that cruise missile here, but now you're forced to fight out of your spawn.
Here we go. Second tick in. Third should pretty much be a guarantee here. Caps will get a really good look at Boston coming off spawn, at least on the one player who's already going to cross over. 2 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock. 4 life advantage. And Houston are already kind of in a position, I was going to say, with maybe a little bit of success through mid to transition over quickly. And then Boston have turned that aside, and now the defense starts to make its work forward.
Yeah, now Houston have to find a way out of the spawn, and the underground route might just be just enough. As Capsule and Fire already taking control of this positioning, they're able to get out of spawn, and Boston Academy have not yet gotten a read on it. You have a couple players who are still trying to play for the spawners. A couple players who are going to come off the respawn, but you see for Boston Academy, they're more thinking about stabilizing the map, making sure they're keeping the kills stagnant, not going to 2-3 that at the same time.
Exactly. Forced gunfight there from Pentagram and Yeez. Works out for now, and Fire not quite able to sneak back behind cover, so his position for the defensive spawn has been reduced. Clock stops at minute 13. Spartan for now. Caps, again, trying to work forward, but Yeez just continues to win these freaking gunfights. It's just like, how? How does he even see the man? Now the pistol's through, tries to play back heli stairs. That's where his life will come to a bit of an end as the first tick of progress gets locked in today.
And if you are the Spartans, you can probably get this done by simply outslaying. You are finding all the kills, at least trading effectively. Fire is able to find a double. Capsule with the third. You take care of Shawnee. The stack should be in. That's already a second segment done. You have to get a move on it if you're Boston.
On to contest. Third tick only about halfway through. Proload off the double. Pentagram one of the last ones left. Trying to finesse his life. Not going to work out. And with a bit of a life lead. How about this? Houston. Another late little surgeons. Get the stack on. Get the quick progress. Turn it into a round 5 and a convincing offense at that, as they're likely going to have to go back-to-back attacks here.
No, I think they have defense.
You think they
I
do?
think that Boston Academy didn't complete it in all the segments, so
Oh,
I
true,
think
good
walking
point.
away
Yeah,
with
yeah.
all 6 segments for Houston Spartans, they're going to secure themselves a defense. They withstand the pressure out of the cruise missile. They were able to keep the kill stagnant through the middle of the map. But when it came down to a moment when they had to get a 2 or 3 dead, they did not let Boston Academy out of their spawn. So Houston Spartans backs against the wall. Sometimes you play some of your best COD. Yes, they're going to be the team on the defense. So Boston Academy, they invested everything on that second attacking round. They were not expecting to be in a round 5 on the attacking side. Now they're forced to clutch on up.
Yeah, good point. Forgot that it was by eliminations, not going to lie to you. The long day of challengers still ahead of us. Don't worry, we'll make up for it. Houston defensively getting a lot of nades out, and actually they do find connection on towards Shawnee. Pentagram, he's, again, just working around these bottom pit positions. Capsule kind of caught out, and he's only able to find one. Prolet, once again, back up towards top Propane. He's stayed pretty safe at this position for now, but he'll be called upon. Has to do something defensively as Boston have made their way on and stopped the clock at a minute 6 on B.
Yes, a double stack in towards B. The stun is going to be able to connect. It sets up Cammy for a double. So now if you are Houston Spartans, you cannot panic in this moment. Use your nades off spawn. Try to get a couple freebies as you're walking your way out of your base. But the second segment is complete. The third is about to come underway, and Boston Academy able to extend the time by a minute. Currently up by 3 lives.
And keep your eye on Yeez. Shots from Shawnee have pulled the attention of Houston off spawn towards him. Yeez can make this pinch happen quickly. A little turnover towards Capsule, which almost works out, but not fully. And once more, like we often see, a quick swing back. Shoes on the opposite foot. Now Boston are being tested off their spawn.
Yeah, Boston have to find a way out. Shawnee with that nade gives them an opening. And I push up through that right street. Shawnee's actually able to find a double as well. They get a read onto Spark, but Cammy's not able to find that kill. You set up Shawnee for a 3-piece. But now it's still Boston Academy, currently up by 2 lives. You can see the route coming in from Yeed, just trying to make the game super annoying. As he pushes up to the left street, he's able to find a double, and this might be just enough for Boston Academy to get on the point.
Thing is, he's still Capsule playing over towards this heli side, so maybe an opportunity for him to catch Boston a bit off guard. But the kills are decent. Trades are essentially what come through. Shawnee just tiptoeing on the outside. Sees Spart on the cross. Still, Capsule has stayed alive. Stuns come through, though, and that's enough to take him out of the picture. And Shawnee, from the backside barrel position, nearly follows up with a double of his own. Will eventually take care of Spart. I'm not really sure how that kill got tallied.
Trophy system.
Okay, works out nonetheless. And with that, Boston have gotten the clock stopped at 59 seconds. Houston have to scramble out of spawn.
Yeah, and they're currently up by 4 lives as well, so this is going to go down to the wire again. The Boston Academy this time do not have a cruise missile to work with. You just got to keep the map control in your favor. And Pentagram and Yeez combine for 2. They spot the last 2 players from Houston over towards the B street. First segment already complete at A. This might be it.
Pentagram through the middle of the map is just waiting on the outside, making sure no one hits this pinch, but he does get taken care of. Only one member on his Yeez. Second tick of progress being worked on. Fire able to take him out of the picture. That's before the second tick gets fully locked in. So now all of a sudden, Cammy has to make a decision. Do I chow and keep this contest up, or do we allow Houston to deplete? 9v5 may be the bigger consideration, though. Lives so healthy for Boston. Prelude from the back. Able to catch out Cammy, but not fully. So Boston have kind of reset the position. 25 seconds on the clock. Have to make a move. 4 kills left. Here they go.
No more respawns. You have to get something done if you are the Spartans. Pentagram with the re-wrap is able to find a double. Only 2 lives remaining for Houston.
38 kills for Pentagram. Last 2 lives for Houston. Second tick gets locked in. Pentagram's not done yet. He's on 4 in a row. Capsule, last one standing. And of course, it's Pentagram to finish things off. He's off camera, but I guarantee he was one that popped off immediately. Wow. I mean, 40 for the win for Pentagram, and a lot of that coming in heroic moments at the end.
Dude, that guy is just a man on a mission. Like I say, every single time we cast over this young man, I still don't know how he hasn't gotten his opportunity in the CDL. Because time and time again, he just puts up an insane performance when his team needs him to the most. We're talking about Boston Academy being up 2-1. They're going into basically back-to-back defensive rounds because they're thinking that they're going to close out the game in 4. But when you get to the round number 5, everything is now turned on its head. You lose the slaying battle, you lose the segment battle, so you're forced to win an attacking round. And it just comes down to the pressure applied by Cammy, by Pentagram, by Yeez up through the Leaf Street. Everyone was having their moments for the Boston Academy here to secure this all the way in round number 5, walk away with the series in a clean 3-0. But on the opposite side for the Spartans, at least for me, we're talking about 2 maps that they basically choked. We're talking about the SND where you're up 5-4. You do everything that you possibly can in this control to guarantee yourself a defense on Highrise. You just couldn't find a clean 3 to 4 dead at the same time to put them in the trap that you want. Pentagram takes over with 40, and Boston Academy continue to move on through the winners.
It's one of those moments where, as much as there's some vulnerabilities in the recency of the roster for Houston, and maybe also just kind of as we evaluate it, the compositions of, like, you're forcing pros to have to essentially run an AR every single time or fire to flex into it. It's just, like, not players you'd often assume would be able to kind of, like, have takeover moments with the MCW. But outside of maybe those considerations or debates, Boston is just so hard to keep tallies on. They move so freaking fast. How many times did Yeez in round 4, round 5 get through to this not even be looked at, not checked, not tracked? Pentagram as well, kind of the same situation, following up when players like Cammy and Shawnee are just keeping their lives. They're so quick to get there to assist. And it's these moments where you kind of see the power of Boston come to fruition, and it's just, they're so hard to keep track of.
And that's where it comes down to, like, the Houston Spartans making a recent roster change. Because usually with the old squad, you're probably thinking communications down to the T. We're going to be able to account for every single player. But when you add Capsule to the lineup, who's an aggressive SMG player, sometimes those players are just going to slip right on by. And unfortunately, like you said, they couldn't get a read on Yeeves. They couldn't get a read on Pentagram. And every time that they thought that they had map control, those guys were the game breakers in those moments. And now you are forced to try to make a run through losers bracket. I still have a lot of faith in this team, though. It just comes down to a couple little mistakes. We're talking about some defensive adjustments on their defensive setup in search and destroy. We need to show different looks because when a team gets a read on you, they're just going to counter you every single time. And then even in this control, when you're going 2 to 3 dead, you need to have someone playing also in that ratty position because we're talking about Yeez and Pentagram always getting by, but why couldn't Capsule get by? Why couldn't Fire get by? Because they were always being accounted for, or at least not hitting the proper routes to make it easier for their team. And unfortunately, you don't have an opportunity to make up for it in this series, but you have an opportunity to keep your dreams alive through that losers bracket run.
I like the call. And it is one of those things, just to kind of throw another thing into the mix here, where you look at Boston, and even though there were some mistakes being made by Houston, sure, it's again one of those conversation points of Boston is punishing you when you make mistakes. That's what makes a championship caliber team. And at the moment, they're definitely still showing that they're picking up right where they left off, essentially, from the Challengers Elite Season 1 and their championship run there. So, great stuff overall. That gets them into a winner semifinal matchup next. We've got FaZe Black taking on one of the lore teams, that's Classic side of the lore side of things. And then the Boston Academy team will take on the winner of Phantom's team and 5 Media Clans. So that should be an interesting one. But coming up next for us, it will be FaZe Clan Black going up against Lore Gaming Gold. Should be a fun one, Jay.
Oh, yeah, that one should be a fun one. We're talking about FaZe Black, the addition of Dylan Rex. These guys simply have not been losing anything as of recent. Back-to-back come champions and trying to redeem themselves and go back-to-back major champions as well, even with a different roster. I always say it, FaZe Black, they have a formula for winning, and they're continuously doing so far in this season.
Seems to be the case. So lots of good Challengers action to come. But we'll step away for a break and get the next match set up on the main stage for you here at the Miami Open. Don't go far. Challenger still continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers in Miami. We are at the major for these players, and we are heading into a winners semi-final. I am Bryce, and of course, joined by Stud. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. You know, we just had, another 3-0 in the backpack on stream. Boston Academy, they came out and just took care of business versus the Spartans, and now we have another battle of the Titans because we got FaZe Black going up against Lore Gaming, who just recently changed their name to Good Hearts, but it's a bunch of players across the board that we know all about.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it should be a very good game. They've battled their way through this tournament to this point. A few more games will certainly take them over the line, but as all good things in good tournaments, the games just get better as the good teams go forward.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to get into this one because obviously FaZe Black, ever since they made that roster change for Dylan Rex, I've been hearing about this guy. He's the top AR in Challengers. He's been winning alongside Brack, Exceed, and Joe DeCease, but those three guys have been able to figure it out. Actually, specifically, Brack and Exceed, so far throughout the entire season, they've been the top dogs. You add a player that used to be the CDL for LAT. Joe DeCease is like 30 per every single respawn, Bryce. And then Dylan Rex, I keep saying it, he's the top AR. So the team, even though a couple players from this original roster and throughout the Elite ended up making their way up to the CDL, they still somehow are funneling great player after great player to consistently stay on top.
Well, speaking of great players, getting this tournament win under their belts certainly will kind of feather their caps even more. Realistically, this has been one of the teams to beat for everybody looking upon them, and you are right. I mean, I'm a big fan of Joe DeCease, and I thought, you know, maybe he'll be back in the CDL probably sooner rather than later, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. If he continues to play the way that he's been playing in Challengers, we're talking about consistently dropping a lot of kills with that SMG. The only difference between his gameplay in Challengers compared to the CDL is that he gets away with a lot more of the risky plays here in Challengers. When you make it up to the pro scene, it's a lot more difficult to find openings or at least find a couple of timings. But ever since he's entered the building in Challengers, he's been Mr. Consistent for this FaZe Black roster. So I'm really curious if he's going to be able to do it as well here on land.
Well, we will find out, of course. They aren't alone, no. They will be facing another team. This is going to be Lore Gold, Classic Gunless Stack, and 04 will be the team to take them on. Study, do they have what it takes?
Yes, they have what it takes. We're talking about Classic and Gunless. But these guys have been around since Vietnam. Like, I've been playing Call of Duty for a long time. I was playing against Classic, not really against Gunless, but those guys are veterans. They know what it takes to win. And then when you add Dak to the lineup, he's been great so far throughout this Challenger season. And then 04, a guy who I was really familiar with throughout rank play. But throughout the Elite season is when I got to really realize what kind of player he is. And he is Mr. SND Takeover. So SNDs are basically going to be locked up for this Lore Gold squad. But I'm looking at the respawns because Classic and Gunless, they can sometimes get it done and then they sometimes can't. But when you're going up against FaZe Black, everyone has to be on point.
And that's probably going to be the key of this series. Realistically, you've got FaZe Black, the favourites, coming into it. If they play to the level that most people expect, they should be able to take it. But many things could throw a wrench into their plans. Here's the map set that we are going to be seeing these two teams on at the moment. It's going to be Invasion Hardpoint, Highrise Search and Destroy, Highrise Control, Rio Hardpoint, and if we get there, Invasion Search and Destroy. What do you make of the map set, Study?
I think the good thing for me is that I was able to commentate a lot throughout FaZe Black, all throughout the Elite, so I know what they're really good at. So it has to be for Lore Gaming. You have to be able to respond in this map, number one. Because when you get to the Highrise Search and Destroy, FaZe Black, they love themselves some Highrise. And even in the Control, that is their bread and butter. That's a very difficult map to play against FaZe Black on. And then as you go forward, even in the Rio, that's where you allow Joe DeCease to really get activated. And even if we get to the map number 5, it's where it can get a little bit scary. But I think if you are Lore, you have to come out and take this map number 1 because the 3 maps in the middle are heavily favored for FaZe Black.
Well, we'll have to see if the video's gone one way or the other. The only real way to find out, of course, is to jump into that hardpoint first of all. Stud, how do you feel about these two teams? Do you think FaZe Black have that much of an advantage over Lore?
Oh, yeah, without question, because they have been consistently winning. We're talking about 2 back-to-back cups where they have walked out on top. And then when you add a player like Dylan Rex to the lineup, who everyone is talking about being the next guy up to make it into the CDL, you're playing a map in Invasion where the ARs are going to be felt. So Brack, we know it's with his gameplay, it's always slow and steady wins the race. He's always going to be the consistent factor off the rotation, putting himself in a head glitch, setting his teammates up. But Dylan Rex on the opposite side is what's going to make it a lot more difficult because you know how aggressive you're going to have those SMGs in Joe DeCease and Exceed. The ARs are going to set the tone, but the SMGs are going to be making a plays. And on the opposite side, for Lore, I'm simply looking at Gunless. He's a guy who has that ability to take over games, but the most recent ones that I was casting over him, he wasn't really having the best performance. But now we're on land. Everything is out the window. We don't got to worry about connection. We don't have to worry about any of those outer factors when you're playing online. It's all about this match right here in front of you. You got the Titans. You got to go and take them down.
So here's an interesting one. I want to talk about Gunless a little bit. You got to remember just kind of the reputation that Gunless has preceding him. Realistically, I know at one point, at least in the near history, about talking about Gunless, about one of the most naturally talented players. For anybody, but never really leveled up to that success, and has been in and out of the CDL and in and out of very good teams for some time. Obviously, this is his chance to kind of make another run and a potential name for himself to get himself back into a main roster. It's been a really kind of interesting career for him.
Yeah, it's been very interesting because we're talking about a point in the CDL season where he was one of the best players in the game, if not the best player. And then a couple of things are out of his situation. I'm pretty sure he gets sick, so he has to fall back and hit the bench for a roster, and then his team ends up winning the event. That's when LG won that tournament with Spark dropping the winning the S&D record, winning like 11 in a row. And unfortunately, Gunless did not get his opportunity back in, but now you are on the path to making your way back up to the CDL. He's definitely a player who is the caliber of player who can make his way and make a difference in the CDL, but you have to make sure your name is being yelled in challenges, and it all starts by taking down the team in FaZe Black.
Yeah, and obviously this will be a great chance for them. Obviously, winning this puts you very far forward into the winners' final, and from that position, obviously, all the way to the grand final if you can make it. So, big kind of games here for both of these two teams. But not only that, winning here obviously puts you into the prize money as well. So you're kind of guaranteed to get a good amount of change for this Challengers LAN.
Yeah, you make sure you're going out to Miami, and even though you're buying food, you're buying drinks, everything you can to be prepared for the tournament, you can walk away with a little bit of change if you walk away with this series. So obviously, if you're FaZe Black, you're feeling like you're going to walk in here and take care of business. But if you are lower, everyone is thinking FaZe Black are just going to run right through you. You have to be able to answer on this map, number one.
Yeah, you certainly do. And speaking of taking care of business, we're just waiting for this map to start because one of the players is just taking a quick bathroom break.
Fantastic.
Because, that's exactly what you do, right? You get your vetoes done, everybody's set up and ready to go, and then you disappear. I laugh because it's basically what I expect from this most of the time. Obviously, players are running around and trying to get in position, then one of them just has to go. But sometimes you just have to be a little bit patient because as soon as they are back, I believe we will be ready. So just hold fire, everybody, and stay with us while we go through this. I've actually just had a quick look through the bracket at any of the other kind of big games going on. Clutch Rain obviously lost their game recently. They've just fallen into the lower bracket. And it looks like they'll be playing the winner of Omit versus Fourth Space.
Okay. So that should be cool. That should be a good game. I'm pretty sure Clutch Rain just came off of a 3-0 to FaZe Black. So that's where it gets a little bit scary because you're losing that initial game, and then now you're forced to instantly drop down into losers to try to make up for it. But as you take a look at the bracket, Boston, they were able to take down Houston. Lore was able to take down the other Lore roster. And then FaZe Clan Black were able to take down Clutch Rain. So it's not really filled out yet, but we still have a lot of games to go forward.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find, just trying to get a little look because I can find it on the Faceit site. I think it's a little bit more updated than this. I'm just trying to find out how some of these games have gone. Actually, I say that. I think our one is actually more updated than what I've been looking at. So ignore everything I've just said. I was looking in the lower bracket to see any of our notable teams as well, because obviously we haven't got that far for our bracket graphic here on the stream, but we can go all the way back to the bracket on the website. It looks like Omid X Notorious are on to go play Law Gaming, who've just dropped down against the Law Gold we are now seeing. Team War took down the Falcons 3-0, so Falcons are out of this tournament. They are just waiting for their next kind of player to drop in. And I think Laglanders and Chaos X Rally are actually still ongoing. Chaos X Rally actually took down SGP 3-2.
Okay. Syndicate. All right. I was watching those guys all throughout the Elite. They always were playing some really tight battles, but towards the very end of the Elite, they couldn't figure out the search and destroy. So when they were finding success, they were clutching a lot of 2v4, 2v3 rounds. And unfortunately, in this game, Bob versus Chaos Rally, Mock and Hollow get the better of them there. So they will be going up against Lagliners. This is a team who I really wanted to pay more attention to, too, because Lagliners, they went all throughout the Elite, not winning a single match, Bryce. We're talking about a team who just got second at Boston. They couldn't find a single W. So now you have to make up for it at the LAN event. They fall short versus Lore Gold, the team that we're currently about to cast, but they're slowly trying to make their way back up through that loser bracket to at least make it on the stream so I can cast them, because I have yet to cast them at least once.
Speaking of casting, there is the infamous signal, the fist bumps, the way we always know how this game is about to start. We should be able to see this one get into it. Invasion Hardpoint will be the first map between these two, and it should be a very good one. Typically, the winners' semi-finals and the winners' finals are some of the best games of any tournament.
Oh, yeah. That's when you get the top dogs versus the top dogs. The people who fight all the way through the pasture pit from round one. You probably have a higher seed, so you get a bye round one, but everything after that has been cruise control for both of these teams. FaZe Black, I'm pretty sure, have yet to lose this map as well, Bryce. So if you are low gold, you have to come out swinging, and this map number one has to go in their favor, because like I said before the series started, the middle maps are all in favor of FaZe Black.
Well, let's find out. We're going to this tumultuous first hard point as everybody throws a few bullets everywhere. It's always a difficult one here because there's too many angles when you're on the point and there's too many angles when you're off the point. Both teams will be kind of dancing around it, looking for positioning, and then eventually looking for P2.
Yeah, so far Lore doing a great job. Classic setting up that pinch to walk away with a lot of this P1 time, and even though FaZe Black are getting those palace spawns, you don't really want them going over towards P2. That's why you see them trying to contest through the middle of the map, but Lore Gold are able to find a clean 4 dead. So the final 20 is going to be theirs, and you already have players off the rotation. I did say 0-4 takes over in the search and destroy, but he's also a great AR in the respawns. 4-1 start for Lore.
Classic can set up a bit of a pinch here because the teammates have just gone down, but Joe Stevens and Exceed trying to hold this one down. Brack versus 0-4. Nade is prime for him, but Brack goes for the chow and not able to get the second one. It's a team kill nade with parallel spawns coming in as well. Classic will slip through and now have to turn around.
Yeah, Classic does get the read, though. His teammates are consistently spawning over towards Broken. They eliminate that final player pushing in towards Blue, so you get the kills. Now you're able to turn back around. As Dylan Rex through mid-dark is able to find a double. Might be just enough for FaZe Black to lead towards the break. The spawns do flip. All of Lore trying to keep them trapped in towards P2 because we know how impactful that P3 can be if you can trap them in towards the backside of Palace.
And that's what they're trying to do right now. Dak continuing to fire on all cylinders. Looking for this last one. He's going to be here, but just not able to get the bullets through the rebar. And they are dancing around, eventually staying alive as reinforcements flow in for Lore Gold. And they are basically playing this almost perfect. If they could get a little bit more time, it would be.
Yeah, the final 10 seconds at this P2. FaZe Black, they're happy as hell that they can get on out. And you also have one player in 0-4 who spawns behind enemy lines, so he should be in a position to get a free pinch kill onto Dylan. His teammates are already going to be set up in towards the bathroom. You just got to hold down this next push of FaZe Black, who are applying all the pressure up through blue side. Great shots from Joe Deceives, not able to lead to the kill, and Lore Gaming still holding on.
The way they've kind of managed to get this double rotate going through, though, and the pressure onto Gunless. Can he get anything forward? And not able to get the second, but one might just be enough. Cutting down the angles, cutting down the bodies. Joe Deceives now sitting into the wind, but still finding the kill. But it's not going to be enough. Reinforcements coming through from Palace a mile away as Brack has got split spawns along with Exceed.
Yeah, this is what Invasion sometimes turns out to be. A whole lot of pins spawning, and you have to be able to read it. Now with Lore Gaming, everyone spawning over towards Valis. They know that the pressure's going to come in from back gas. FaZe Black are able to find the break. But they're having a slow start. You see a couple players already 4-10, 5-10 out of Dylan Rex. I'm expecting a lot more out of the next guy up for the CDL. Hopefully he can turn up here soon.
See, trying to win that gunfight, just being played with a little bit. And Lord Gold have control of P4 quite handily. It will be a split, though. The Palace spawns coming in for FaZe Black, and again, parallel spawns. You can see that 0-4's just spawned behind them.
They're reading it, though. Like, Lore doing a great job of reading these pin spawns. It's not usually where you find a lot of success doing that, but they had a good time of soaking a lot of this P4 time. First initial 20 goes to their favor. Now they're able to flip these spawns right back on their head. FaZe Black consistently trying to spawn over towards Mannequin, but they have a couple players still spawning over towards Palace. It's just always a mixed fest when you're playing around this P4 HP.
It really is difficult enough for me to see and kind of guess the spawns on the entire mini-map, let alone these players. So it really does show you the awareness going through. But Lord Gold, again, lion's share of time here on P4. So we go over to P5. FaZe Black not really looking in control at any point during this.
Yeah, they need to figure out how to stop the bleeding. You need to get a clean 3 to 4 dead. Put yourself in the proper setup to get some much needed time. Because you're currently down by 40. You already have players pushed out towards the middle of the map. Brack trying to be the layer to make it a lot more difficult for Lord to get even close towards the point. But gunless there for the team fire. You have a couple players potentially setting up a pinch around gas. And this is where FaZe Black have to hold strong on their setup.
Looking for it, and Dak just making huge plays here. Trying to keep alive, trying to get down, and almost turns and burns. That was an outrageous reflex.
Yeah, that was some good snapping right there at attack. Unfortunately, not able to close out that gunfight. But it's still FaZe Black in control of the hill. The spawns have not gotten funky yet. This P5 consistently spawning towards the backside of gas. That double out of lore might be just enough to apply the pressure. You just have to find the next couple of kills. It's Brack and Exceed combining for 3. Potentially going to walk away with this final 10 seconds. Been a very scrappy invasion between both of these teams, but Brack now finds himself on 5 in a row.
Well, they're going to keep trying to get enough points here to move forward as we go into our second set. But it is still a very tight game, considering how the hills usually work on this map. Big swings is what we expect, and 12 points, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things yet.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It might simply come down to game clock if these two teams continuously play the way that they are. Brack, though, his time to strike. He's able to find a double through the middle of the map, so FaZe Black in an opportunity to take the lead, not by a lot, but by a slight margin, because you best believe Lore is still going to be throwing those nades, trying to contest this P1 time, not giving up this full 30. You already have players going through dark, players going through mid DVD. They find 3, all 4 in the feed. So Lore get the break, and with only 20 seconds left, they have set themselves up as well to chain it over towards P2.
That's what we're doing now at 4, looking to hold it down. Those players against him. Joe will win the fight, but Classic will get the trade, and it does mean the FaZe Black are just being pushed back a little bit here. They are not in position to even think about P2. They can't even get to P1.
Yeah, they've just been late on the majority of these rotations. I know you're FaZe Black. You've been able to outskill every single team that you've been playing so far, but you have to do the fundamental part correctly, because that's the reason why Lore Gold currently have the scoreline that they do. Now the spawns fit. FaZe Black trying to break in from broken side. Low only have 2 players on the point right now, so you can try to isolate these guys and find the break instantly.
Unfortunately, those 2 players have got great positioning, and reinforcements have flown forward. Gunless getting 2, and now with that wipe into the kill feed, they will push this one out and make it even more difficult for FaZe Black to get anywhere close. They're still going to try and push the streak here, but no kills for them. Streaks all around for Lord Gold. And at some point, they will have to pull the ripcord and start thinking about the next.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about the next. As you can already see, 1 player in Brack is going to spawn over towards Palace. It's going to be 2 players for FaZe Black over towards the Palace side. And now if you are Lore, a great hold at this P2 HP, and you're trying to be the team earlier off the rotation towards next. It's a one-on-one gunfight. Classic is going to be able to win it. So Lore get the back gas spawns. They finding all the kills in the feed. They're starting to pull away in this game.
That is an unbelievable turn of events that should not happen. FaZe Black, you cannot give up a rotation like this. They fought their way back in. They brought the slaying almost even. But now the game is anything but. 175 to 96. Lore Gold looking to hold down the rest of this time.
And this is a hill that you have to get in if you are FaZe Black. You cannot allow all this time to go to the opposing team. And with them finding a couple kills around that hill, at least you get them out of it. But still, the close spawns here for Lore Gold. Going to be able to reinforce really quickly. Final 20 is going to be theirs. They're going to be able to breach that 200 point mark. And FaZe Black, they are just getting punched in the mouth right now, Bryce. They have not had an answer yet.
Slaying is out of control. Dynarex 13 and 23. Exceed 14 and 23. Everywhere they go, outgunned. But now with P4 popping, can they find the mythical massive amount of points on this one? It's never easy, especially when you're being outslayed. Brack resorts to pistol whipping him in the back, and they push out every single side, but nobody's on the point as spawns are all over.
Yeah, it's cool and all that you can push out and get all these kills, but you're down 100. You have to play for this hill time. Good thing that you were able to flip those spawns, put Lore over towards the preferred side at Palace, so you can start soaking up this P4, but you got a lot of time to make up. You have to make these kills count, and even the hill time count, and 0-4 with the double, trying to make it a triple. With team shots out of Classic, you're just doing a great job of your Lore, just simply keeping them off of this HP.
Yeah, that's all you've got to do. Keep blading and bearing in mind, obviously coming up next P5. Also not an easy one to get a lot of points on, neither is P1. for Law. They just have to be scrappy. They can continue to bleed points wherever they want. Even scrap time here is dangerous for FaZe Black.
Oh!
And Joe DeCease will get 2. And they will now try and lock this one in. They're not going to go for P4 again. They are going for Street.
Yep, you have to rotate over towards P5 now. This has to be a full 60 hold if you want to get back to this game. And already Lore have a lot of map control. They're already pushed up in towards Broken. Now you have Treehouse side. And now you're forcing the players on FaZe Black. Like, now we have to get a couple kills. We have to try to ice up or we're going to spawn out.
4 continues to just rain terror
God.
on them. Already pushing and just not missing. Staying alive, trying to get back out of it as well. Isn't going to work. Dylan Rex will find the next. Lord Gold continuing to pile pressure upon pressure on FaZe Black. Dylan Rex trying to stay alive isn't going to work. Lord Gold continue to just keep trading, and that's all they need to do.
That's all they need to do because FaZe Black so far at this P5, they started this hill with 107. They've only got to 115. That means they're only walking away with 8 seconds. It's been a contest test from both of these squads. Lower Gold are doing a great job of just keeping this hill scrappy. This is how you're staying ahead of the game. They find another set of kills. 3 go down in the feed, so the final 10 is going to be theirs. And they're already set up off the rotation. FaZe Black are just 2 steps behind right now.
Yeah, trying to make up some difference here. Joe DeCease looks for the 2-piece as well, but gets 2 in no time, and they need every single second of it. He finds a 3rd as well. Somebody get on time from FaZe Black!
Someone get on the damn hill, Bryce. We need this hill time. It's cool to drop all these kills, at least try to make up for it in the slaying, but you're down by 100. You have to do the double task of getting the kills and gaining the hill time and also maintaining the map control over towards next. Joe DeCease does end up on 5, but he does get shut down. It's still FaZe Black holding down this P1 to the best of their abilities, but Lower Gold, no. There's only 42 seconds left in the game. We can contest this all the way to the very end.
That's what they're looking to do. They've got bodies laying on this everywhere they can. Exceed eventually cleans them out. They have this at the moment, but can they continue to do so? They don't want to relinquish even a few seconds towards them. It has been a valiant effort so far that they start approaching 150. But they have the P2 rotation. Second there for Classic. But they need another flawless hold. The other thing we need to talk about is 31 seconds left on the timer.
Yeah, the game clock is going to come into play. If you are lower, you just got to at least contest it. Put them in a nice little trap, but a lot of the kills going in favor of FaZe Black until 04 with that AR in hand is able to find a double. So there's only 40 seconds remaining on this hill. Your game plan might simply be, let's just keep them away from this B2.
Yeah, there are power positions on this one. And 4 jumps in eventually. Dylan Rex will fire the first, but there are just not enough bodies for it, and they can smell the blood in the water. They will try and end this here, regardless of what happens. Lord Gold have the bodies. There will be a split spawn come through as well, but there's nothing in the kill for 2 now eventually for FaZe Black. They have to go for this. 10 seconds left. They get another one. Only 04 left. He throws everything for this one. FaZe Black get a small respite, but they not only have to hold this one flawlessly now, they need to get to next.
They need to get to next, and they already let a couple players out. Dak has made his way up through Cafe. He does get taken care of by Joe DeCease. And now if you are FaZe Black, it has to be perfect Call of Duty from here on out. You have the back gas spawns. You have to watch your teammates cross over towards that point, make it a lot more easy for your teammates to soak some uncontested time. They're slowly but surely climbing their way back into this game. Currently down by 60, but Dak with that double might be just enough to lead to the break for Lure.
Oh, Gunners gets the last one. They're going to go for this one as well. Brack has to make the hero play. Diving around. There are reinforcements flooding in here for Lord Gold. So they're trying to get the contest, and somehow they have held on again. Lord cannot find their way forward. They have pushed them right back against the map here. Yeah, with problems, they never end because the next hill is upon us. P4 will be here, and it is a famously contest-heavy hill. Both teams struggle to get points off of it.
Yeah, this final 20 is going to go in favor of FaZe Black, but you have to make your way up through P4, which is one of the more difficult hills to soak any time. You have to try to find a couple kills. Only 8 seconds needed for Lord Gold to try to close out this game. Gunless and the rest of the squad is just thinking, let's just keep them off. But finally, someone is going to hop on. You're applying the pressure now to FaZe Black.
And they've got them all down. Only one player can get into it, and he does do it, but it's not going to matter. Lord Gold have done enough. FaZe Black, they fought their way back through this all the way, but time was against them. And sometimes you have to start off fast. You can't end that way.
Yeah, they just started off too slow, Bryce. We're talking about every single hill for the first two rotations of this game. They were the team laid off rotation. That's all it came down to. FaZe Black, we got to think about those fundamentals. You get those fundamentals in play, that means that the slaying is going to be a little bit better in your favor because a lot of those gunfights were more difficult with you swanning all the way across the map, running into the setup of Lure Gold. But that's exactly what you needed to do if you were Lure. Come out and just catch FaZe Black off guard. The first map that they have lost all tournament at Miami comes on an invasion HP. So it's going to be Lure going up 1-0. Great place from everyone on that side. Dak had his moments, but it was more 0-4. Every time we switched to his POV, he was getting it done with the AR. He usually takes over in the search and destroy, but he was 35 and 30. Dak was 33 and 30. Everyone just put up a 30 piece on the side of Lure. And like you said, it was just a slow start from FaZe Black. Fundamentals not really in the back of their minds, and they fall short in map 1.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I was talking about, right? Eventually, you are in such a good position if you are Lure Gold, even with FaZe Black just hammering them in those last few hills.
Yeah.
They were taking 5 seconds, they were taking 10 seconds, and it got further and further away from them to the point where even in P4, Lure Gold, I don't know if they could make the decision of like, let's see how the trade goes. Either we sit here and wait for their initial push knowing they have to run at us, or we just eventually jump in and take the 8 seconds. They waited for a few seconds. FaZe Black hesitated. Lure Gold said, all right, we're going in.
That's exactly what they needed to do. Once you find that opening kill through the middle of the map, you get one player on the point, and then everything after that is just a trade fest. Because FaZe Black now have to worry about the player on the point. Obviously, you're going to lose in 8 seconds. But also that game clock came into play because Lure, they would do a great job of just simply keeping FaZe Black off of the majority of these HPs towards the final moments of this game. It got a little bit scary towards the end. I would have liked to see Lure potentially not really soak up a lot of that P1 time, play for the trap at P2 to close out the game there. But FaZe Black, at least you had a little bit of a response to the later half of this game to try to build some momentum going into map 2.
Well, we'll see. Do FaZe Black just have a slow start, or are they outmatched by Lure Gold? Only the next 4 maps will tell us, realistically. But hey, you got to say, Lure Gold certainly knew what they were coming in for, and
yeah,
just hot off the beginning. So hot. The slaying was so much in their favor. And for FaZe Black, you got to wonder, you know, it's great to do what they did and to get back-to-back hills, get the rotations where they needed to be. But if you can play that well, if you can do that, you need to do it just maybe a hill before.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Bryce. It's cool and all that you were able to chain a P2 to P3, but it was on the 3rd rotation of HP. So you get it done at least on the 1st or 2nd rotation, you're right back into this game, walking away potentially as the winner in game number 1. But now you're down 0-1 in the series. You're going into a high-rise search and destroy where, like I said before the series started, this is a map that FaZe Black usually tend to like. We're talking about consistently attacking over towards that B street, Exceed always finding an opening over towards the helipad side. So I think if you are Lure, I was able to at least watch Classic and Gunless on this map quite a bit throughout the Elite. They love to play through Underground, and they love to apply that pressure up through B street. So whoever wins that B street fight right off the rip might secure this W in this map number 2.
All right, well, it looks like they are waiting on a few bits here. That confirmation that maybe there's a small technical hitch before we start this next map. You can see the fist bumps are going through regardless, but looks like we're loading in, so we're okay. Never mind. We're going on a high rise.
Once you see the fist bumps, Bryce, you know it's game time, baby. Might be a little bit delayed sometimes, but once those fist bumps come in, it's guaranteed the game is starting. So here goes the map fly through, high rise, search and destroy. One of my least favorite search and destroys to play in ranked. Like, believe it or not, whenever you see high rise pop up on the bottom left of your screen when you're playing ranked, you're always thinking control. But when you get caught off guard in the S&D, it definitely throws you off guard because there's a lot of different routes that you can take. It looks like a 3-lane map, but you have the sidewall runs, you have the underground tunnels where you can make a lot of plays happen.
No, I can agree with you. I actually really love this as a control map. So
Yeah.
just
Well,
gonna leave it.
you're
It's my
insane.
favorite control map.
You're insane.
I know. I don't know why it's my favorite control map. It just is. But anyway, enough about me and our preferences for maps. We can see now, as we go into the S&D, FaZe Black have opened up proceedings and now have the advantage.
Yeah, they took all B street control. They win that initial gunfight onto Gunless. They find a second onto 0-4. Bomb now gets planted. Dak is able to take down one, make it a 3v2, but still a tall task ahead to try to clutch up in this 2v3.
Can they find anything here? Because this is always a bit of a difficult retake. Too many corners. Classic has been seen as well. Just playing around it. He finds Dak as well. And now they'll just play with Classic. It'll be all shoulders for breakfast. Exceed also has, I think, a line on that bomb.
Yeah.
Here comes the reach out. Classic could do this. Has to go for the defuse. Time is against him and eventually will be taken down. There's no way he doesn't get here in time. And there it is. But a valiant effort.
It's definitely a good opportunity for Lore to potentially walk away with that clutch, but FaZe Black, no sweat off the brow. They had the bomb planted in a certain position where you're able to spot it through that back left window. But back to the beginning of that round, it just came down to the battle of B Street. You find the initial kill, you also find a player through underground, you instantly put the bomb down, and you walk away with the W, as FaZe Black put one on the board first.
All right, let's see. FaZe Black will have wanted that first round, especially after the hardpoint we just watched. How do Lord Gold adapt on their first break? And there's a long-range gunfight down B Street. Looks like both of them will walk away.
Just going to limit a little bit of peppers on the opposite side, though. It's going to be Lore applying all that pressure up through Blue Street. They're able to find the initial two. Dylan, Rex, and Gunless. They're able to trade a gunfight. That usually tilts me a little bit, but it's a 1v3 now left up to Joe Deceives.
It's so rare. I often forgot that is actually a possibility, but gunfight was even enough. They did so, but Lord Gold will walk away with the round. So advantage for them, regardless of how the trades went.
Yeah, that was a complete different round from the first attacking round that we saw. It was all out pressure for FaZe Black through the B Street. This time for Lord, it was all out pressure up through A side, because they were able to stall out that round a little bit. You had a Classic pick up a couple kills, so he potentially earned himself a trophy. That's why you make that play happen. They tied the game up at 1. Now you just got to be ready for this initial push from FaZe Black over towards B Street. Probably send a double stack towards that right side.
Well, let's see how they play this one. Everything in all of the playbooks will be coming out into it. It's a very big game for these two teams. Money on the line. Receives under the underground again. It'll be slightly different from their first round breaks regardless, just because of the addition of trophy systems.
Yeah. But still the first blood in favor of Joe. Gunless is able to respond with great shots onto Dylan. Makes it a 3v3. Still a manageable play for both of these teams, but you see how much map control right now that Classic was able to take. He's already finds himself in towards bottom blue. Dak is currently at 66 HP. You gotta try to stay alive, but this play is gonna fall into the hands of what can Classic get done through underground.
I'm still looking here, just giving a few bullets down, but also takes him out the fight for a second, and it's point blank. Joe Deceives knocks Classic clean out. And Dak will find one more, but time is starting to tick against them, Studdy.
Yeah, they only have 23 seconds. You got to get a move on it. You had to read have at least one player around that site. You have to try to sniff him out. Dak from up top, Gunless from down low. Perfect coordination right there out of Lore. I would like to see FaZe Black just change their setup. Like, we just watched Joe Deceives beat down Classic from that same corner. They're most likely going to expect you to be in that same spot. We got to change that around a little bit, but they do not do it in time. Lore in the 2v2, able to ice up. Perfect plays, perfect coordination to secure the round.
All right, now, Lord Gold certainly not looking like the underdogs in this series that we spoke about before we came into it. Won the hard point, and it could have been an incredible hard point if they had kind of kept going at the same pace. But now 2-1 up in the S&D. Adjustments will be made by both teams here as they go into their second round. And you can see right now it's already looking a little bit like an aggressive push out of Lord Gold. Bomb going all the way across. Will they go straight in for a quick B? It doesn't look like it with no B Street control.
Trying to get early information. Leads to Gunless finding another first blood onto Dylan. That's a gunfight that Gunless has gotten the better of multiple rounds now. And now you're forcing Joe Deceives to try to make a play up through the B Street. He gets taken down by 0-4. Instantly a 2v4 now for Lore.
Exceed splits the net though. Finds one, not the second. Dak just quick enough. A 1 versus 3 for Brack though.
And this is where if you are Lore, you play for this bomb plant, but Dak is able to get that info. He's trying to push out towards B. And now in the 1v3, if you are Lore, you set Dak up for this kill so he can earn that cruise missile. He finds himself on 6 in a row. Cruise missile now earned. Lore are just a completely different team on land. They are playing great COD right now.
They really are. 7-1. That's kind of the kind of a scoreline you expect to see at the end of an S&D. Not really going into round 5. We'll see if they can keep it up. That is a 6 streak. That is a cruise missile in the pocket.
And if you are FaZe Black, it has to simply come down to Bryce not dropping in the first 15 seconds. It's been multiple first bloods from Lore, more specifically over towards this B Street side. Let's not challenge Gunless, because he's gotten the better of multiple players now.
F4 streak himself. F4 going for this jump. Not always the easiest thing to make, but this time Joseph does get Gunless. A little bit of a change. Get close. Exceed will find Classic as well. 2 versus 4. This might come down to 4. Oh, he drops. Gonna go for it again. No, goes back onto it. Checks bomb. Not gonna be there. Didn't see the player. Goes for it. Eventually does manage to get it. Can he get alive? No. He's gonna fall here. And that means it's Dak at a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Dak with a 1v3. He knows that the pressure's going to be over towards me, but FaZe Black have yet to commit towards the bomb plant. They are playing for the kill. And they were able to locate him on the pinch. As you can see, Lord just discussing a little bit of their game plan. FaZe Black calm, cool, and collected. Able to secure the round, not allowing this SND to get away from them. Now down 3-2.
Well, that's exactly what they needed. 3-2 is always way better than 4-1 when you start to get a little bit nervous about it.
Yeah, because keep in mind, Bryce, they still have that cruise missile as well. So you don't want to be down 4-1 and then Dak being able to guarantee basically 1 round with that cruise.
There we go. Another big push coming out. Looks like more B3 control for Lord Gold. Classic will have to slow down, though. Already been tagged up. They're going to know a player's down here from that grenade as well. So for all Lord Gold, it seems like they've stopped.
Yeah, Classic at 2 HP. You don't want to move and give up a free first blood. But the cruise missile does get invested. You gained all the info. You send in your SMG players to find the first blood again onto Delarex. He has not been having a fun time so far in this series. But the bomb is going to get planted. 3v4 now for FaZe Black to try to clutch up.
They're looking for this now, and the 3 versus 3 with bomb down. Technically, the advantage is with the team with the bomb down. So Lord Gold just have to trade this out and play the clock. There's the first check. Classic will have checked this now. 0-4 will get a kill on the Joe Deceive as well. There goes the second check from Classic. Taking another 7 seconds, but Deceive tries to get something going. It isn't going to work out. Lord Gold get another one on the board.
Yep, that was just a guaranteed round out of the cruise missile. You invested early on, no one drops. You're able to gain the info. You isolate the player in Dylan Rex over towards the elevator side. And then you just get the bomb down, put yourself in the post-plant setup, and it works out to perfection. As Laura again starting to pull away in the search to destroy, now up 4-2. But if you are FaZe Black, you no longer have to worry about that cruise missile. You can go back to the original game plan.
Yeah, you certainly can. And I just want to kind of elaborate on what I was talking about there, why it switches to the advantage of the team with the bomb down. And realistically, it's just because you have the clock to play around as well.
Yeah.
And every time Classic check that bomb, you theoretically can burn 7.5 seconds before you have to check again, allowing you to play the positions, while FaZe Black have to get into it.
And now FaZe Black have to have a response on the attack. This time 0-4 in a perfect position to at least contest. Gets info onto 1. He knows that the second player is down to jump up this ladder. But the team nades come in to isolate Exceed for another first blood for Lore.
And now they wait. The Law, they have the advantage. They have good map control as well. You can see them spread across. They're watching blue. They're watching B Street. They've got somebody watching the bomb side. 0-4 will pick up a second one. For FaZe Black, they are struggling to get anywhere now. That bomb is down. They are being compressed. And 0-4 fancies himself. Not going to get in the end. And Brack is just trying to stay alive. 72 health, a dream, and a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, that bomb's going to be down at that B site. Lore Gold basically have this one locked up. As long as you don't line up for a 3-piece, you should be okay. But he finds a 3v onto Gunless. Eventually, he is going to get sniffed out. And that all falls into the hands of 0-4. The different defensive look, ready for that B pressure. He's able to find a triple on the round. Shuts down everything for FaZe Black. There was a lot of individual one-on-one gunfights though, Bryce. Like when I remember watching FaZe Black at the beginning of the Elite, They were so good at just using teamwork, simply outclassing players. But right now on LAN, you could tell it's a lot of one-on-one gunfights. Dylan Rex is getting soloed out. And then when he falls, it's another guy dropping in a one-on-one. We have to show more teamwork here because Lure Gold are just simply outclassing you in that aspect.
Well, you are right. FaZe Black will need to find something different now. Before already calling out that first one. Nays now flying in from both sides. Exceed will get the first kill, though, onto Classic. And now maybe a little bit of a change of tactic. That smoke has gone down there. Obviously, that's kind of used it and it's out of their arsenal, but they're using it maybe to make it a distraction.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, so they can find a different way to approach the site. But unfortunately, they do not check right above them. Exceed is able to find a second. Jodeci's finds the third. Now it's Gunless left in a 1v4. Does take down Dylan Rex. I'm telling you, he's been having the better of that guy all map long. Still a 1v3 with 45.
I was looking for it. He might just get timing here. I think he saw a foot. He did see a feet. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And Exceed will get a round back on the ball for FaZe Black.
And already you can see the difference in that round. FaZe Black walk away with the first blood. You get the first blood, you play your man advantages, and you stay strong on your defensive setup. Now you were just forced to respond on the attacking side, where it's been very, very difficult for you to find any success over towards B. You have to play some perfect search and destroy from here on out, because one mistake can cost you the round and cost you the map.
Well, let's see. FaZe Black. This is all about how they cut this map up. 04 going for the jump again. It is not an easy jump to make, and fails it there. Exceed will get first blood, though, and he's putting a lot of pressure on. Certainly feeling it, and just you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there, 04 not able to quite see him, just a little bit below. A little bit of information, though. Still looking for players.
Yeah, still trying to look for players. Maybe he was able to stand up. He was able to spot Exceed, but he works his way up through the middle of the map and now finds himself over towards the propane side. So now it's time for 04 to use his positioning to his advantage. He finds that kill on a Dylan, makes it a 3v3.
Pressure, though. Exceed will find Dak. Going around. Exceed looking, checking the angles. Gunless versus down. Gets it as well. Timing perfect for Gunless. 2 versus 2.
Oh, and 04 is able to take down Jodeci as well. Bomb is still going to be down at that B bomb site. Brack left with 20 seconds left to try to keep his team alive in this S&D.
Only benefit being is that they have backed off. Lord Gold are getting close for this trade. That's what they want. Double up. They've seen Brack as well. They will now look to isolate him. One up top. Brack just cut down, unable to do anything. And that is why, fundamentally, you stay in a position to trade.
Exactly. That's exactly why Lord Gold, even after getting first blooded by a great nade over the top from Exceed, when Gunless wins that one-on-one, you shut down that cruise missile, and then you do not panic in your numbers advantage. You allow the bomb to go down, you retake together, and you walk away with the W. This is definitely catching me off guard, Bryce, because everything that I've heard of for FaZe Black, they were the best in the world. They were the best Challengers team in NA, probably the best Challengers team throughout the entire world. But unfortunately now they find themselves down 0-2, just simply getting outclassed in the first map by teamwork and the fundamentals. In map number 2, 04 was their counter. They could not find a read on what he was doing. Multiple rounds where he was able to earn himself a couple 2 or 3 kills on the round. But then it was really also Dak alongside him, earning that cruise missile, guaranteeing his team a guaranteed round to walk away with this search and destroy in a 6-3 fashion. Just multiple first bloods in favor of Lore, a lot of man advantage that they did not throw away, and Dylan Rex again with a slow performance in this search and destroy. Yeah, you got to step up, man. You're the next guy up. Every time I keep hearing that you're the next guy up for the CDL, you are not having a performance CDL worthy to make it to the top.
You got to stop cursing him. I mean, to be fair, the majority of that S&D, Gunless just had his number.
Yeah.
Every time he went for the chow, Gunless had him. And that's just it. If you cannot win something and B Street opens up, it starts to go kind of against the game plan, right? It means you can't keep kind of going that way. It gives Lord Gold essentially a safe area to play into and grab control of the sites. But yeah, realistically, Lord Gold, underdogs, maybe no more. 2-0 in this series.
And you would think, Bryce, like, all right, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But fool me 7 times. Eventually, we got to change something up. Every time Dylan Rex went over towards that B Street, he was getting picked apart. And even the rounds where FaZe Black opened up with the first blood, it's still great setups, no panic on the side of Lore Gold. As they were able to walk away with that search and destroy and just completely put this series on its head. Because I was expecting FaZe Black to at least be tied up at 1, potentially be up 2, but Lore Gold, they have made it to this positioning for a reason. They are just different on land, and now they are 1 map away from guaranteeing themselves a winner's finals.
Wow. Let's see if they can do it. Underdog to overdog. Lore Gold may have put an upset into our laps here because FaZe Black have not been performing to what many would say is their usual standard study.
Yeah, nah, it's throwing me off guard, bro. Because when I watch these guys online, they are walking through teams with the swiftness. Dylan Rex is basically 30 per, sometimes 40 in the respawns, guaranteed double digits in the search and destroy, but he's just not having a good series so far. But it's far from over, Bryce. You're down 0-2, backs against the wall. Sometimes this is the opportunity where you play your best Call of Duty.
We will have to find out. Control is going to be up next between these two teams on this stream. Of course, FaZe Black will have an awful lot of work to do. Lore Gold, though, the dream is real. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break with more Call of Duty action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Miami. We are live in our game Face Black versus Law Gold, and Law Gold are holding all the cards. They just need one more map to sail themselves into our winners final study.
They're feeling good, man. Obviously, you walk away with the invasion HP right off the rip. I said the middle 3 maps were heavy in favor of FaZe Black, but you just took one right away from them in that high-rise search and destroy. Now you find yourself up 2-0 in the series, and FaZe Black are full of questions. How are we going to decide to put our backs against the wall and make a comeback in this series? How are we going to decide if Wisp is the GOAT? Or how are we going to decide if we're going to shut down Gunless? Because Dylan Rex has not been having a great performance so far in this series. And on a map like Highrise, more specifically in Control, you need your ARs to be shooting, or it can get real ugly real fast.
Yeah, hopefully the little break has steadied their shoulders and put some steel in their spines, because they are going to need every bit of it. FaZe Black have not been having fun so far. The thumbs up are shown to both teams. The fist bumps are also ricocheting across the station as the teams prepare themselves to dive into combat once more.
And I think, in my mind, Bryce, in the perfect world, FaZe Black come back and they force a Game 5. That's what we want. As casters, we love the series to go all the way down to the very end so we can feel the thrill of it the same way that the players feel the thrill of it. But FaZe Black need to think about those fundamentals, man. That's the only thing they have to have in their back of their mind. We get a clean 2 or 3 dead. No one needs to overchow and put the numbers still in a shaky position. You have to make sure that you are maintaining the map control to the best of your ability and communicating, not allowing anyone from lore to slip on by.
All right, well, let's find out then. It is a very short roll for Law Gold here to get to a win. It is a long one for FaZe Black. How do they get this one underway to begin with? Already you can see Joe deceives. He hits the little route, and they are going to put them back into the spawn already.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect from Joe. All of his teammates were able to find a couple kills around the map, and now this is where you can allow Joe to spread his wings a little bit. He's able to find a double. He's allowing his teammates to get some uncontested segments complete over towards this B point. You still don't have any trophy systems, so those nades are going to be felt. But at least if you're FaZe Black, first segment already complete.
Try to get into it as well, and you can see the team starting to fight back as well, though. FaZe Black have only managed to get 1 tick onto this, probably the second one now. Here comes the chat. Doesn't matter. They won't get the second tick onto B either. Law Gold still holding the line.
Yeah, so far Laura doing a great job of keeping the kill stagnant, maintaining the power side of the map, and it's a majority of the time over towards this B Street side. But you can see FaZe Black, they have been able to regroup. Everyone conga lining up to that B Street side, but they do not have anyone on the pinch. Eventually the trade does come in there from Brack, but damage already going to be done as Classic finds the final, and now all of FaZe Black forced to hit the reset off spawn.
Classic not able to get any of them there either. They now start to run through. Brack continues to run straight another point here. 04 got to hold the irons, got to hold this as well. Finds a second, and a third. 04 completely shuts down this push from them. Brack will escape, and there are players looking to go every single window. But where can they get to if Season finds 2? Dak and 04 will fall, giving them just a little bit of a gap to get out of.
And then Gunless was able to find his 6th in a row, so he picks up a cruise missile. Now there's only 1 player out of the spawn, and Dylan Rex, he falls. Now with only 10 seconds left, you have 1 segment to be accounted for, but those stuns are hitting. They're slowing you down. You're trying to get over towards A, but Lore are reading the play to perfection as they find all the kills in those final moments. Only allow 1 segment to get away from them, but that's a dominant defensive round from Lore.
It's a really good break off by FaZe Black, actually. They won the first kills. They got Joe Steve straight into the spawn, and then basically everything went wrong. There was a flurry of gunfights around B, and then they were pushed back, and it was just chaos after chaos. In 04, those 3 kills just held the irons over and over again. Didn't reload, didn't waver, just gunned.
Yeah, it was a great start from FaZe Black. You get all the kills, but like you said, when you have Joe Deceives already behind enemy lines, finding a couple kills, you still have not earned any trophy systems over towards the B point. So the nades were felt, and that's what leads to the break for Lord Gold. And now they're on the attacking side where they just have to make up for 1 segment. You get 2 already, job done. But 3 go in the feed for FaZe Black. Dak, farthest player pushed out. He gets taken care of, and now FaZe Black in an opportunity to put them in a nice little trap.
Now they're just trying to see if they can do exactly that. Exceed the wall bang on the Gunless. Looks at Dak as well. Get back into that spawn. They are only looking for 04. And they're going to know where he is as well. Joe Steve doesn't need it. Brack will get it, but falls off the map regardless. And for Lord Gold, this is where it gets difficult.
Yeah. This is definitely where it gets difficult. You are forced to now fight out of your spawn. Check every single corner on the way out. But at least you find the initial trade gun fights. Great big one right there from Joe. And you also set up Dak to get pinched. The last two players right in front of Brack's line of sight. He's able to find a double, trying to go for the triple. But FaZe Black would look to be a dominant defensive round out of them in round one. Even better. I mean, for FaZe Black this time around to secure this defense, not allowing any segments.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing for Lord Gold. They cannot even look towards these points, eventually getting onto it, but it's just one player. They are being battered back into their spawn, and Dylan Rex will take down 04 as well. With 7.6 seconds to go and nowhere for them to really make ingress into this point, I think it's all over.
Yeah, it's all over. And that's something that you're definitely going to be thinking about going forward into this map, because if you were Lore, one thing that you had to make up for was one segment. So would have liked to see a stack over towards B. You get that one out the way, but everyone was going stagnant one by one, and FaZe Black just kept you in your base for as long as they possibly could. Great drop from Exceed, just finessing around that helipad side. Everyone actually from FaZe Black, whenever they entered over towards that left side, they were getting activated. But finally, Dylan Rex is sitting at 6 and 8. He was having a slow start, but we know on a map like Highrise, where those ARs can set up in those power positions, yeah, you're bound to get some kills.
Well, let's see. Been very defense at the moment. FaZe Black technically winning on ticks. We're trying to do a little bit more than that in this one. Back with the flank though. We'll find Brack. Can he do any more? Or at least a second. Not going to be a bit of a bait and switch coming through. He gets stunned. He gets taken out.
Yeah, he gets stunned and gets taken out, but at least he sets up his teammate hitting 04 to find a double. Not allow that first segment to get complete. Big one-on-one one by right there out of Joe to Seize. And now it's still all out pressure from FaZe Black up through that B street. They're trying to get B out of the way, but there's still one player here to contest them.
And look, this is going to be a difficult one for them as well, but the nades rain in. And they just managed to clean house again here. Joe Seize. Oh, he's trying to shoot the feed off of him. 04 will fall. Joe Seize making sure that he stays in a good position. This allows his teammates to get out.
Yeah, this is a big play out of Joe, even with his teammates going 3 down. Just holding that power position through top heli gives you another avenue of attack. But now when you drop, everyone else falls at the same time. Now everyone forced with 40 seconds left to try to fight out of your base, and you do not earn a segment yet. So I think if you are Lord, this is how you have to get it done. Shutout round on another defense.
Oh, not going to be that much because they have managed to get into it. A few kills there for FaZe Black as they get out. Only Gunless trying to stem the tide, but kind of been made irrelevant. They've just ignored him and gone a different direction. There's 3 on the way.
They're just going to take all map control over towards A. This time they're going to have some trophy systems to withstand those nades and stuns coming over the top. 04 finds one, but he can't find anything else, so second segment is already on its way up. Gunless eventually has to get into play. Yeah, it's time to give up B Street. Let's try to set up this pinch through mid-map.
They're on this. They're still getting the ticks going through. Dak is going to try and make a hero play. It isn't going to work. That is going to be gone. FaZe Black have taken A, and now will go on to B. They are battering Lord Gold back into their spawn. Dylan Rex staying alive, flying back and forth. Will eventually fall, but the trade's still going to be there. They only have 7 lives left, and they just haven't got any map control.
Yeah, you can already see Gunless said we cannot allow this defense to get away from us because it's very difficult to win attacking rounds on Highrise. You got to try to invest that cruise missile to alleviate some of that pressure in your spawn, so allow you to get on out. With 1:18, Exceed still here to contest them. No more respawns for Lore.
So long left here that FaZe Black can just play this clock. They've got time. They didn't get the kills there either, though, and Classic will shut them down again. One bad trade, one missed opportunity, and FaZe Black will pounce.
Oh, and Dak right through underground is able to lead to the beatdown onto Dylan. Can't find a second onto Brack, so it's a 5v3. If you are FaZe Black, you have the numbers advantage. You just got to play Search to Destroy, a little bit of TDM in this situation. They're trying to isolate Gunless. He's only at 8 HP. Classic on the opposite side of the map is able to find another as well as 04. So now it's a 3v2 with 30 seconds left.
Both teams terrified. Classic all the way into the spawn. Has already been seen, though. Will now have to play his life and stay alive. Big gunfight versus Brack. Not going to pay off. 23 seconds. Falls Onto 04 shoulders. Brack versus Classic, a 1 versus 1. It now falls to 04, a 1 versus 3. Can he find the kills? He finds Brack. He gets the first. Has a little bit of time, but not a lot.
You gotta move. You gotta move. He's able to at least make it a 1v1. You know the last player's on the point.
Oh, 1 versus 3 in control. Lord Gold 04 pulls off a miracle.
Like, that just can't happen. That simply cannot happen. We got to put ourselves in better corners. Because the free first kill to come up through heli steps, you find it onto Joe Deceives. Then once it turns to a one-on-one, you can see Dylan Rex, he's already panicking. He's thinking like he could come from so many positions, but it comes down to a one-on-one gunfight. And 04 is able to secure it for Lure. They did not want to allow that defense to get away from them. They were able to clutch up in the 9v4. To secure that defensive round. Now take up 2-1, but you got a lot of segments to make up for. So it's a back-to-back offenses if you want to potentially try to walk away with this dub.
So going for Dak, waiting. Looking for this one and looking for a kill. Somehow spins, but that's all it's going to be. 1 kill. Classic is out. But you are right. What they want here is to end it right here and right now.
Hey, you just don't want to get into that round number 5. Potentially set up FaZe Black to earn a couple cruise missiles as well. And I was over here looking at the numbers when they talk about the KD. I was sitting there like, there's no way in hell Dak's sitting at 3 and 6, 4 rounds into the control. So those are definitely wrong, but FaZe Black are not wrong with the way that they are dominating this defense again. All-out map control. You have Brack push out towards heli. He's able to find his 6th in a row, picks up a cruise missile. And now Lord Gaming in a situation where they don't want to be in. You have to try to get out and find some success on this attacking round.
Well, that's what they're trying to do here. How on earth Dylan Rex just beat Gunners, I don't know. Got 28 seconds left to go. Classic keeps on moving forward. Will be challenged by Exceed. Wins the gunfight. Staying alive. He needs help. He needs reinforcements from his teams. It will eventually stop. He sees Joe Deceives as well, but Joe Deceives beats Classic. And they are just fighting from their spawn. Brack will now call in this cruise missile. Tries to get Gunners, but misses.
Okay, I don't understand that investment out of the cruise missile. It was only 20 seconds left. You were dominating in the slaying. You probably want to use that into a round number 5, but probably got a little bit frantic in that situation. Guess the call to invest it, and they're still going to walk away with the defensive round win, but that's definitely something that you would want going into round 5 to guarantee a break in towards the setup. A couple kills still here for Lure, but only 1 player currently on the point. That stun is going to connect. Multiple stuns is connecting. Everyone is having a stun fest in towards this B point, but it's still Exceed here to contest.
Just so many stuns, just ricocheting all over B. And there's a player on Lord Gold that was over by A, but it's not going to be enough. We are going to a round 5. And I believe that means that Lord Gold have to attack.
Yeah.
And they've barely even got a tick on their attack so far.
Yeah, they haven't found a single one. And usually for them, it's all about the start off. We're talking about the initial gunfights. You're going 2 to 3 dead, instantly getting put in the trap and allowing FaZe Black to take a majority of the map control. It cannot be like that going into this round number 5. The breakoffs have to be better. They have to be more team coordinated on what you are trying to get done. As FaZe Black have brought this one all the way back, trying to keep their series alive. As they're going to be the team on defense, Lure have to try to find a miracle in this attacking round.
Here we go. Nothing has gone well for them on the attacks so far. Is this the glitch in the Matrix? Is this the difference maker with the pressure on? Classic trying to stay alive. A lot of pressure down B Street. Exceed already finds 04. Dak is deep into the spawn, but nobody on his team is finding kills yet.
Finally, Dak is able to find one, but everyone else gets sniffed out, and now that's a clean 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be 04. He drops, and now FaZe Black have you in the headlock. Only 1 player has dropped on their side, make it 2, but it's already a lot of time knocked off of the game clock. 45 seconds left, and Lure have no map control.
Nothing but smoothies for everybody as this blender has been started again here. FaZe Black have done this so well so far. And I think he saw Brack out the corner of his eye there, Gunners, and we will take an 04. Lord Gold have an opportunity. They're actually on both points at the moment and got a few kills.
Oh, that's a big opportunity for Lure. You just got to make these kills count. Potentially a couple stack over towards B point. Yeah, let's get these trophies down. You know those stacks are coming over the top. The Dak finds another kill onto Joe. First segment already complete. Second segment about to be complete as well, as they're finding all the kills in the feed. This can get scary for FaZe Black. You would really love a cruise missile in this situation.
You really would. It's almost if they had one last time, but
Yeah.
B has now been captured. Can they keep the pressure on? Bearing in mind this could turn at any moment. A couple of trades, and FaZe Black will start that blender back up.
Look at the route already being hit by Dak. Works his way through underground. Should be able to find a freebie, or at least the read does come in from Joe. He's not able to win the gunfight. The trade is going to be there, but now you have to take more map control if you are Lore. Big gunfight win comes in from Classic to at least eliminate Exceed from top heli, but there's still a couple players from FaZe Black contesting on that side of the map.
Classic trying to get in a good position, but he has been seen as well. Dylan Rex is going to challenge him, and it's not going to be enough to lay there. Lord Gold, they're losing ground in this just bit by bit. They have managed to hold off the wipe so far, but pressure mounting. They found a second. Dak staying alive as well. Still no opportunity to get to A, though.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You have to get over towards the right side of the map. You have to try to put this game clock at a pause, and unfortunately, we just have our focus more on the spawn kills. FaZe Black find all the kills as they were trying to be aggressive up behind enemy lines, and now with only 30 seconds left, this is going to be their last hurrah.
As Brack just finds it, and it's just a little bit of a wobble through the stairs. Will go down to 0-4, but that's all that's going to be. 25 seconds and a last hurrah here for Lord Gold. They've done more than they have done in any attack so far by grabbing B, but it came off a Herculean effort that has yet to be repeated. They're flying at this point, but there is nothing. We've got Gunless going on a large flank, but they need to find kills around the point.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing. You have to get close towards the point. The only player on the point is going to be Dak. He gets taken care of. Now it's on Classic to try to get a miracle to be done. But FaZe Black just too strong on the defensive setup. They're going to be able to extend this series.
And there you go. FaZe Black fighting to this one to get it all the way to the end. And the difference was just the defense. That's all it was. FaZe Black stronger on it, so they got the third one into the pocket. And for Lord Gold, they probably just ruining the fact they could have been so much more.
Yeah, they could have walked away with a potential 3-0. When it comes down to some of these attacking rounds, you're getting a lot of pressure, especially when you capture that B point. But now your sole focus has to be, we're putting this game clock at a pause. We're forcing these guys all spawn to use their attacks to try to eliminate us off of that A point. But that wasn't their focus. They were more focused on finding the kills for a second rotation of kills and then eventually stacking the point. But at that point, it's just way too late because you allow FaZe Black to reinforce with their attacks, reinforce with their gunny, and then just take over in that round number 5. Lord definitely had a couple opportunities, but they threw that one away. Now we're going to a map 4, finally, for the first time today on the stream. Should be a good one.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. It's been all 3-0 so far, and it could have been again, but yeah, FaZe Black, just great on defense, never really stopped. Didn't get an attacking round, but didn't need to. Just kept going through it over and over again, and for Lord Gold, I've got to say, I think one of the things they probably will have to work on, not now, but after this tournament, when they have some time, is how to break this map down a little bit better. They just never really looked like a serious threat on the attack.
Yeah, even on the defensive side, when they were getting a clean 2 to 3 dead, they could not put themselves in a setup to keep FaZe Black trapped in towards the back end. That definitely shows like their practice. They've been scrimming this map a lot, but they still have yet to get this one down to the T. Just got to know the difference between going out there and getting a great stat line or going out there and playing for winning Call of Duty. And unfortunately, they were not playing for that in that game number 3. And now they're going into a map number 4 where this series really does get scary now. Because I'm pretty sure map number 4 is what? Rio? This is where you allow FaZe Black to really whip out all those SMGs. We're talking about Joe Deceive's consistent 30 bomb. He's going to apply the pressure alongside Exceed. So I'm really looking at players like 0-4. He can do it both with the AR and the submachine gun. And also Classic. Those guys have to be ready for the aggression that FaZe Black are about to bring on Rio.
You are right when you think about it like that. That is a very scary prospect.
Oh, yeah.
As we head into this next map between these two teams, we could be going all the way to a map 5 at the very least. But hey, that's what you expect from the winner semi-finals. We said before, we expect closer games as the tournament continues forward, and that's what we've had. And it looks like we're already ready, so I love that.
Yeah, we didn't even get a chance to see the fist bumps. These guys are on it. Are you on it, Bryce? Because I'm on it.
That meme is old, but it still checks out as good. And if you do know what that meme is, you're definitely an OG of the COD community. Well, let's see how this one goes down between these two teams here. Of course, FaZe Black looking for the reverse sweep and have got that first step on that path.
Oh, yeah. You secure the control W. Now you're going into a Rio HP, which is heavily in your favor. with the amount of pressure your SMGs are able to apply. As here we go. Classic with that SMG in hand. I expect 0-4 to have one as well. Probably going to have 3 for both squads.
Still waiting. There seems look at that first one, and first P1 is often just a little bit of a bloodbath, and that's the nicest way to put it, is both teams will just fly in and try to get everything going forward as well. Laura will get the first 7 points, but whether or not they can keep that trade up, who knows?
FaZe Black just got 2 team kills. Like, what type of team push was that? You can't be having that, especially in a P1 on Rio. Because now you're forced to try to break back in again. But Dylan Rex, okay, young man. Way to shut me up. Great snap to find a double. The rest of the teammates combine for the final couple of kills. So they get the break onto P1, but it's all about this rotation over towards P2. It was going to be Exceed early off the rotation, but he gets cut down. And now Lord Gold are going to win the rotation over towards next.
Well, there is a player towards the back. Joe Deceives, the man to watch on this map. Checks the angles. Just waiting for his teammates to give him a little bit of a distraction. Makes himself known, though. Maybe just at the wrong time. Still going to be effective. Still going to be a great aspect here into this one. And somehow winning gunfights he has no right to win.
Yeah, I don't know how he's able to walk away with a double, especially when you take a couple early shots. Positioning was gained, but no one was able to turn over towards the gate side to shut him down. And now if you are FaZe Black, you got him in a nice little trap towards the backside of P2. You see how aggressive Lure are being through the backside of gate. Over this hop over on the half wall. They're just trying to get in, but FaZe Black are doing a great job of keeping the kills in their favor. Nade over the top is going to take down Dylan, so it might be gunless for a one-on-one for the break. But with only 15 seconds left, it's about that rotation over towards next.
You can already see they're starting to make their moves over towards it. Brack is going to just try and take Gunless off at this point. Gunless going to win the gunfight anyway. FaZe Black have the rotation to begin. Exceed will pick up Classic as well. And now the battle lines are drawn.
Yeah, this is where you start to get aggressive with those SMGs up to the middle of the map. But you were relying on your teammates to hold down those spawns. You had 0-4 work through a kill to the back end, and now he groups up with his teammate to go for the double chow through side boxes. What a beautiful play right there from Lure. You're getting a couple players to spawn out, at least one player, but the rest of your teammates fall. FaZe Black able to reinforce.
Just soaking up the time now. The Lure Gold, they're trying to open up the alleyways. You can see they are waiting for a concentrated hit. They've got players at boxes, players at escalators, players at stairs. Gunless also moving into it as all the bodies shift in poetry and motion as they get this one underway and break it.
That's a beautiful break right there from Lure. Calculated and coordinated to find that final 25 to 30 seconds. And now you're going to be able to take the lead by a little bit, but off the rotation, FaZe Black. They said, screw what happened in map number 1. I know we didn't rotate towards any of the hills. We're definitely going to turn that page in map number 4. As they're going to be team initially set up for this P4 HP. Lord Gold trying to find a way on in.
Well, this is often difficult. It is a bit of a money hill when it comes down to it. Trying to break through boxes, and while boxes gives you great cover, it gives you a very narrow choke point to get through if you can make the kills. A little bit of a split coming through. Classic needs to make a big kill on the flank. He's got it as well. Exceed, up close, personal, waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and Dak does. And still they hold on. Eventually will fall with the trades, though, as Law break in.
Yeah, Classic's able to find himself on 4 in a row. He was the player who spawns across the map, but fortunately cannot find anything else. You set up Dylan for a double. Another potential opportunity for FaZe Black to work their way in towards the HP, but now it's Dak dancing with death, able to find a triple on the hill. Classic with the team fires, able to keep his teammate alive. And the break comes in at the right time as the final 20 is going to go in favor of Lure. They take the lead right on back, and now you're forced to break again, this time moving towards P5.
Well, they're just waiting to see this now, and Joe Deceives, we're expecting a 30 bomb out of him. Hasn't been that explosive yet, but still a lot of game to go as we head into the second kind of set of rotations as we go towards Bridge. And P1 after that, but this is where both teams will be trying just to get a bit of top control as well.
Yeah, that's just about doing double trouble. Holding down this bridge control and also holding down top middle so you can have that easy rotation over towards P1. But right now it's a contest on both sides. Lure currently have top middle. You have Dak trying to hit a route with that rival 9, just dancing again with only 50 HP. Tries to go for the gunfight, does lose it to Joe. So this has been a great hold from FaZe Black. Lure have not been able to sniff at least a second in towards this hill. But with Classic taking down Brack, might be an opportunity to work your way on in.
And they're just playing them everywhere they go. They cannot get anything. Dylan Rex is making kills on the hill. Got his own cover and his own trade. Just going to be scrap time for Law. But it is P1 control for FaZe Black.
Now, if you are Law, at least you have bridge control to work with. So a different angle of attack to try to break on in. But Joe Deceive shuts down both the players attacking from that angle. And now it's FaZe Black trying to hold on as much as they can in towards the P1. You read the player in Classic on the pinch. Now you just have to read the rest of these guys through the front end. It's Dak walking away with the double. The break comes in for Lord.
Oh, and they're just trying to put bodies into this point here. For FaZe Black, the more time they can bleed at this, the happier they're going to be.
Yeah.
They did a great job last time of holding them off in the PT rotation anyway. And that's just waiting for his teammates to back him up. Looking for the trade. Knows a player's going to be here eventually. And patience will get Brack, but that's all they're going to get. They're still leaving this hill in control of FaZe Black.
Yeah, you would take a 2v1 trade. As long as you're staying out on top in these engagements, you're forcing the players from Lore to slow down on their approach. Because Gunless thinks, all right, I get a kill, but I'm not going to go in here and fly and find 3 on my own. I have to wait for the reinforcements to come on in. And they come in at least. Find the break in those final moments, but currently a 29-30 point game. Going back over towards the P2. This time FaZe Black are holding down those back spawns. Dak trying to work his way through the front.
Wow. For FaZe Black, they're looking stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Have a commanding lead now. Locked in on P2. Pushed out both sides. A little bit of a pinch coming through there. They've got to be careful. Classic is finding kills, and 04 finds another one. And they jump onto the point. They will want every single second of this one to try and tie the game up.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. You were able to find all the kills at the right time, flip those spawns, and potentially now going to force Joe Deceive to invest in that cruise missile. But what is it going to be able to connect on? There's already a bunch of players pushing out towards the hill, making sure they're just spreading that HP. And you can see the spawns. They're already starting to flip. It's going to be a one-on-one between Dak and Joe Deceives to win the rotation towards next.
And they get off the point to try and make sure as well. 04 on a killing spree. Looking for their own cruise missile as they get into this rotation. Dak is not going to win the gunfight, though. 04 is going to be here. Gunless will get his trade regardless. 04 still looking for that 6th kill.
And he's able to find it as well. So now he has a cruise missile to work with in his back pocket. You'll be able to withstand the pressure from Joe Deceives and his cruise missile to basically tie this game on up. And now you can start to pull away with it if you can hold down this P3 to the T. Already knowing where this initial push is going to come in. You have bridge control side. You know it has to be through top, mid, and boxes. You just got to trade effectively, and that's Lure coming out on top with 3. They're still holding on.
And now they're putting pressure. They're actually managing to push this out all the way towards top. They have the control here to try and get the lion's share of this time. And Classic just going to stay alive. Going for everybody. Just dipping and diving. Stunned. Banging all around him. Still keeping alive. And it causes issues for FaZe Black to the point where they're even now looking at the rotation.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about that rotation because you cannot find a way in through top mid. Lord Gold have opened this game wide open. Because keep in mind, even if they get broken at this P4, they have that cruise missile to get right back into the HP. As Brack is able to find a trade, you also sniff out Dak, and now it's on Gunless, who finds himself on 5 in a row. You might just want to play your life, allow that first cruise missile to get invested.
There they go. This is for the break, potentially for this entire series. Gunless dives in, doesn't find anybody in the close corner. It's still a hold here from FaZe Black. They wipe them completely, and they have it. They will take the lead if a break doesn't come through very quickly.
What the hell is that? Like, if you're 0-4, you have to invest in cruise missile as soon as that hill pops, and at least try to set up Gunless to get a freebie onto the second. It's all cool. All right, and it works out to perfection. You're getting a clean 4 dead, but you could have did this a lot sooner before allowing FaZe Black to get sort of back into this game. But the final 20 is going to be theirs. Now, it's all about this bridge rotation as they're able to breach that 200-point mark. All out mix fest through the middle of the map, but you see it's all about these SMGs trying to set up for these pitch gunfights, forcing all of FaZe Black to spawn behind them.
Here we go. Last time around, FaZe Black, they looked really good on this one. Dylan Rex, a great bit of timing. Just want to go for it. Only got the 6 health. Is going to eventually drop here, but it will be the trade coming in from Joe Deceives. Here comes the pressure. Brack is going to fall. 04 still alive. Does fall again here. Lord Gold do not have the bodies towards bridge.
Yeah, this is the hill that FaZe Black were able to answer the call and take the lead by a little bit because Lord could not find a way on in and towards the bridge. Trophies are hitting. No stuns, no nades are hitting for Lord Gold. But at least the gunny's on point as they find 3 in the feed. Last player is going to be Brack. He somehow, some way walks away with a double, trying to go for the triple, but he does get shut down, and now Lord Gold get the break.
Classic gets a trophy out just in time as there is enough ordnance there to blow up that bridge. Everybody throwing everything at it. Goes for the trade as well. Gunners will dive in. Does not manage to get out either. Team's just pouring bodies into this point. Dak's now going to try and hold up top. He's been there. Main players so far into this one. Dylan Rex also going to get cut down by Dak. The teams are both balanced finally here as we head towards P1. 14 points will be the difference.
And this is going to come down to the play that Exceed can get done on the pinch. He is going to get sniffed out, so now Lord Gold know exactly where the pressure's coming in. One set of kills, and this series is yours.
That gets two. There might just be enough. More bodies piling through as well. The trades go the way of Law to begin with. It's a 1v1. The point Exceed finds him. Stays alive as well. Still reinforcements flowing in. Up the escalators, up the stairs, up the bullets, up the guns. Everybody flying into this point. FaZe Black cannot afford to lose the trades at any point. And Law Gold keep piling on the pressure.
And they take bridge control as well. Already a pinch angle here from Classic. Now all falls into the hands of Exceed. He falls, and Laura Gold are just 6 points away from closing out this series.
And FaZe Black, the more they die, the harder it is to get a good trade going forward as Gunless finds the second. And that'll be game. That'll be map. And that will be the series. It will be Law Gold moving forward in this, and FaZe Black will have to go through the lower rounds.
Ooh, and you can see it. That's why I love the Passion Pit, Bryce, because as soon as that game ends, we're standing out of chairs. We're letting them know you guys suck. Simple as that. Lord Gold came out swinging in this series. They walk away with 2 HPs. They walk away with the Search and Destroy on maps that I really didn't see them finding a lot of success. We're talking about an invasion where it's going to be AR heavy presence. 04 and Dak took over on that map. And then when you get to the map number 4 in Rio, I'm expecting FaZe Black to do what they do best, and that's always applying the pressure on a map like Rio. But that's when you have players like 04. You have players like Galens, and also Dak, a player who really impressed me throughout this entire series. He takes over at map number 1. Here's a cruise missile in map number 2. And then even in the map number 4, he leads the whole lobby in kills. When you talk about a guy who's just not really made a lot of stuff shake throughout challengers, he finds himself alongside a couple vets, a couple talented guys, and finally you're able to take down FaZe Black, who were the top dogs going into this event.
They certainly were, and it looked like it should have been FaZe Black for a good portion of it, but Law Gold starting a firing on the cylinders they needed to fire upon. Law Gold, an upset here in Challengers in Miami. FaZe Black, the number 1 team coming in, and the number 1 team no longer. They will have to fight for survival. And I don't think anybody saw it coming.
No, I definitely did not see it coming. You know what else I didn't see it coming? Dylan Rex's performance. Like, every time I hear about this guy, I'm sick and tired of saying it, but he is the next guy currently up when you talk about one of the ARs potentially moving their way from challengers up to the CDL. He just simply did not have a good performance from start to finish of this series. He sort of spawned in when you talk about that map number 3 on Highrise, but everyone tends to play well when you're getting a clean 4 dead and you know exactly where they're spawning up. But as the series went on, I was just expecting a lot more from that young man, but unfortunately he let me down. You're not eliminated from the tournament. You're forced to now make a loser's bracket run through the lower end, and if I'm FaZe Black, you just got to go back to the fundamentals. We're talking about a map number 1, you lose 250 to 226. You only won 1 rotation, and that was over towards P4. You're not going to find success there. And the S&D Highrise, you got multiple first-blooded, and then you're starting a lot of these rounds in a disadvantage. And then you were able to clutch up on the control, great. But then when you get to the Rio, it just came down to the setups from FaZe Black. We're talking about these guys always being aggressive, but sometimes that aggressiveness can come back to bite you. And unfortunately for them, they fall short on the Rio, and now they lose this series. Lower Gold, though, those guys are moving, man. Gunless somehow, some way, always somehow finds a way to get it done.
Yeah, he was looking really steady today. Every time we kind of watched his point of view, just locked in, laser focus, and was winning the gunfights. He said, you know, Dylan Rex didn't have a good time. A lot of times he was trying to take on Gunners, and Gunners was just winning. And maybe that's the difference here. A little bit of veterancy coming in from Gunners, pushing them over the edge. But Lord Gold do move forward. FaZe Black fall a little bit earlier than most people would have thought.
Yeah, no, well, obviously they lose in the winter semis, right? You know, so it's probably 1 or 2 rounds short when where they actually wanted to be. But They're still in the tournament. You have an opportunity to go back, look at the VOD, because obviously it was on stream, so you can see the mistakes that you were making and go back and fix them, because going forward, you can't rely on a lot of individual playing. Like with this game in Modern Warfare 3, it's simply all about teamwork, all about the crossfires being set up, all about the information that you're gaining and applying that pressure together as a unit, not really playing one-on-one gunfights. There's no time for no one-on-ones. It's all about the teamwork that makes the dream work.
It certainly is as well, of course. And that was our first semi-final here in Challenges. The next one is going to be Boston versus 5 media clans. The European team have made it this far. Should be a great showdown. All that and more coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have one more matchup in the upper bracket to get through this evening before we start getting into the good stuff. I say that. We've had some good stuff here today. Just been surprising because we've had a handful of 3-0s that kind of came out of nowhere. A couple of mishaps maybe for some individuals. Maybe some collective plays haven't quite gone right. But, hey, we've got one more upper semifinal matchup to go on my whole shift. With me, I've got Study. And, brother, this should be a fun one. We've got 5 Media Clan, who is apparently the best team in Europe. on LAN based on what they've been able to do in the past and so far today.
I'm excited to see 5 Media can play because obviously for the elites, we cover the NA side. Our EU brethren and Bryson Tunn cover a majority of the EU side. So I haven't really got a lot of time to witness or see what 5 Media's squad is like. So I'm really excited to see what they're able to bring here. Obviously, they were the best team when you talk about the EU at Major 1. They were able to walk away with a top 6 placing, and then throughout the Elite Stage 1, they were able to walk away with a top 4. You got Sucre, you got Super, you got Renko, and then you also got Yeiko. Yeiko and Sucre are the only 2 guys that I really do know, so I'm super excited to see what Super and Rencor are able to show me.
Yeah, Rancor, he's been one of those guys that, like, since Cold War, he's really kind of popped in and out of favor. There were some allegations kind of surrounding him for a while.
Oh,
those
yeah.
were shrugged off. He was legitimized, and he has been pretty solid. I mean, it's been one of those interesting conversations because over the course of, like, EU's Challengers history, it's like you have 2 Spanish teams, and which is going to be the best? Well, now you've got 4 of the players, well, 3 of the 4 players being picked up in towards the CDL, and maybe the conversation can still exist because those boys can't seem to win on LAN, and these boys seem to be able to figure it out. So for Yako, Rancor, Super, and Sucre, should be an interesting one. A long tenure for a lot of these players. Super and Yako played together way back in, like, Black Ops 4. Sucre was a part of that Heretics team back in Black Ops 4. Rancor is really the new guy up. But like you mentioned, it's been good success everywhere. 4th in the Elite, 6th at Boston, and a couple of top 4 finishes in the recent Cups. So we take that, I think, if you're 5 Media.
Oh, you're definitely taking that, but now you have an opportunity to get a better placing than all of those combined by guaranteeing yourself a dance in that Winners Finals versus Lore if you can get past Boston Academy. And for Boston Academy, we saw them early on. They walked away with the series in a clean 3-0. They have just been lights out ever since this roster has been formed. You know what you're getting out of Cammy. Pentagram was setting the tone early on in that last series, and then Yeez is always hitting routes. But I think the surprising factor for me is what a different breed is Shawnee is on LAN. Because online, he could put down those same shots. He's probably not going to walk away with the majority of those kills. But on LAN, at least based off his last series, that guy is shooting. He's been around for quite some time, so he's definitely the bet of this roster. So I'm excited to see if Boston Academy, with everything in front of them to get to that Winners Finals, it's just one more match to try to get it done.
Yeah, I have to imagine these guys are feeling really good about the matchup they have because, candidly speaking, I imagine that most of the North Americans will look over towards at least the Spanish scene, especially this squad, and be like, oh, we got this. But like we've already seen already at this point, coming off of a reverse sweep, these guys are not to be taken lightly.
Yes.
So I'll be curious to see how put together Boston will be, kind of taking this for what it should be, a very serious matchup, obviously.
Yeah, I'm just
top 6 right now, so let's get this thing going.
I'm just hoping Boston Academy don't come in here and just be like, oh, we're not playing a top NA squad. We're not playing a team that we scrim every day that we know has a fight to potentially take us down. Just don't let your foot off the gas in this series because everyone has Boston Academy in your favor in this series as the favorite. But then on the opposite side, you just said it. 5 Media just walked over a reverse sweep versus SKRP. And they were able to get it done all the way into Game 5. So when you are a team that just walks away from a reverse sweep, heavy momentum is on your side. And then the thing about also playing in challenges is that you don't have warm-up stations. The only warm-up you have is when you're plugging your controller instantly at the station that you're playing at and then potentially shooting a couple bots here and there. So I know it's going to be a lot more warm for 5 Media. And hopefully with Boston Academy having a little bit of a break after that last series, they're still ready to go.
Yeah. Kind of taking a look over the bracket as well as we're getting ready to jump into this one. This is actually one of, I think, 2, maybe 3 EU teams that are even left anymore.
Okay.
EU's made it. They're going to be playing up against Lord Gaming in lower bracket round 9. That is a top 6 matchup, I believe. And then Team War is still alive, but they're playing up against Phantoms' squad, that SKRP team, in the lower bracket as well. Clutch Rain had been eliminated by Omit EU. So, in terms of like your top 4 EU squads coming into this, yeah, those are 3 of the 4 are still remaining, but this is the only one still in the upper bracket, like you mentioned, with a chance to possibly supersede their placement from when they were in Boston most recently. And I will say, I think, this is 5 Media Clan is built correctly. Yako, super aggressive SMG. He's always been that way, and he's always really kind of provided kind of a spark if you need it. But I would say Rencor has really been kind of a lockdown AR. He's had to flex over the course of the last couple, but, mostly running the MCW, he's been looking really nice in the last handful of years. So you kind of have a little bit of duality there. And then for a lot of people last year, kind of going through the Challengers rankings, Super was the kill leader pretty much across the board in Europe. This guy flies and he fries. But a lot of that, candidly speaking, that all happened online. So trying to find a way to do it on LAN is a different story possibly for him.
Yeah, you're going to have to figure it out on land versus a team who has a lot of experience playing in this environment. Obviously, a couple players on the Boston Academy squad have been in the CDL. Some players have been starters. Some players have been bench warmers. But as we take a look at the maps and modes, how the hell do Boston Academy get this map set? We're talking about a sub-base where they love it, an invasion short to the shore where they clutched up in a round 11, and then a high-rise control where we have seen them time and time again. I don't know if 5 Media did their homework or anything, but if you're looking at this series, Boston Academy have the advantage in every single map.
Yeah.
What the hell?
This is a wild map set. Boston's got to be sitting here like going through the video process like, yo, these guys serious? Like,
All right.
you're going to give me our best? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, but again, the thing is, for you and I, we haven't had a lot of time to watch this 5 Media team play. I will say, looking at Subbase, it's not a map that just by design I would think would be a map that 5 Media would be uber successful on, considering that you have Yako and Super who love to run SMGs. So we'll see how they manage as Boston Academy will find themselves in the hard point early. Sukri actually running an SMG with Yako here, so a bit puzzling to see maybe even a 3 SMG setup off the get-go, but things working okay at least for now.
Oh, that only happens off the rip at this P1, too. You only seen a couple teams do that. The aggressive teams that know that they have the SMGs that are going to apply that pressure and win a couple of those close up and personal gunfights. That's where you start off at this P1 time, because you're going to be the team spawning on not the preferred side, so you want to try to get to the hill nice and fast. So with that lightweight, no coverage sneakers, you were able to contest into this P1. Now it's all about these spawns flips, because Boston Academy now on the back foot. You start off on the preferred side. At least you're gaining all this P1 time, but 5 Media Clan have set themselves up for the next hill.
All right, great movement from Sukri, just kind of in and out of P2, keeping Boston a little bit perplexed in terms of how he was moving around the hill. And once again, just kind of here I am, there I go. Cammy not really able to track him down. Fights are on the back, also turning up in favor of 5 Media. Okay, good rotation here. Yeez is still working on the actual hit through Maze, and that's actually enough to spawn Cammy in. 5 Media will not be as happy seeing this come through, and as Shawnee finds two, Boston have already broken in.
Yes, the Boston have the back spawn. Shawnee was able to at least relieve some of that pressure with the 2-piece that he finds through top window. Now the rest of the reinforcements from Boston Academy able to bombard their way right through that P2. Break the hill with only 40 seconds left, and now 5 Media are forced to make a decision. Do we decide to be aggressive and contest this a little bit longer? And that's exactly what they're going to do. They want to create those layers to make it more difficult for Boston to get over towards the next hill.
Yeah, but a team kill plus an extra from Boston means that really the threat is eliminated before it can even make itself known. A couple of toe tags. Super stuck behind these silos. Eventually dealt with as Yeez finds the kill. Another rotation is on. Sukri already up top. Wow. Okay, for a second, Pentagram, I thought it just finessed everybody as he got up the ladder and nearly gave himself the heady, but that doesn't quite fully work out. Sukri in trouble, but for the most part, 5 Media doing well on rotation.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of just holding down their power positions. You had someone in Yako watching that deep right. He does fall, so now that positioning is going to be open, but the rest of the teammates combining for 3 in the feed. All of Boston Academy coming off spawn. Is spawning all the way at Maze. It's at least another 10-15 seconds before they even get close towards this hill.
Yeah. And, well, follow-up eliminations from Sukri. Put him on 5, and that could lead to an early cruise missile here as 5 Media look pretty primed to retake the lead, although I say that. And Pentagram kind of hits a late finessey route, and that will open up the scrap time to be fought for once again. Shots from across the map have Sukri turned around as he's just desperately trying to find kill number 6. And, well, at least for the good news being, maybe the scrap time doesn't go their way, but kills across the map have allowed 5 Media to rotate early. Yeah,
that's perfect. If you're 5 Media, you were able to hold strong on your setup, even though it was Pentagram at least contesting for the final 20. That's a heads-up play out of him, but it comes back to bite them because now Boston Academy forced to now break in towards P4, not on the preferred side. You have to get past these layers that 5 Media have been able to create, and it all starts over towards this P2 side. Shawnee's able to find a double. They find the break onto the hill, but it's still close spawns for 5 Media through the back end.
Being contested, though, and actually the longer Super stays here, the more the eliminations for Boston may flip things out, but Rancor 13-5 start off 2. Clears out the front of the hard point, and 5 Media can get back into the lead with this last 25 seconds. And Super is just frying up top, doing his own thing. 5 in a row, 11-4. And I mean, you look across the board, everyone's popped off for double positive. Yako's just kind of hanging out, trying to see what he can do.
Yeah, no, these guys are slayers, Alan. I wasn't expecting this. Like, Boston Academy, they've been making easy work of basically every team on the NA side. But a couple players I had no idea what they were going to bring to the table. They are answering the call early on as Super finds himself on 7 in a row. These guys are beaming right now.
Yeah, Individual talent has never been a question for them. In the past, it's largely been, can they find the right pieces to kind of make up the identity of what this team will be as Super continues to slay out, finding success on land, something that was plaguing him all last year. Seemingly not the case early, 14-5 before eventually taken down, but he's created so much time and space for Rencor and Sukri to follow up, and 5 Media have gotten the better part of the first 30 seconds here at Warehouse.
Yeah, 5 Media are just dominating in the kill feed. All of Boston Academy are sitting at negative besides Pentagram. You have to turn that around if you want to stand a chance, because 5 Media, they're walking off of a reverse sweep. You best believe the gunny is hot and their communication has to be better. As Boston Academy, though, at least able to find a double to alleviate that pressure on this P5, but there's only 10 seconds left. Yeah. It's all about that rotation over towards next. At 5 Media are just a step ahead. Already a couple players pushing up through Water Street.
I will say, though, Boston are hanging around, and the longer that continues to be the case, the more you keep looking up at the scoreboard and you say, Yako, what is happening, brother? 3-14 for him. The rest of his team has really carried him through the mix to this point, and that seems to be continuing the case. Sukri in and out of maze, stun at his feet, but Pentagram secures the kill before being affected. Yako looking for a freebie, just trying to find some sort of centering to come through, and he will collect the kill and jump to the hard point.
Hey, you will take it, though. All right, my team's winning in the 3v4. It just relies on me. If I start to turn it around, we're going to dominate this squad. So hopefully with that first kill, he's able to start turning that tide. But with 30 seconds left on P1, see all of Boston Academy trying to find a way on in. Shawnee's able to find a freebie. Pentagram now strikes in towards the hill. Is able to win that one-on-one, but the rest of his teammates fall around him. Wow. Rencor finds a triple, and now you can start to get aggressive because Boston Academy still have those back spawns. You want to try to flip it over towards P2, but they are just coming out swinging in this HP.
Yeah, lots of really clean, quick engagements. Yako over the top of barrels, doesn't like the look of it, backs away. Smart route being hit. Sukri from the front, able to create an entryway. Boston no longer owning the spawns, so it has to be worked through once again. Pentagram, lots of damage dealt, but has to back away. Hits a similar route right through the back of the window. Nice double from him, slips through.
That's beautiful.
Possibly an opportunity for the Renetti to get himself the third. Pinch from Yako on the way, but it's been red, just not fully. Trades are good, though, and Boston have broken through again.
And that just comes down to the play out of Pentagram, man. The fact that he's able to walk away with a double in that situation where he was the only player from Boston Academy on this side of the map. With him finding those 2 kills, he spawns his teammates behind him. So Boston Academy able to reinforce with the numbers back in towards the P2. But with 25 seconds left, 5 Media still applying that pressure, but don't find any kills in the feed. So Boston Academy, even though they're getting outslayed heavily, they're going to be able to take the lead right on back. But now they're forced to break in towards P3.
Yeah, 5 can feel the pressure. They called in the cruise missile, trying to re-break over towards P2. It didn't find anything. So the extra bonus of the resource is immediately eliminated. Pentagram just gets to work being a nuisance, seeing if he can kind of block spawns from the outside of the docks. First handful of eliminations are perfect, though, for 5. Rencor also very aware that Pentagram's playing on this position outside water, and he is eventually killed off his angle. So right back to work go 5 Media, just hard stacking this bottom side of the minimap, letting P3 just get soaked for free.
Yeah, they're trying to do the same exact thing they did the first go around, and that's dominate this P3 and then win that rotation over towards next. They're finding all the kills through the map. Finally, Yako finds himself on 3 in a row alongside Super and Rencor. These guys are just slaying way too much for Boston Academy right now. As of 25 seconds left, it comes down to this rotation because Boston cannot apply that pressure and spawn in towards the back end. You have to make up for it at this P4. You're able to take care of Yako, stabilize the map. And now, even though you're going to be down by 50, almost 60 points, this is where you have to find a response.
Yeah, Jesus is trying to create issues on the exit, but it will rely on a 1v1 here as Cammy will be watching the ladder. Super buoyant as he may be, waiting for the timing to hit this ladder side. And to be fair, there's really not anything coming in the near future that will allow this to really develop. Super does find one. Cammy, does he get forward to try to find the kill in the water? It's so hard to see down in those murky depths. So now as this starts to come through, Yeez has to come back to the hard point to assist. Play around the back, though, for 5 Media. Starting to look good, and they should flip spawns here. Yeah, they sure do.
Yeah, they flip the spawns, and now this is where 5 Media can start pulling away with the game. You just have to take care of Yeez. They find 3 in the feed. All of Boston Academy forced to hit the respawn. Now with only 30 seconds left, 5 Media are just getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. Boston Academy, they know we can't give up this time. We have to rotate and at the same time apply the pressure over towards Old, but they are not finding any kills that matter until Yeez is able to at least take them off for a couple seconds. But 5 Media still with those back spawns, able to walk away with this final 10, have blown this game wide open. Yep. One break is all they need to close out this game.
24 and 10 from Super, 28 and 16 for Rencor. Yako's been more significant through the second set of hills, but only marginally so. Yee's up top. Really would need to get a double here to really lock down this setup, but only could go for one. Yako now from the low ground. Cammy gonna watch his teammate spawn up, so changes his focus over towards the top at P2. Here comes the hit. Just right on in goes Yako. Tried to finesse it. Not quite gonna work out, but Cammy cannot get into the hard point with good high ground control from 5.
Yeah, but at least if you were Boston Academy, you're all on the preferred side. Got to make sure your attacks are hitting those stun grenades. Got to be trying to take down these players on towards the point, but that's already 3 dead in the feed. 15 seconds till 5 media call game.
Looking pretty good for it as well. Kills continue to go their way. And what largely has always been a storyline of Boston Academy just absolutely destroying teams they play up against has not necessarily been the case here. Hard to point at any one person in particular, but this is a very uncharacteristic map from Cammy and Shawnee. And that is going to do it. The kills come through. The opening time may be needed if they don't get the final tick. No, they do. No worries there. And that is a dominant display. Map number 1 for 5 media.
Oh, man, like, I know Miami Heretics just lost, what, 12 maps in a row on land? Yeah, you might be looking very, very tight at this roster because they were outslaying the hell out of Boston Academy. We're talking about these guys always doing the fundamental part correctly. But when you're not finding any kills, it's very difficult to do the fundamentals because the way that Rencor was able to slay, the way that Super was able to slay, even with Yako not having the best map in map number 1, the ARs just took over for 5 media. You saw them stand up out of their chairs. They're making sure they're keeping that energy flowing. They just came off a reverse sweep, and now you're going up against one of the top NA teams in Challengers, and you dominate them in map number 1. That was a stellar performance from 5 media.
Clean across the board. I mean, again, the only one who really kind of you look at negatively was Yako, but he picked it up. Like really, after the first rotation of hills, he finishes 18 to 22. So not bad. I think that's the way you put it. So really, I mean, you want to throw an umbrella statement over the top of map number 1. Boston Academy just got beat at their own game. I mean, they got outslayed, they got out-rotated, they got outpaced, and 5 media just had no signs of slowing up. It's a hell of a first map, and it really sets the tone for this series.
Yeah, now if you're Boston Academy, you probably weren't expecting to be in this situation. You're going into a sub-8 HP, which is like a bread and butter for them. Even if sometimes they don't find a lot of kills, they're doing all the fundamental things correctly, not allowing anyone to slip on by. But when you are allowing 5 media to dominate those power positions from top 3, from top snow, that was basically where they were living a majority of these hills. And when they were deciding to fight back, at least try to make the comeback, it was 5 media every single time having that answer at P3, just keeping the first 2 hills scrappy, but a guaranteed 60 at that P3 HP just kept the lead in their favor. And unfortunately now, Boston Academy are forced to now see deeper into the series if they want to stand a chance. The Invasion Search and Destroy went down to the wire for them earlier on in the round 11. And I don't know if 5 media was playing at that point, but if they weren't, they definitely know how Boston Academy are going to be setting up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those situations that it's really no secret. I thought, like, as much as we tell the story about how, you know, we always kind of keep our eye on the Yees, I will say, like, over the course of, like, the end of the group stage and towards playoffs, we really did see Boston, like, add more depth to their playbook. Like, the versatility and variety that they show on both defense and offense has been pretty heavily noted. Some of that based on requirement, because a lot of teams have kind of read what we often expect Yees to do, but hey, you know, the other side of the story here is when we often looked at the Spanish teams in the past through challengers, literally we always look at them in the Search and Destroy to be super well put together. And if they're going to keep slaying like this, finding great individual gunfights, this could be a very dangerous map for Boston, even though they are very well rehearsed on it.
Yeah, this could be definitely a dangerous map for them because it wasn't the best performance out of your ARs on the side of Boston Academy in that map number 1. Cammy's been an all-star all throughout the Elite ever since he's entered the building for challengers for this Boston Academy roster, but unfortunately did not answer the call in that map number 1. And on a map like Invasion, where they did play it earlier, and you would have thought, like, there's a couple rounds there where Houston Spartans just gave them up. So it's not like Boston Academy are playing the best setups on this Invasion. They just had that clutch factor. So I think that's the thing that you have to be in, make account for if you're 5 media. It's just when we have the numbers, let's make sure we continuously are using that to our advantage, not challenging one-on-one gunfights and playing off the information that you gain. Because if you're spotting Shawnee over towards the Water Street side, you already know what their defensive setup is going to be. We just have to be able to maneuver after that on the play call.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. So, should be just a moment before we start to get into the lobby. Everyone seems to be ready. Looks like there's going to be just a small restart in the lobby itself, but Hey, a little bit of a shell-shocked moment there for Boston, I think, generally speaking. So, got to find a way to regain, and I don't know. I mean, I don't want to put a lot of weight onto one player in particular, but I think if you were to start to kind of turn the trends around, I think Yeez would be a good person to look at just to see if he can kind of get away with his usual antics. And for the first time maybe in this series, I mean, we're just one map in, but try to create some problems that 5 Media will have to think about, because that whole map felt very comfortable from 5's perspective, I thought.
Oh yeah, because you're outslaying the hell out of them. We're talking about every single time where it was a mixy battle, it was always 5 Media walking out on top in those engagements. And then when you're winning those gunfights on a certain part of the map, you were able to flip those spawns and chain it towards the next hill. Just completely caught Boston Academy off guard. But you see the fist spuns coming in. That means we're ready to go through the fly-through. Into the invasion, search and destroy we go. Boston Academy, backs against the wall, are now forced to try to clutch up in this S&D so they don't go down 2-0.
Yep, hard to agree. Alrighty. Imagine a world where 5 Media go up 2-0. I'm just going to throw it out there in the universe. If it wants to grab onto it, fine. If not, also fine with that. I'm here for a long series, I'll tell you that much. I mean, these two teams are looking really primed right now. And again, this is for the first time one of those things, because, you know, in the past, the Spanish have always usually done well online, but not on land. That includes the current Heretics team that is representing the CDL. But this seems to be a different year all of a sudden for 5 Media after their placement at Boston and a chance to go up 2-0 against North America's favorite coming off of Season 1. Pentagram. Oh, there's Yako up top. Good check. Good discipline. First blood tallied.
Yeah, perfect read out of Pentagram to find that first kill. Now Boston Academy in the man advantage. You're forcing 5 Media to try to make a play. And they're able to isolate Yeez, throwing some very, very terrible shoulders right there. When you're playing that position, you just simply have to play your life. But it's a 3v3, and now Boston Academy have a lot more to think about because their flank is open, their front is open. A lot of angles that they have to watch.
Timing will literally be everything here. Stun does land. That's enough to start getting super involved on this rotation over towards the backside. But he clears out P3. Didn't really see anything on the cross over the top of this post plant. Stun for Sukri also doesn't land. They're going to have to bang this out and hope that Pentagram doesn't just immediately shred them. A couple of shots come through. The slide out. No worries for Pentagram. 1 for 1's perfectly fine. 17 seconds on the clock. Sukri trying to go quickly. Oh my goodness! Just pops up and destroys Sean after what looked to be a guaranteed kill. And Rancor behind him finds the other as 5 Media break through the 3v4 post plant.
And you get to see how slow 5 Media were playing in towards Cafe because they did not have the gun for the engagement up close and personal. Every player on the side of 5 Media had that AR in hand, but the YY pick up the Rival 9 snap onto Sean. He secures the first round for 5 Media. And that's just like a great ice-up play, man, because we're talking about some very difficult gunfights to win in through Cafe. They send it with 2 MCW players, and they walk away with the W. Sucre ends the round on 3 in a row.
Wow. The fact that he gets the final 2 is unreal. I mean, the first one's a trade, sure, but that second looked like you should have been dead to rights. Yako quickly tagged up. Boston looking to show that same aggression over towards front Cafe. Kind of keeps 5 Media out of laundry for now, and it definitely creates an issue that they will have to re-isolate back in the near future if they want to just make sure they've got mid-map clean. So some obstacles here early for 5.
Yeah, this is difficult now because at least you spot one player over towards the back end at B. You get that information early on, but you're still probably thinking that Boston Academy are still pushed up in towards the cafeteria. So you're going to use your checks to try to clear out this area. Yako still has not yet found contact with anyone. But there's already 45 seconds knocked off the game clock. They're trying to isolate Cammy over towards B, while the rest of the teammates are working towards A.
Cammy falls, though. Pentagram mid-map. Pistol out. Well done. Damage tallied and communicated properly. Now Yeast on the quick pitch. Whoa, the timing as the SMGs just get it done for Boston Academy. That's a little bit more like it if you're Boston.
Yeah, that was all about the timings right there because once Cammy drops, you see the play call for 5 Media is to rotate this bomb over towards B. But as they are rotating, Pentagram finds the timing through Cafe. He's able to find a double, put that bomb carrier down, and then the rest of the players from 5 Media are forced now to wrap back in towards Cafe to secure that objective. But unfortunately, you set up Yeez on the other pinch, on the opposing side, to secure the round for Boston.
Yep. And there's some of the issues coming to life already. Boston showed that early aggression. 5 Media have to play passively, and as they start to get to clearing, here's Yeez in your back line. It's just, the guy feels like he's everywhere. How about this, though? 5 Media trying to get aggressive towards DVD, but oh, Yeez has seen this. Smoke comes through. That will create some doubt as if he's still here or not, but Boston, kind of similarly so, we were talking about 5, need to re-clear DVD here just to make sure they don't get absolutely surprised.
Yep, this is just a spread map setup right here for Boston Academy. You're able to spot Sucre at least being aggressive up through Dark Alley, but he's able to get out with his life. Super is gaining info of anyone over towards the 8th Street side. It's a majority of the time going to be Shawnee. But you know, Boston Academy, they're just trying to set up with this push through the middle of the map. And look at the adjustment. You see Yee's over there towards Tree. It needs to be Cammy, but it might work out in their favor as Pentagram fires the first blood.
Yeah, well done. And now you can kind of just get off to the races, knowing that you've tallied up that player that was playing forward. Although Yako, kind of some measured aggression here, pushes up through Water Street and kind of resets the defense in a very different way. Now, they do voluntarily give up mid-map because of this, and they will have to try to recollect this because Boston are all over mid. Nades will create further issues here for Boston, and all of a sudden, they kind of feel like they're stuck around this A zone. They really don't have a chance to get the plant off. There's only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Pentagram is trying to contest over towards the street side, and he does fall to Yako. So now it's 10 seconds left up to Yeez and Cammy to try to work this bomb plan, and 5 Media are set up properly to not even allow that to go down.
Wow.
Only 40 HP left for Yeez. He does find a freebie, but the objective is not going to get complete. 5 Media, great on the defensive setup. You able to find that first kill onto Shawnee, and then consistently contest over towards that Water Street side, making it very difficult to work any plants over towards A. They get it done with a strong defensive setup.
And just a good decision from Yako to create that space over towards the Water Street, right? I mean, with an SMG, he pushes through. It's a high risk, but very clearly high reward play. So a key round there. Yako finishes on 3 in a row from the round as well on top of that. So 2-1 goes the count. Nades heavily invested in towards mid. Won't connect as Boston will take the safer route through dark. And I don't know if Red Core actually saw Yeast step across the middle of the map there. So once more, it's that same thing of can you tally where Yeast's position?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if Rancor didn't get the info, someone else had to have. Because they're slowly working their way up through broken. No, I guess not. As the first kill is going to come in, but the trade is going to be effective. As it turns into a 3v3 with a minute left. And it simply might just come down to this one-on-one gunfight towards Water Street.
Yeah.
Super, he's able to spot Shawnee, trying to back him down out of his position to give the comms to his teammates. The rotation is free over towards A.
But Super can really only do so much from that position. There's really not a look over towards mid-tank at all. And a couple of shots will be sent in towards Cafe, and that's actually enough to kind of pull Pentagram out of that mid-map position. And now he's going to go back into his corner and just, at best, or maybe even at worst, considering how he's playing, go 1 for 1. If he does that, that should be fine. But Cammy gets caught peeking over towards B Street, and now all of a sudden, the flood is on as the bomb can get planted.
Yeah, that's a scam right there to Cammy. You cannot afford to be the player to drop over towards B, because now the bomb is going to get planted. The smoke does get invested. Shawnee puts himself in a great position to at least try to contest this bomb carrier, but he's able to find a second. It's a 1v1.
Super's caught in the reload, though. Able to YY away from it.
Hello?
The regen. Shawnee should be back to full HP. Now ammo becoming an issue here for Super. Aggressive game of tag between both players. Off the reload, everything resets once again. Shawnee backs down. Back to 150 HP. Full clips on both sides. Super just playing with the clock a little bit now. Shawnee's the one who has to go. Super just throwing a little bit of love his way. Now back towards the bomb. Changes up the angle. Perfectly played. And the 1v1 goes to 5.
Oh, that's a big play out of Super, but you don't want it to come down to that. That was a 3v1, and Shawnee somehow, some way made that play a potential clutch up. But Super dancing around the tractor, repositioning himself to head glitch the bomb. Shawnee just could not execute at least one bullet so he can decide to be aggressive in that engagement. But Super clutches up for 5 Media, almost gets away from them as they're starting to chain a couple rounds together, up 3-1.
Wow. Big momentum swing as well. So now, how do you get everything back into your corner if you're Boston? Because 5 Media, once again, seem to be controlling the tempo and pace of this map pretty much from start to finish. Little heavy stack over towards B early. Sucre just playing right in front of the bomb site. He shouldn't be doing too much here besides just kind of checking, maybe throwing a nade, and that'll be it. He said, I'm good. I'm going to get out of here.
You see Boston Academy, though, taking a lot of ground up through this B Street side. They're trying to isolate Sucre, and just watching him simply back up into Ice Cream might be everything that they were looking for. Here comes the smoke grenade. We're going to be able to take control of this B site. Do 5 Media have the wall bangs that Hydra showed us in the CDL? Probably not.
Yeah, may not have been watching at that point. Sukri, tough battle. Gonna get challenged and put to bed by Yeez. Also, same breath. Shawnee, other side of the map, has made sure the flank gets tested. That's enough to alert the troops, and Cammy will turn to find the kill easily. So the post plant goes to a 4v2 situation. Rancor on one side, Super on the other, and Shawnee's already out of there saying, I'm not going to give you a freebie. This is surely an impossible task.
Yeah, this is definitely impossible. Rancor and Super, they're just trying to find a way on in. Like, we know that the flank is going to be watched. But we're taking the super long route. Potentially a couple players working on some streaks, but Super sitting at 2, so probably want to try to just send it into this round, but with only 14 seconds left, they didn't even give themselves an opportunity to clutch up on the round. Cammy finds another kill, finally puts 2 on the board in the round, but the trade is going to be there. Boston Academy very aggressive on their attacking side. Once they were able to spot Sucre back into Ice Cream, that's when you know the play call was in. Smoke goes down, you're able to open up with the first blood, get the bomb planted as well. Then at a 4v2 to retake over towards B, yeah, GG.
I mean, it's one of those things you kind of look at plays like that, or at least rounds like that, and that feels like it's a definition of someone just calmed, just trust the process, just trust the play call.
Yeah.
We got little bullied around in a couple of rounds, but we don't have to be sitting here saying, like, we can't get together and run our normal playbook. So good call, good calm, and it brings us back to within 1. 5 Media still at the advantage, though. And similar look here for Boston. It's that same stretch across dart, get ease over towards Broken. And Shawnee will play a bit more of a passive angle this time over towards Water Bridge with Pentagram existing over the top at A. He does get stunned before the trophy can get placed, but everyone survives.
Yeah, everyone's still alive. Great job from Pentagram to gain some early info. But now he knows he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. Multiple players around him just trying to dance with death around this cafeteria door. So far, Boston have gotten a good read on it. They have not budged on their setup. They know we are ready for any push that you're going to throw at us.
Yeah, really heads-up play for Pentagram, getting out of there. Staying safe, keeps the defense locked in. But Cammy gets caught mid-map this time. Oh, man. Maybe he had Yako low and just thought he could reach Hallet, but now Yeez is the sole defender at B. Gets the first one perfectly, though. More aggressive shoulders being tossed. That stun will, again, create a little bit of extra space as the smoke gets the separation for 5. And now back towards A they go. There are no defenders here outside of Shawnee playing passive at Park.
Yeah, the rotation comes in from Pentagram thinking that that's where the pressure's going to come in. So he gives a full A control, but he's still in an opportunity to strike right back at the same time. He's able to find double, make it a triple. Okay, young Pentagram, that's how you get it done. You rotate off the site, but he said, nope, they're not coming here. I'm going to go back and just take over on the round as he finds 3. The final with the Renetti. What a shot. What a snap out of Pentagram.
That is a master class of centering right there. Holy smokes. Sometimes you watch his POV and you go, damn, all right. We see you, Nate. Holy cow. 3 in a row for him, 9-3. Locked up at 3. Good things often come in 3. At least that's what they say. See if we find something here going in around number 7. A little bit of aggression for 5 Media. Double sub setup over towards, or pardon me, not double sub, just a double hit towards Front Cafe. That will get a good look at the front at Laundry, but after nothing is seen, everything kind of resets back into more of a default setup.
Yeah, Boston Academy know that they did show face in towards Cafe, but we do not want to waste a lot of time trying to check out all those corners on that side of the map. So the rotation is going to be over towards the B point. This time, Sucre, you cannot give up the bomb site. If you're able to spot them, it's all good. You're getting the info early on, but the reason why he's giving it up is because he's not the trophy player. So this is a lot more difficult to hold B if you don't have a trophy.
Yeah, I'll say. Pentagram hoping he can see something. Trophy system denies the stun. Do you blindly peek through this? I mean, you've got a little bit of a double hit set up over towards B. You really don't know what's at the middle of the map. Yeez gets tagged from the bomb site. Good info, but Yako once again, right when the play starts to develop, he gets proactive and shuts it down completely.
Oh, Yako's able to find the first blood, but Yeez instantly there for the response. Yako finds a double, trying to go for a triple, but Shawnee's there for the trade. They execute the kill onto Cammy. Now it's Shawnee left in a 1v2 with 15 seconds left. You just got to get the bomb down.
No worries there. Rancor will be the first one up if he chooses to peek this. He's already kind of gained the corner. Wow, I'm surprised Shawnee gave him that much time and space. I mean, that was the most anticlimactic 1v2 we've seen all year.
It definitely was. I was not expecting him to play it like that. But
Me neither.
5 Media just way too fast off the rotation. They said, all right, we're going to allow you to get the bomb plant, but you're not getting away from this bomb site. As I just found out a couple days ago, Alan, When you're the bomb carrier, you cannot slide away instantly. So when you're forced to stand up, you have to stand up initially when you're dropping that bomb.
Oh, okay.
You cannot use that movement to get out of sight. And unfortunately, Shawnee could not move at all. That's 5 media to take that round.
Stuck in cement. Okay. Continues to be favored towards 5 media, marginal as it may be. Back to the offense they go. Different look here for Boston. It'll be Yeast by himself towards B. No difference in his route, though. So he'll get back in towards Broken, no worries. Pentagram, same spot he was in. Shawnee, same spot he was in. Everything feels very normal. The only difference is Cammy's playing a much more passive angle towards B at the moment.
Yeah, he's actually assisting Yeez all the way on the back B side. So if they got info early on that Yeez is pushed up in towards Broken, we can completely disregard those guys. Let's work our way over towards A and try to isolate Pentagram, who's been the deciding factor.
Well, Yeez has been figured out. Has to back up. Doesn't want to get isolated. And 5 are saying if he's playing that far forward, let's see if we can maybe teamwork something out over towards A. You got Super, who's looking for Shawnee. I don't know if he's seen him as of yet. Pentagram destroys the offensive trophy system that tries to get placed over towards the A site, and then actually deals a little bit of damage as well. So Pentagram's done well, essentially all by himself. Hit still looking like it's going to be on the way. It's all about the 3-2-1 go, but Shawnee's got an angle at this. He's actually tagged up Sukri down to 1 bullet, so that stalls things out. Pentagram still gets caught, though, and now it's just down to what can Shawnee do, as he does well to get a double, but we have a 2v2 over the top of the site.
Oh, and Rancor is able to take down Cammy. Now it's Yeez left in a 1v2, but he might have played this to perfection. The full wraparound Cafe is going to definitely catch 5 media off guard, but they were able to put themselves in a better position, double stacking towards the Cafe.
Little high-low. Yeez still has both pieces of utility. Stun goes through. They run away from it. Not affected. Oh, so
man.
well played by 5 media. No, sir. Not going to get you a free stun. And all of a sudden, 5 media are on map point to possibly go up 2-0.
You can just tell, like, the way that they're playing, man. These guys are dodging stuns. That stun came in, and you're thinking at least one person is going to get hit. But both players run out the door. They know exactly where he's coming from. And they're able to double chow to secure the round. I just think right there when Boston Academy playing the way that they have been on defense, it's been the same exact setup. Eventually, 5 media are going to get a read on it, and this time Pentagram chooses a different position around that A site for that first flooded.
Wow, the little things making a major difference. And how about this? 5 media, who've shown this play a couple of times, are able to get Yako forward into Ruggs. Only gets 1. That's a nice moment of recovery here for Boston, but they're still in trouble. Rancor finessing, popping doors, back through DVD, looking for an exit. He may get caught here, but no, he doesn't get an angle at it. And we'll reset into a 3v3.
Still a minute left on the game clock. Boston had a lot of information gained, but the fact that Rancor is able to work his way out of that scenario, great plays out of him. And keep in mind, Sucre is not the player with that trophy system, but if you can find a kill with your gun, even better. 5 media in the man advantage, 3v2 to close out the game.
But wait a second, Yeez is going to step into ice cream here. Only problem is backing away from the fight with Sukri, and now Yeez is caught. Oh no. You saw what the idea was for Boston. Maybe get an ice cream post plant, but no sprinkles were to be had. And now it's just down to Shawnee. 1v3 stuck between literally all 3 members. No routes available, and Sukri will finish it off. Wow. Just one word. Wow.
Oh, wow, Alan, I'm right there with you. These guys are coming to play some good Call of Duty. We're talking about in the final couple of rounds, they're able to at least use the time to their advantage. They waited to the final 30, 40 seconds before the play comes in. But in that final round, they make the play come to them. All out aggression in towards Cafe. You get Yako to get pushed out front. Mannequin, he finds the first blood. And even though he is traded, that's already job well done. Because Boston Academy now have info where they were super aggressive in towards Cafe. They probably still had that positioning. So we are forced now to go over towards B. And that plays right into the hands of Sucre. He's able to find a triple in that final round. 1 on the fadeaway kill through Ice Cream. And then the last 2 players from Boston Academy as they push through Ice Cream. Sucre was sitting nice and comfy on that back palace heady. As 5 media clan have just come out and just put the stomping on Boston Academy. Up 2-0 in the series. Obviously, these guys are feeling great. They are not making any mistakes right now in this series.
Unreal stuff. Everything just going their way. But to be fair, it's not by a circumstance of any sort of luck. I mean, 5 Media is smoking Boston at the moment.
Yep.
I mean, it's one of those things. Maybe I'm over-embellishing just a touch. But the thing is, 5 Media have been comfortable, it feels like, in this entire series so far. Hardpoint never really gave up a lead. Maybe 1 or 2 lead swaps where it was kind of close early. But largely speaking, they've outplayed Boston on one of their better maps. Same can be said here. One of the most dynamic searches that Boston has used as part of their Season 1 championship run in Elite. Now, all of a sudden, you're seeing 5 Media, like, really stepping out and making Boston uncomfortable. That last round in particular with that hit through rugs, which is like, you could probably count on one hand how many times we've seen anyone top challenger CDL try to make that play happen. So as much as I'm sure we're both sitting here looking at Highrise Control coming up next saying, surely Boston find that one. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I simply don't know because Subbase told me a lot of what this 5 Media clan is. And they're just a bunch of slayers who are setting the tone aggressively with a couple plays coming in out of their SMGs. But they are more comfortable running those ARs. So I'm telling you right now, if Cammy and Shawnee don't bring it in this map number 3, they are getting knocked down to the loser bracket with the way that they are playing.
Well, they're going to have a little bit of time to try to get themselves together here as we step away for just a brief break. But when we come back, we've got Highrise Control, then maybe a Rio Hardpoint and a Highrise Search, which I believe was the final to finish off the series. So don't go far. We'll be back with the rest of the summer semifinal after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go, ready to jump right on in towards the Highrise Control 5 Media Clan. Surprising a lot of expectations at the moment as they find themselves up 2-0 in the series. Although, as we jump into the ongoing round number 1, Boston successful on the B zone and nowhere else, bro. You talked about them getting outslayed in map number 1. Looks like that was happening here again.
That was in the blink of an eye, dog. Usually when we come out of commercial break, we give it a little bit, but these guys are like, no, we are slamming. We got to get right back into this game, and that's already going to be round 1 done and dusted. 5 Media Clan only allowed 3 segments to go the opposing way, but you saw it in the lives remaining. They were outslaying again, heavy in round number 1.
That last double from Super was an absolute freaking statement. That's enough for the Crews, plus a little bit of mental warfare there as well, saying, no, you're not getting through me. And that's one of those things, man. It's just like, we saw it so often last 2 years, where Super just continues to put up these unbelievable individual numbers. And to be fair, that also kind of persisted across the Vanguard year as well. It wasn't just Modern Warfare 2. It's just, how do we turn those into consistent results? And I don't know what it is about this game right now, but this 5 Media team is all freaking over it.
Yeah, they're shooting on all cylinders right now. And Super doesn't have any opportunity to slow on down. Finally, he does get shut down, but he already earns himself that cruise missile. So now Boston Academy has to try to dominate on this defensive round, try to keep them in the spawn, but you can already see 5 Media have a couple players who have worked their way out, able to pause the game clock at A.
And a little bit of forward pressure. Why not? Rancor playing in the front side of glass. Seen by Shawnee. Almost didn't matter. Kill still gets tallied. Same breath could be said as Pentagram on the other side of the map is trying to do the same thing, but quickly, look how fast 5 Media are to find him, get the kill, secure, and now they're on towards B. Second tick of progress likely already gone.
Yeah, second tick about to come in, and Super doesn't plan on slowing down. He's taking mid-map control, making sure no players from Boston Academy are trying to execute a break in through the middle of the map. He's able to find another double, gets a little bit of assistance for his teammates for the final 2, and now they're on both points at the same time with a player in the spawn. Oh yeah, Super now finds himself on another 5 in a row before he does get shut down, but that should be B. Done and dusted, already trying to work up progressions at A as well.
I wish you could see my face right now, Jim.
Me too, Alan. Me too.
Jaw dropped. I am jaw dropped.
Oh!
What? No way! Sukri just challenge everybody. Give him a butter knife. He'll find a way to triple up with it. B's gone. A surely could follow, and Boston are absolutely getting rinsed.
Yeah, they are not having fun right now. If you are 5 Media, just got to keep your foot on the gas. You're currently up by 4 lives. Finally, Boston able to stabilize a little bit around the map. They're able to break out of their spawn. Get those lives remaining a little bit closer towards their favor, but a minute and 13, you get the investment out of the cruise missile. You already having a route being hit by Yako. 2 players now in your spawn to trap the last 2.
I mean, that's the thing, is like Boston can't move from blue, so instead of using the cruise missile for kills, you use it as a method of getting your opponents trapped in their spawn, and the offensive pressure follows up off of that, immediately stacking on towards A. Nades are not tagging. Shawnee able to find the shoestrings of 1, plus the follow-up good, and Boston have regained some control, but there's still 60 seconds and a 3-life lead for 5 Media to work with.
Yeah, if you're 5 Media, let's just slow the game down. You already have 1 player who's out of your spawn. Can he try to get anything done to at least relieve some of that pressure on the rest of your teammates? He's only able to take down 1, and Boston Academy have brought these lives remaining right back to an even 7v7. Making a 6v6 now as it's still 35 seconds left, but it's not a single player from 5 Media able to get on out until Yako. So Yako's out. What can he get done?
Oh, he finds 1, gets away after the mantle over towards the old captured B zone. 5v4 situation. Clock is also an enemy here for 5. Shawnee up top, gets away his position, couple of shots come through, Super gets the barrel smoking, but Shawnee pushes forward, finds the kill, 4v4. Aggression here from Yako and Co, but they're not by the zone. This is all fine and well, just comes down to can they actually get the kills in 10 seconds or not. Have to get towards the zone itself. Pentagram playing deep towards Shaq, able to get taken down, and then Shawnee found over towards barrels, and 5 Media are up 2-0.
Oh, this might be 3-0, Alan. I'm telling you right now, this might be 3-0. These guys are walking over in an attacking round. They already secured their first defense. The replay had to show that play from Sucre again. This time, let's slow it down and watch it one more time. The first kill was a freebie, but the Renetti to knock Shawnee off of this head glitch. That centering, everything had to be to perfection, as 5 Media Clan are 1 round away from having a dance with Lord Gold in that winners final.
Wow. Opening shots from Shawnee. Tag a couple of defenders who are trying to get to B. Their nades largely impact at least the movement for Boston, but Boston Academy are out of the gates, and they are running over towards B. Clock will stop immediately. Super playing over towards the bottom side of Scaffold, and, well, just gets climbed over. The ladder, useful here, and Super's kind of stuck inside Elevator. No problem for Shawnee to finish the kill.
Yeah, the first segment does get complete as well for Boston Academy, but here comes Rancor to try to contest it. He also has a cruise missile in his back pocket, almost finds a third as well, but now you know the positioning of the last guy. Yeez is on this 8-point. We take care of him. We can potentially put them in towards the trap, but Yeez doing a great job of just being a nuisance, staying alive, pausing that game clock for his teammates to try to get on out.
Overwhelmed, though. So, minute 5 on the clock. First tick of progress at B had already been locked. Rencor trying to gain some control over towards this propane side. He does get naded up, but it's really down to if Cammy wants to give it this position to find the kill or not. And as he actually connects across the map, chance here for Rencor to get activated. Problem is, he's the only one to find a kill. So now Boston able to work their way off spawn collectively, right back in towards the B zone. This should be the second tick. Just comes down to will 5 even bother trying to give this a go or not.
Yeah, 5 Media, I'm not going to lie. This is one of those rounds where you're potentially going to invest that cruise missile, but everyone simply has to stay alive. That capture is going to get complete over towards B. Nothing is going to connect with the cruise, and now you have to try to hold them off at the same point. Currently down by 3 lives for a minute and 40.
Yako snapping. Bottom side blue. Sukri also playing the backside at B. Perfectly fine. Reads are good across the board. Yeez. Not going to be dealt with immediately, but the trade is in. And that's enough now all of a sudden for 5 to do what they did when we jumped into round number 1. Get forward. See if you can make some problems happen in the spawn. Cammy tagged up but able to track down Yako, and that's all the defensive pressure alleviated.
Yeah, now Boston Academy have an avenue on the way out. Just have to work towards these next 2 segments at A, or you can potentially get it done in the slaying. Just got to stay on top of either one of those categories. Cammy switches to the SMG, is at least able to find one. They're able to pause the game clock with 1 player on towards the point. No more streaks to work with on the side of 5 Media, but they're still holding on strong towards their defensive setup. Great shots right there to Super. They find 2 in the feed, and now you can start to get pushed up because you can already see where Yako is. He's in the small.
Oh! Yeah, but Redcor's also controlled green. I mean, it's just, holy cow. There are just straight up coverage everywhere. There is nowhere that Boston can go right now without being looked at from largely across the map. Redcor now on 3.
Hello.
I'll give him 4. Oh, that may just be it. Flat out. Individuals are running through in Boston. You can kind of see the frustration setting in. They are absolutely in the blender, as sponsored by Spain. Oh my goodness, it's like Spain without the S right now for Boston Academy.
Oh,
it's
man,
pain, Jay.
1v6.
Pain.
Yeah, nah, it's over, man. It's over. 5 Media making easy work of one of the top NA squads that we had in Challengers. They walk away with the clean 3-0. I know I said before the series I only know who 2 players were, but now I definitely know who everyone is on the side of 5 Media Clan. These guys deserve some shots, man. If that's the first time I get to watch them, they come down and put the beat down on Boston Academy in this series, who I had heavy in favor, but they were outslaying the hell out of them from start to finish, and all the respawns, the S&D strategies were on point. And these guys just came to play today. You see the smiles, you see the dap ups, the hugs on the side of 5 Media. They're feeling good because they know their job is done for today.
Wow. What a statement. That's going to put everyone on notice.
Oh, yeah,
Flat
especially
out.
Miami.
Oh, especially Miami. Well, it's just so funny because, like over the course of the history, the players that have been picked up at the Heretics this year that were playing in EU Challengers last year, like, refused to play with these 4 guys. So there's like, it'd have to be a whole camp switch if they were to continue to go with this Spanish-speaking trend that they're currently on. But regardless if it happens to the CDL or Challengers, the Vamos is very much so alive right now across the world. I mean, this from Sukri, rather. He doesn't miss a bullet.
Yeah,
I mean, what? That's
was that,
no,
like the
that's
5th time
not
we've
right.
seen that one, Alan? Yeah, even production couldn't believe that he walked away with that kill. We have to see it in multiple replays, but 5 Media Clan, man. These guys just came out swinging. We're talking about in the map, number one, able to outslay the hell out of Boston Academy. On a map in Subday said where we watched them play a lot. They are usually very, very comfortable, even if they're not getting a lot of kills, just doing the fundamental parts correctly. But then when you get to the invasion, search and destroy, 5 Media were just a step ahead. They had the clutch factor in them. Every time the round went down to the wire, they were the team to walk out on top. But then in the Highrise control, man, we even jumped into the map very, very late. It was already 5 Media Clan just putting the beat down on the defensive side. All they needed was one attacking round. That's why when they got into that final defensive round, even with them losing that B progression, they invest that cruiser missile because they knew all they took was 1-4 dead. We put them in the trap, and that's going to be a GG. But that's a way to get it done. You knock down one of the top NA Challenger rosters in the winner's bracket. You're moving on tomorrow to play Lure Gold for that top 3. And they just couldn't make any mistakes, man. Congratulations to 5 Media Clan.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of selfishly wish that we saw a 4th map just so we could see what
Right?
these guys look like on Rio, dude. I mean, if they're running and gunning like that, holy cow. Okay, wow, that is a surprise to how this day largely had already been going. I mean, just kind of recapping through where we've been and what we've seen. A lot of 3-0s, really only one map 4 on the day for us here on broadcast. And that was kind of a surprise because we kind of expected that FaZe Black, after their back-to-back cup wins, were going to be very successful and try to continue that here on LAN. Not the case. They find themselves having to battle through the lower bracket, kind of looking at who's still down there. Phantoms and Team War Squad is still, I think, squaring up with one another. I think they were actually on the station that was right next to the one that we were looking at. Omit EU, we've been playing up against Lore Gaming. I don't know if that's tomorrow or the finish off today. It's Spart's team. The Houston Spartans are still alive. They beat Chaos and the Rally team. That actually, they put together a really good lower bracket run from when you guys casted them at the beginning of the day today. So really good stuff out of those guys. Taking down SGP, they took down Lagliners. Wow, I mean, they really went the gauntlet down there.
Wow.
So not a bad placement at all for those boys.
Taking out Lagliners, I swear to God, every time I want to watch those guys play, I have yet to see any series. We're talking about 0-5 throughout the Elite. Now, what do you get? A top 16, a top 12 at this event? Not your best showing, but here's the schedule for tomorrow. We're starting bright and early at 10 a.m. with that winners finals, 11:30 losers semis, 1 o'clock losers finals, and then 2:30 going to be your grand final. So it's going to be a nice and early day for us, Alan.
Yes, it will be. It's one of those things, too, just to kind of, we always talk about it when it comes to the Opens. COD is sometimes at this level a day-to-day activity. So let's see who finds consistency, at least for those two teams moving into tomorrow. But that, of course, will come to the end of our conclusion here on day number 2, technically speaking, of the Miami Open. There will still be, I think, a couple of lower games going on, so make sure you keep in touch with the socials that are out there for those squads to see the results if you're tuning in on the online world. But like Jay already mentioned, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning for the epic conclusion of Miami and the Challengers Open number 2. See you in the morning. Don't go somewhere now, but we'll see you bright and early. Get some coffee. Later.